Hello and welcome to the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 Ultra Marathon, Asia's premier 100-kilometer race running through the beautiful mountains of Hong Kong. I'm Richard Kimber, also known as the Drone Runner. With me,
I'm Shan.
It's fantastic to be broadcasting to you today here in Hong Kong as we share one of the most exciting races with you over the next 14 hours of amazing live stream broadcasting. We'll be taking you to some of the most beautiful parts of our home here in Hong Kong. A race that we love so much, and a race that we're looking forward to sharing with you all as you watch them around the world. Please keep telling your friends throughout the next 14 hours to tune in. Leave us some comments on the Hong Kong 100 YouTube channel. Leave us some comments on the World Trail Majors YouTube channel to let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting in the race, and any questions you might have for us in the commentary team. First things, of course, though, let's have a proper look at the race course, Charmaine.
Sure.
You've done the race twice.
Yes, I have.
You're in a very good position to help us navigate this incredible scenery. So let's have a look now at the animation for the race course. We start, of course, in Sai Kung in Pak Tam Chung, where you see the 0-kilometer mark. We then immediately go into the trails, Charmaine, before we get back to this famous East Dam Reservoir.
Yeah, and then it's 5 kilometers all the way, going through 2 dams, and then it's the start point, checkpoint at East Dam. And then we're going through 4 different beaches, and then get to Hampton, and then another climbs, and then going to Hau Tong Kai, which is the checkpoint 2, and then that's like 34 kilometers there, and then that's another climb from Hau Tong Kai to Pak Sha O, and then we are then going to the Yong Shu O. That's 51 kilometers there then, around the coastal lines. And then that's will be quite a deep climb to Kai Kong Lang, and then we are at the middle part of the race.
That's right, we get to Kei Ling Ha there, and then really the real race begins. You can see on the elevation chart on the bottom, the red mountainscape. We go up into the big mountains between Kei Ling Ha and checkpoint 6 at Gilwell Camp, and then the climbing just keeps on going, doesn't it? We leave Gilwell, we go all the way through Sha Tin, still in the mountains, you can see, of Hong Kong, traversing the cityscape on either side as we start climbing higher and higher and higher as we start to approach the grand finish line up and over Needle Hill, one of the beastliest climbs in Hong Kong.
With many steps.
Coming up just shortly. Very steep climb for the runners as they approach the 90-kilometer mark. And then finally, up and over there, you see them cresting the summit now towards the finish line of Tamau Shan, the biggest mountain in Hong Kong, and then flying down the other side of that mountain to reach the
finish line.
The finish line after all of that effort.
Yeah.
What a race course. You can see it going through the mountains of Hong Kong here, barely touching the city at all. Just occasionally you'll get amazing views of the cityscape, but just a measure there of how green Hong Kong is, how mountainous Hong Kong is, and just how much amazing country park and natural space there is in a city that I think for many people around the world, they still imagine to be a concrete jungle full of skyscrapers and never really realize just how green Hong Kong is. It's really an amazing place to come running. It's an amazing place to live if you enjoy running. And it's an amazing place for this race with so many runners from around the world coming to enjoy the event.
That's right, Richard. So it's a beautiful day today. Well, very good weather.
That's right. We've got fantastic conditions today. It's looking like it's going to be an extremely fast race. And we've got some extremely fast runners coming to take part in the race. We'll take a quick look at those now, Charmaine, and get a sense of just how many of the top contenders in the event are back to fight it out again on the trails. Everybody wants to take part in this race. Everybody wants to secure their place on the podium because they know that this is a fantastic way to get exposure globally by being part of this World Trail Majors series. And that's why you'll see there are so many top runners coming to take part. If we have a look at the men's division, for example, here, you've got 4 returning champions. 4 guys have won this race before, and they're all back. We've got Meng Guangfu at the top, who won the race last year.
Yep.
We've got Yo Pei Tuen, the course record holder.
Yes.
He's won the race twice. Shan Jiasheng, probably the most recognized mainland Chinese runner internationally, and Yanlong Fei, who of course back in 2015 ran an extremely fast time on just a slightly different course. You can see the time a little bit faster there as the course was slightly altered on that year.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the women's list, Charmaine. Take us through some of the top women who are back this year.
So top women, we have actually a list of 4 women here, and then we have Wu Yuanyuan. She was the 3rd in the race last year, and then we have Li Ying, came 2nd last year as well. Veronica Lang, who's a local runner. She was she had a baby, hasn't she? And then she's now back. She won. Well, she was in 2nd place in 2020. And then we have our favorite local Zhang Menyi. She was the champion in 2023.
That's right, an extremely competitive field in both the men's and the women's division this year. It's really quite hard to pick a winner at this stage. We'll see probably in the first couple of hours how things are going to pan out, but there's some extremely strong competitors in both divisions, and there's a reasonable chance, I think, Charmaine, that the course records might tumble. But let's get straight now to the start line and see the beauty of Sai Kung. Here we've got an amazing drone shot in the early morning in this eastern part of Hong Kong, looking down at the beautiful tree-lined road that leads into the country park of Sai Kung here, where the runners are assembling to kick off down this straight line dash, basically, isn't it, towards the first trail.
4 minutes to go.
It's almost a sprinter's race, the first 1 kilometre of this event, as the corral of runners in 3 different waves will pour out of the start line here and fly down towards the first trailhead, where of course everybody wants to be in first place, Charmaine, because when you hit that trail, it's a long, steep climb, isn't it, up some stairs, and if you're stuck at the back, you worry that you might lose a lot of time on your rivals.
That's right, and then it's quite a narrow entrance actually from the road, and then turn to right on the trail, onto the trail, which is the Zhang Trail, country trail. So it's a very narrow entrance, and then if you're stuck at the back, then maybe you have to put extra effort to try to make your place back in the front. So everyone is trying to make an effort, sprint to that entrance, and then going on the trails. And then for the first part, actually for this first section, after you go to Junction, it's 5 kilometers, and then you go around and see some beautiful views of South China Sea. And then after 5 kilometers, then you are back on the road, a sealed road, which is another 5 kilometers, and then you're running along 2 different dams, and the first one is West Dam, and then is the East Dam. And then as you are closing close by to the East Dam, on the right is our geopark, the Global National Geopark, which if you are visiting in Hong Kong, I would definitely recommend you to go and see.
That's right. It's a really beautiful scene there in the morning. It's been perfect weather the last couple of days for the various events that make up this Hong Kong 100 series. We've had a 33-kilometre race. We've had a 50-kilometre race, the third and the half they're called. And now, of course, we have the real deal, the 100-kilometre race rounding off this Hong Kong 100 series. We're counting down now, probably 2 minutes to go until the start. We also, of course, have the Grand Sam concluding today. These are for the runners who have chosen crazily to do all 3 events back to back. They did the 33 on Thursday, they did the 50 on Friday, and they're doing the 100 today. And their overall time, of course, will be collated, and we'll see who that Grand Sam winner is. They're all lining up there on the start line in Pak Tam Chung. We can get down on the ground here as well and see some of the action as the runners start approaching the start line. Lots of famous faces around right now, lots of people taking pictures, lots of people taking selfies with some of the best runners in Asia as they have the time of their lives taking part in for what many people will be their biggest challenge of a lifetime, I'd have thought.
Yes, and for this race, it's actually, there's no specific requirement of, you need to enter certain race before this one. So it actually attracts a lot of people who wants to race the first time for a 100 kilometers race.
That's right. It's a good point, Charmaine. This is very much open field for everybody, this race. No qualifications required. and the like. A very popular event for people to come and enjoy. You can see the start line camera crews starting to back away now. We're getting excited. You can see the photographers moving aside. You can see that start line starting to be jostled. I'm sure there's some runners on the start there who are just eager to establish an early lead, even though it's literally just running down the road. They just want to get to that trailhead before anybody else, so that when those stairs kick in, they've already got a little bit of an edge over the people trying to catch up with them. But so exciting here to share these scenes with you on this perfect morning. And off we go. Yay. Let's just enjoy this moment as the runners in the Hong Kong 100, the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 Mountain Ultra pour down the road in Pak Tam Chung. And poetry in motion as we see this drone just gently twist around, and we're on the ground for all the drama with our running cameramen right at the front of the race course.
So this is the first wave out of the three waves. As Richard, you just said earlier, so the runners, they are arranged into running or start running into three different waves. And the first wave are actually going to be like the top elites of much faster runners according to the ITRA performance index. So as you can see, is that your push chat? No. That's a Chinese runner. They are sprinting down the road now. It's around 800 meters to the trail entrance.
Yeah, perfect scenes here. You can see the sunrise cresting through the trees. I can already see the familiar hair of Sangha Sherpa on the left of Nepal flapping behind him as he flies down. There's Jeff Campbell on the left of Hong Kong, of course, one of the top runners in Hong Kong, making the most of his fast road legs as the drone tracks these lead runners towards that first major trail turning as they'll disappear into the mountains. As we mentioned, a real sprint finish. Some runners just desperate to try and get to the trail ahead of everybody else, and perhaps just enjoy being on camera, enjoy being at the start of a race, knowing that there's another 102 kilometers yet to go. This might be their only chance to enjoy running with some of the elites. But what an experience as they pour down this road. There's a slight uphill as they approach the trail.
That's right. And you can see some lady runners. So you just have to, oh, is that Samaya?
There's Samaya Buddha right in the middle at the heart of the action, of course. One of our top picks for the podium and possibly the victory in the female division. Running right next to her, Ryan Whelan, one of the top expatriate runners here in Hong Kong, doing the Grand Sam.
So yeah, a bit of a slope before you turn right to the trail entrance.
That's right. Pouring up the road here, and there we go. Just as we said, there's that hard right turn onto the stairs.
And then they can get a taste of Hong Kong what Hong Kong trails is. And the characteristics of Hong Kong trails is actually steps, steps, and more steps.
Exactly right, Charmaine. Probably the biggest challenge for international runners coming to race in Hong Kong, the number of stairs on the trails and the steepness of those stairs. It's a lot more taxing on the quads than running long, gradual uphills and downhills. Wong Chung, Hong Kong's top runner, just passing the camera there. He'll be a firm favorite, of course, among many people watching this live stream. He's been Hong Kong's most successful runner for some years now, following in the footsteps of Stone Zhang before him, leading the charge for Hong Kong on the international stage. As we then see a whole pack of runners, of course, including Jeremy Ritchie there of Canada, lived in Hong Kong a long time, one of a very few handful of runners who have done this event in every iteration since its beginning 15 years ago. This will be his 15th time on the trail. Fantastic to see so many long-term fans of the race still turning up every year, even though they have a busy racing calendar. Charmaine, right now, talk us through the tactics here. Immediately, the runners are going to the side of the stairs to avoid those stairs.
Yeah, I was going to say. So a lot of the runners actually they are trying to avoid the stairs, and then they are taking the side of the steps. And then, as you can see just now, like two of the male runners, they were like choosing the sideways of the steps instead of going on the steps. So here you go on the hard solid trails. Okay, now.
That's right, as they come off the trails, there already some fighting to get that lead between the lead runners. And we head back to the start line for wave two as we approach another amazing drone start line shot. The lead runners, of course, heading around the trails already, while the second wave of runners get the chance to have a clean break on the road just for safety purposes and to give the elite runners a chance to really stretch their legs without having so many people on the course at the beginning. This is wave two of the Hong Kong 100. Another beautiful shot here as people pour out of the start line gate down the road for the adventure of a lifetime here at the Hong Kong 100, part of the World Trail Majors series, the first race on the World Trail Majors calendar. And for many people trying to tick off a few of these races across the year, it's great to get this one out of the way in January, Charmaine.
Yeah. It's actually very good. I really enjoyed like Hong Kong 100. It's like it's always almost the first 100 kilometers race for in the start of the year. It has so good vibes, and I enjoy the two races that I ran back in 2019 and 2020. And for looking back on this section here, I think you just have to be very careful how you pace yourself, because it's just, you know, the very first few kilometers, and if you sprint too quickly, you tire yourself, and then, you know, it will get you at the end or like in the middle of the race.
Exactly right. As we head back inside the trail, we can already see the pace of these runners eating up the trails as they fly through this perfect corridor of tree-lined single-track trail. What a joy to see, and fantastic job, of course, by our camera team as they try and keep up with these lead runners, but really exciting to see the views on the right side here of the trail as, again, the sun pours through the trees here, so pretty, and the pace already picking up. You can see the lovely running form of some of these runners. They might be running on tough trails, but they've still got nice high kick on the leg there. Perfect cadence, light on their feet, dancing through the trails. It's not easy in these tightly packed single-track trails, Charmaine, to still be able to see your foot placement when there's so many runners right in front of you. You don't really have a lot of visuals, do you? It's very easy to make a mistake and trip when there's so many people on the single track.
And then it's very hard, as you said, it's a single track, and then it's very hard to take over as well. Yeah, so you just have to be very careful. And then for me personally, because I'm like very short and petite, and it's actually very hard because you can't really see what's in front of you. So you're trying to, you know, just pace yourself and, you know, trying to catch up with, you know, the runners in front of you.
Yeah, this is a time for caution, really, isn't it? Even though it's relatively runnable, that trail, but very easy to make a mistake early on in the race.
Yes.
Look at that beautiful sunrise, as we mentioned, here in Hong Kong. Local time, 8 o'clock in the morning, as the runners pour down the road and prepare, just as we saw the elite athletes do, for this immediately technical trail section that they will climb up into and get a taste of what they're in for the next 14 hours for the elite runners, coming down to maybe 13, 12, 11, possibly even 10 hours, possibly even under 10 hours for those superstar runners at the front, and for the runners further back, of course, it could be a much longer day. Meng Guanfu there, right in the middle of shot, right at the heart of the action, the champion from last year. He's not messing around. He knows exactly how to win this race. He's one of the most talented runners I've had the chance to race against and film, and one of the hottest properties coming out of Chinese trail running on a global scale. Already looking like he's ready to boss this event, Charmaine.
So let's see if he can defend his title for this year. I mean, like Yo Pui Chen, he won 2 years in a row. So he lost last year against Meng Guanfu. So let's see how they're going to do this this time.
Exactly right. You can see right behind him, John Ray Anifa, Stingray of the Philippines, not letting Meng Guanfu out of his sights. No. And I'll just mention, we've already got so many comments coming through on the live stream, cheering the runners on, and many of those comments are featuring the Philippines flag, of course. So many fans for Team Philippines here. Laban Filipinas, many of them are saying, go, 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 fight, fight, fight for the Philippines runners as they do their best.
There you get a
to
shot
keep
of
up
our
with
cameraman, yes, keeping
the
up with
lead
the
runners.
Yes.
There's Seb doing a fantastic job on the trail, a very talented runner himself, fresh off a victory here in Hong Kong on the Hong Kong trail race just a couple of weeks ago. Good job, Seb, keep it up as we stay with these male leaders pouring through the trail. And please, anybody who's watching, spread the word. Send these links around. Let's get more and more people enjoying the trail party. We've got so many Philippines flags, so many flags from Nepal on our live stream chat, and of course from Hong Kong as we go back to wave number 3.
Yes, wave number 3. So you can see the last wave of the event. They're going to start. So these runners are relatively slower. They're slower runners. Yeah, so they are sprinting or running along this paved road here. So you can see still a few hundreds. I wonder how many are participating this year, Richard. Do you know the numbers? Because I remember last year was around 1,800 participants, including the Grand Slam participants for this race. So this year, I'm not so sure the exact numbers yet, but then you can see all the runners, they are running through this starting arch, starting their race. It's going to be a long day for them. So again, like you can see the beautiful weather here. You cannot ask any better for the perfect weather. I think it's around 15 degrees now, and it's going to get up to 20 degrees today, this afternoon. It's much cooler than last year. I remember last year, talking about Stingray. I think he kind of had some problems last year, but then he stood back up, and then I think he got to 7th place. So back on the trails again to the lead runners, male runners. So they are still at the Zhengshan country trail. So it's a good 5 kilometers run along these trails. And then you can see some beautiful sea views, but they will be busy running rather than seeing the views actually. So you can see steps on the way. So these ones, yeah, I don't recognize the back of this race, this runner here. So you can see some supporters on the side.
Yeah, we'll see lots of people out on the trails today, I'm sure, supporting the runners throughout the day. Impressive to see people here. It's actually one of the less accessible and less attractive places ultimately to go and support runners compared to later on, but very impressive. People are already out hiking. It just shows the love for this event in Hong Kong. People will be throughout the course finding opportunities to cheer people on, even in sections of trail that are slightly hard to access like this. So a fantastic reflection of the love in the trail running community for this event and the support people have for the runners who come over to take part. A nice steady pace here from the lead men, just drifting through this lovely single track in the morning. And it's worth having a look here at the men's course record from Yo Pei Tuan back in 2020. We can get a sense here of just the pace that the lead runners are going at. You can see on the right hand of the chart their running pace, really quite impressive. This is not far off an impressive road running pace for a long distance if you're just looking for a pretty solid road running time. But of course, this is over incredible trail. So 10 hours and 17 seconds for Yo Pei Tuan. And then Xiang Fujiao Charmaine, the women's record holder, also in 2020.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm just wondering, like, what's the magic in 2020? They both the female and the male, they got the course record. So as you can see, Xiang Fujiao, her pace slightly slower than Yao Puichang. It's off about by like a matter of seconds or 12 seconds. So as you can see, some of the runners from the last wave, the third wave, going on to the trail entrance. So for this 100 Hong Kong 100 course, it actually composed of different terrains. So you sometimes have, or actually you have to run quite a lot on these paved roads, and then you get on the trails, and there are some very steep climbs, and the climbs tend it's difficult. It's more difficult climbs in the second half of the race.
It certainly gets tough, doesn't it, in the back half of this 100-kilometre challenge. You can see here very clearly on the elevation chart the difference between the first half of the race and the second half. Those red lines, for anybody unfamiliar with mountain charts, tell the story, don't they? The first half, you can see that first 10 kilometres, as we saw on the animation earlier, around the dam, around the reservoir, pretty fast. The runners will be quite aggressive going into that first climb at around the 12, 13 kilometre mark. And then after that, still some runnable terrain for another 7 or 8 kilometres as they approach the gap between CP1 and CP2. A punchy climb there towards CP2, up and down Ngau Yi Seksan. And then as they go further into the race, Charmaine, really the pain cave starts to deepen, as they say sometimes, and that's when the challenge begins.
That's right. And then just have a look at the CP2 and to CP3 at Back Shao. In fact, you would see like the elevation is actually lower, but then I would say that this part is actually the trickiest part of the race, because it's only 9 kilometers. But if you look back on the runner split, even though it's only 9 kilometers, they need a good 40 minutes to complete because it's really rocky and rooty parts of the trails, and then you just basically have to concentrate on how you step on those trails, make sure that you're not rolling your ankle, and then prepare yourself for the second half of the race. So as you can see on the elevation, starting from checkpoint 5 onwards, it's just hilly. You're going through the Ma On Shan, and then the Tate's Canes, and then also the Beacon Hill, and then at the very last section, we have the 3 last push, which is the Needle Hill, Grassy Hill, and then the Tamau Shan.
It's certainly a race of two halves in the truest sense, and anybody you speak to who's done this race, Charmaine, says the same thing, which is don't go too fast in the first half. And
correct.
How was your experience? You've done it twice.
Yes, I've done it twice. I was actually because my coach knows me so well, like I tend to put a lot of effort, or I get very excited in the very beginning, and then I'll just run very fast, which is not a good idea. So in those 2 years, I was actually trying to get myself and train myself mentally, and then telling myself not to run so fast in the first half, and then try to save all the energy for the second half.
Yeah, this certainly seems to be the only piece of advice I've ever heard about Hong Kong 100. And yet, of course, routinely everybody breaks their own advice, don't they, and gets overexcited. But just to put this whole thing in perspective, here you've got the Gran Canaria World Trail Majors events map. You'll see Hong Kong there, of course, on the right of your screens. The first race in the global calendar of World Trail Majors series events, kicking things off in style here in Hong Kong. And we have World Trail Majors events all over the world in the following months, as you can see here. Spreading across your racing calendar, you've got so many options, whether it's starting in Hong Kong or ending all the way in South Africa. Plenty of races you can take part in. And Charmaine, you've also enjoyed, I think, doing the Madeira race there, MIUT, I beg your pardon, in Portugal. A beautiful race there. Many events to choose from.
That's right. MIUT, I did that 2 years ago. It was really beautiful. I would definitely recommend everyone to go. It's a small island out of Portugal. I did the 60 kilometers race. They actually have a few different distances. They have, like, I think 45, 60, and 85. They have 100, and then 115, and then the 115 is the most difficult race out of all the distances. So I chose the 61 is because I want to enjoy the race during the day. So it was so pretty. But then I got the experience. It was actually really hot there. I ended up cutting my tights off at one of the checkpoints because I just couldn't stand the heat. It was so cold in the beginning at the start of the race, so I was wearing a pair of tights. And then throughout the day, I was just, I think it was at checkpoint 2, just before the sunrise. And I just thought, no, I just couldn't take it any longer. So I get to the checkpoints. I asked one of the the helpers, do you have a pair of scissors? And they have this big pair of scissors. So I just thought, I have no excuse. I have to cut my pair of tights off for me to, carry on to the race. And it was so beautiful. I think I remember climbing up to their famous peak, which is called Pico Royval, if I pronounce it correctly, and then you just see beautiful sea of sky. It's incredible. I definitely recommend everyone to go.
Sounds like great advice, Charmaine. There's so many great races to enjoy on the World Trail Majors calendar.
Right.
Let's focus back onto the Hong Kong 100 here and take a look at some of the amazing runners who have taken part before, including, of course, the record holder for this event in the men's division, Yo Pei Tuen. We spoke to him just a few days ago.
你今年的感觉怎么样？有信心吗？
现在状态会比往年还要好一些。
那真好。那我想问你，为什么喜欢来香港去跑那个桨板？
因为我喜欢香港的气候，香港港百办的又非常好，非常适合我。
然后就是你在香港跑山的时候，跟你在国内训练的时候，那个有什么分别呢？可以。
我觉得香港的山，它因为走的人多，它比较成熟，路非常的好走。
那就是之前你就是赢过2次了，然后你觉得今年能够在10个小时之内完成吗？有信心吗？
我自己有信心的，当然最后还是要看具体的花费。
最后就是对于跑港百来说，有什么技巧上的可以分享一下？
港百我觉得就是路还挺好跑的，比较容易跑快了。跑快了之后就容易后半程就会比较难。因为我第1年是有退赛的，所以说我就是因为前面跑快了，对。
然后就是在后半部呢，你觉得呢？
对，就是前半部你稍微放慢一点点，后半部分就会比较顺利。
好，谢谢你，加油。
That, of course, was Yo Pei Tuen, the course record holder in the men's division and a 2-time winner of this event. He set the course record in 2020 and he's back this year. He's determined to try and go under 10 hours one day. He keeps telling us it's possible. I think I believe him because, of course, who wouldn't? He's such a strong runner. But it seems incredible to do this race in under 10 hours.
Yeah, that's true.
Another, of course, famous runner who's here on the course this year but is not racing is Xiang Fujiao. She's the most famous export out of mainland Chinese trail running, I would say, across men's and women's divisions. Let's hear what she has to say about the race.
想问一下你喜欢香港100吗？
我当然喜欢，就是我已经连续参加4年港百了嘛。但是后来从20年到现在，即便我是没有跑比赛，但是我每年都会来到了香港100的现场。
是看到你去 support 你的那个队友，对吗？
对。
那你觉得那个你作为赛道的纪录保持者，对于今年的比赛的选手，你觉得跑步这个策略应该是什么？
我觉得其实对于跑这种100公里，甚至更长的这种比赛的话，前面一定要就是按照自己的节奏慢一点点，然后后面如果说你有体能的情况下，再去加快速度。因为其实今年的天气我们看到还是蛮好的，就是20度左右嘛，我觉得是很好创造成绩的。因为大家以前都觉得港百很闷热、很湿热，其实今年天气还挺好的。我在想，我这赛道记录有可能今年会被打破哟。
好啊。那你觉得香港的山和你平时训练的地方有什么区别吗？
虽然说这个山的海拔高度跟我平时学的都差不多，但是唯一不同的就是因为这里可以看到海，太美了。
美了，
对，
一边跑一边欣赏。
对，
那我还想问一下你自己本人也是在西部100取得这么好的成绩，那你怎么去看待现在女性跑者、越野精英跑者在整个越野圈的影响力呢？
其实我觉得女性的成绩也好，她会在慢慢的越来越好，尤其是我们看到，比如说就 Coulter 或者说Katie 他们的积分很高嘛，然后也能看到他们在很多场比赛就是在整体排名当中都能进到前10名，包括我也是。
是，太棒了。
就是我在国内比赛，我经常会进到就是男子组前10名，甚至是前3名，所以我们的现在女性的水平也越来越提高了，而且就是在整体来看，就像比如说国内现在女子运动员在国际上的那个积分排名，它就是更靠前，男子的话竞争还是会更加激烈的。
是的，是的，好啊。
And we're back on course live at the Hong Kong 100 Ultra, the first race of the World Trail Majors series, running around the beautiful East Dam Reservoir. You can see we've got running cameras here, and we've got this perfectly smooth motorbike camera here, tracking the elite runners as they stream around, just along with our live stream, this long flat road, having gotten off the trail now and starting to pick up the pace. So exciting to see the runners start stretching their legs at this point, and we really get a sense of the amazing speed that many of these ultra-distance trail runners still have. I think the days, Charmaine, of mountain runners being people who just go up and down hills but can't necessarily run very fast are long over. Now a lot of these top runners have a very impressive marathon times, they're very impressive road runners, and the competition is getting fierce.
Yes, that's correct. So yes, so I know like some of the local runners, they actually enjoy the trail running very much, and they can say that I can say that they are actually they say they hate the road running bit. So now like they try to sign up for different marathons and try to get some training just on the roads, because in Hong Kong or even like some other parts of the world, like in the trail running, you still have to involve a lot of road running. So as you can see, we have the lead runners. They are on the paved road. It's a good 5 kilometers road run now. It's not completely flat, even though it looks really flat on the TV. But there are some slopes. You have to go up and down, up and down. And then you see, I think this is maybe the East Dam.
That's right, beautiful scenes here again as the sun just peeks through onto the reservoir.
You can see actually...
so there's Yo Pei Tuen in the orange shirt. We'll be watching him all day long.
Yeah.
Behind him, we've got some other runners. I just saw Shan of China running alongside Deng Guomin, also of China, two of the strongest mainland Chinese runners in the race, who will be tracking all day long. The competition at the front really hotting up, the lead runners establishing themselves and making the most of this long flat section to try and create some space between them and their rivals, even though of course they know there is still such a long way to go. They're not messing around.
Right, you see some beautiful views of the reservoir, the Manyi Reservoir.
Perfect scenes here around the reservoir on this Saturday morning. Just coming up to 8:30 local time. Endless blue skies in this eastern part of Hong Kong.
I think that's Daniel Chung.
There's Danny Young, of course, of Italy. Just behind the lead pack there with Meng Guangfu on the front of the screen here, close to the camera. John Ray and Aoife Stingray on the right of screen there with the sunglasses on. Pumping their legs, looking nice and smooth and strong. eating up this road and making the most of their road running skills as we start scooting along ahead of the runners and get a sense of just the pace that these athletes are able to sustain. And we're not even 10 kilometers into the race.
That's right. For the first section, it's actually 12 kilometers until you get to the support point at East Dam. They're actually sprinting. They look like they're sprinting for a 10 kilometers race.
Yeah, look at that lovely long cadence there as the runners just stretch their legs, knowing this is a rare chance to make fast progress before they start heading into a more technical section of trail that leads up and over a mountain and down to the first of the many beach crossings. One of the strongest Nepalese runners there leading that pack as we start seeing the overall level of competition spread out. And there's Yopi Tuen, number 101 in the black vest and small shorts. We'll be watching him all day long. Signature small running shorts for Yopi Tuen and small tank top. He always looks like he might just be popping out for a short jog. You'd never believe that he's about to run 103 kilometers through the mountains. Beautiful scenes again here of the East Dam. Perfect reflections on the water of the road as it just cuts through the reservoir here on this perfect winter's day in Hong Kong. Still very pleasant temperatures, as you can see from the runners. It's still t-shirt and shorts time for many people going out and hiking today, but some glorious scenes as we just celebrate how lovely the running conditions are and have been for these past 2 days.
We're just so lucky with the weather lately.
There's Jeff Campbell, one of the top runners in Hong Kong, the Asia Trail Master last year. He won many of the races in that series and eventually took the overall title some months later at the final race of that race series. A very well-known figure here, and of course the Oxfam Trail Walker champion, part of the team who set a course record in the Oxfam Trail Walker just a couple of months ago.
It was brutal, the weather. Yeah,
it was certainly a lot more humid, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was humid, and then it was raining very heavily, and then yeah, I had a few friends doing that, and then the trails were actually really muddy, very slippery. Yeah, it was a very tough day, and then yeah, Jeff and his team won.
And they won in style. I was supporting them for about 2 or 3 hours. There's Alex Nayrink, another incredibly strong runner who actually just took out the camera there, I think, from our cameraman's hand as they high-fived. Teammates, the two of them on the Amara team there, just taking out the camera as he gave a high five to our cameraman. We're moving back through the field here to catch up with the leaders in the women's race. Of course, we want to give equal coverage throughout the day to the two divisions in this race. So many strong female athletes. We're sending the cameraman back now to catch up with all the action across the women's and the men's race. And we're looking forward to seeing Samaya Buddha, to seeing Hao Ha-Ti,
yes,
to seeing Man Yi Chung of Hong Kong, among many of the strong women who will be dominating this event just as they have done in so many races across the running season, really laying down a benchmark for how strong female elite running has become globally and especially here in Asia in recent years. As we do another pass with the motorbike camera here to come and catch up with some of the elite women in the race.
Comes I think it's Samaya. Is it with the long hair, ponytail? No, that's Ying Li, number
That's
2.
right, Ying Li, number 2 there. Very strong competitor who's done this race before.
She came second last year. Finished at 13 hours, 39 minutes.
Very impressive time, anything around the 13.5-hour mark, 13-hour mark. Very respectable
I think the one
time, whether you're a male elite, female elite, doesn't matter. These are tough runners with incredible performances in this race, and they're no strangers to running. Been here many times. There's Ryan Whelan sharing some tips with the motorbike cameraman. Ryan, of course, in the middle of the Grand Sam event. He's sitting very comfortably just outside the podium places in the Grand Sam. Runners, of course, who do all 3 of the Hong Kong 100 events, the 33, the 50 and the 100. He's leading the charge to try and jump up a couple of spots today. Ryan Whelan there getting some camera time alongside some of the elite women in the race. The Grand Sam runners, of course, have already done some 85 or so kilometers over the last 2 days, so their legs will be feeling slightly heavy, I'd have thought, this morning. But I'm sure as they warm up, they'll get into their stride. But seems like he's pacing himself very well as we get more beautiful shots of the reservoir here. The runners enjoying this runnable section of relatively flat mountain trail, if you can call it mountain trail. But as you rightly pointed out, Charmaine, although it looks flat and fast on screen right now, there are still some decent hills, aren't there, as you run around this road?
Yes, that's right. There's one runner waving at our cameraman, smiley face. Oh, that's Wong Chung, our local hero.
That's right, Wong Chung, the most successful runner out of Hong Kong in recent years. Running alongside Nathan Wong, I believe, there. Sticking together, 2 of the strongest local runners in this race. Nathan's doing a smart job there of just sitting on the shoulder of Wong Chung. He knows if he can pace it with Chung, he's got a very good chance of getting a very good result, because if anybody knows how to run this race, it will be Wong Chung. He's done the event multiple times. He's run under 11 hours 4 times. And he knows the Mackelhose Trail so well.
Front, yes.
Back to front,
Yeah.
literally having run it in both directions many times.
There, as you can see, there are some slopes.
And here we see the elite females. Let's really dig in now to the elite female competition. On the left of screen, you just saw Hao Ha Ti there of Vietnam running alongside Samaya Buddha, and I can see Veronica Leng there also on the right of the camera. All those women running in a pack, not letting any of them get any mileage on one another in this early stage of the race. So exciting to see them running so closely together. The men already spreading out. Hao Ha Ti bursting through the camera lens there as she tries to put down some time on this road section. Very interesting to see these elite ladies running so tightly together, not giving an inch as they try and make sure that they keep tabs on who's looking strong, who's looking smooth. You can see people pulling their phones out there, I believe, perhaps one of the male runners, recognizing he's running with some true superstars of the Asia trail running scene and not wanting to miss the chance. Interesting.
You can see how hard he is actually choosing the left side of the road, which is a bit with uneven grounds rather than on the paved road.
Incredible. Very rare to see anybody do that. Shows how passionate she is about staying off the tarmac, perhaps. But Veronica Leng there on the left of camera, looking very smooth. Probably the strongest contender for a locally based Hong Kong runner in this race. She, of course, from Slovakia, but has lived in Hong Kong for a long time and knows these trails extremely well. She came second in this race just a few years ago. On the right of camera, Samaya Buddha of Nepal, a firm favourite for the win this year, with Hao Ha Ti in the middle of shot. Perhaps the other firm favourite for the win, if it's not going to be one of the Chinese runners returning to the podium. One of these three ladies surely pushing for a top 5 and surely pushing for a podium opportunity as well.
I think if I got it right, the one with the white cap on, I think it's it's Tang Jin Yang.
Tang Jin Yang, that's right, one of the strongest runners from the Chinese mainland coming over for the race, another firm favourite in our lineup.
He's raced in a few different countries, but I think it's the first time she raced in Hong Kong, actually. She's doing strong. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. She came 4th in the half last year. Tang Jin Yang.
Yeah, I talked to question. Refer to Chinese one.
You can see the 4 ladies, they're running in a pack closely together. So it's 41 minutes on from the start of the race. I believe some of the male runners, they must have reached to the first checkpoint or the water point actually at East Dam.
That's right, Samaya Buddha right in the middle of shot there, bib number 11. She's certainly a well-known figure here in Hong Kong, and not just herself, but her sister Ramaya stormed to victory in the half yesterday in the 50-kilometre race in her first international trail race. Just shows the strength in depth of runners in Nepal. Some exciting opportunities for some of these Nepalese runners, and many of them have actually found their platform for getting a profile here in Hong Kong. We've seen many Nepalese runners in both the male and female division in recent years coming to Hong Kong to take part in international events like the Hong Kong 100, and as a result getting the attention they truly deserve, sponsorships, getting opportunities to travel, getting athlete support from management and so on to give them more opportunities to race overseas and showcase their talents, because there's some incredible runners coming out of Nepal. Fantastic tracking shot here across the reservoir again as we start catching up with what's going on a little bit further back into the field. And seeing the real colourful scenes of what it's like to race in Hong Kong, with just around 45 minutes of this race elapsed. The race course really spreading out. Some cool, crisp air here on this January morning. Very pleasant running temperatures. And we're getting ready to go down to the race course very soon, where we'll have a chance to speak to the race director and get a sense of how things have been going down on the ground for what's been an enormous organizational effort over the past few days, as ever, bringing this Hong Kong 100 event to life and bringing it to a global audience as we are here on the live stream. So nice to have so many comments coming on our live stream. A vamos for Lorena Ramirez, who of course is another very recognizable runner taking part in the event today. Maria Lorena Ramirez Hernandez, a very famous ultra runner from the Raramuri community in Mexico, wearing her traditional dress. We saw her earlier running through the camera. She's got many fans watching in Mexico, and we wish her all the very best today. We'll head down to the start line now, where Natalie, our reporter, is talking to one of the race directors. Let's find out what's going on at the start.
The transmission system not working, but we do have other cameras just holding the box.
And do you think that like they will
And
be able to capture some stuff on these?
Very nice opportunity here to be able to connect down to the start line. Natalie's standing here with Janet, the race director,
Yes.
and a great opportunity to try and get some insight from the start line of how the event has been going so far from the organizational point of view, and a fantastic chance to get some insight as to how you put an event together like this with so many parties involved, so many people involved. A fantastic opportunity to hear from Janet. We'll be connecting with her any moment.
It's another
And here we
great
go.
day for the 100K race.
Yeah,
And can you just tell us a little bit more about like how to like the organization of the whole 3 different races and how many volunteers you have this year?
Yeah, so this year we actually, apart from the 3 races, the 33, 56, and then today the long 103, we also have a expo. So that was that started on Wednesday. So it was very much full on for 5 days. Apologize. There's a phone coming.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's the police going. Knock at it. Does that mean that we've got good footage?
Okay. Yeah, we are.
Yes. I'm gonna get rid of this.
Busy times on the start line, of course, there. So many things still going on despite the start lines having already kicked off, but so many things to manage when you put on an event like this, Charmaine.
That's right. It's incredible.
It's an amazing logistical effort to try and get all of this together.
In a sport shop or a more confined space, but this year we took over 2 floors of D2 Place 1, which is quite trendy, and we had a lot of exhibitors, and it's the first time we're doing this, but we always like to try out new things. And the race pack, with all that space, we were just feeling spoiled that like we can spread everything out, and the press conference went really well as well. We had a theme this year to encourage more female participation, so we had a panel with 5 elite runners from around the world, and it was just great to have a theme and then to share and then try and shape the sport of trail running a bit by bringing one of these topical important issues to the forefront.
Yeah, I was at the expo and the atmosphere was just great. Yeah, there's so many people there and really loved it. But speaking of the women focus, I think this year at the start line there's a special area set for the female runners. Can you just tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Yeah, we wanted again to increase the visibility of female in trail running, because I think is that if you don't see them, you don't know that they are doing it. So we're trying to push the ladies further to the front. We were looking at the footage last year, and we are not happy with it because we have like about 20 men all squeezed into the front, and then there was like one lady at the side. So this year we try and make sure, and we did it like with all our pre-race briefing as well, the reminders, and say please, 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 we want to have the ladies visually there, and to encourage, I think by having all these female elites in the front, it will encourage more female to know that, hey, you can do it, you can come and try and challenge yourself for the 33K, 56 or the 103. So yes, baby steps, but hopefully we're moving in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you. It's really great for the women because sometimes really at the start line, we're just kind of towered by this really big, tall man. So great job. So lastly, today's weather is actually really quite good. Bit chilly for us, but it's actually great for the one runner. Do you think there's any chance that the course record could be broken? Any chance?
Well, I mean, today is perfect weather. I think like in Hong Kong, you can't ask for better weather than this for running. And I think compared to last year was hot and humid. And this year it's just so much better. And we have such a strong elite field. And I think I'm 99% sure that the course record will be broken.
Any hot favorites? Any any insights?
Good point. If I am to bet, I think Guang Fu will be very good. Yes, he's very strong. He's had a strong year. And for the ladies, of course, Hao Ha from Vietnam is very strong.
It's the first time that she runs in Hong Kong. So do you think it's going to be a bit of a disadvantage for her, you know, not knowing the course very well?
I have seen her, apart from running in Vietnam, she has had international experience, so I don't think she will be phased. I bumped into her this morning. Yeah, I think she's ready for it. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Janet. Going back to your studio.
Thank you, Natalie.
Fantastic to get some insight there from Janet, the race director, of course. She's had an incredible time, as always, pulling this race together with her husband, Steve. An amazing effort on both their parts. For all of the elite athletes taking part, all of the participants taking part, and frankly, everybody in the running community here in Hong Kong who just loves this event so much and really gets behind it. We'll see so many people out on the course, I'm sure, supporting the event. And almost everybody I know here in Hong Kong is in some way involved in helping this event.
That's right.
Whether it's they're going out and supporting their friends on the course, they're volunteering at the event, they're being involved in our media operation. Everybody wants to somehow get involved. And it's a real reflection on the love for this event, I think, that no one has a bad word to say. It's just something everybody wants to try and get on board with and just showcase the beauty of the Hong Kong trails.
That's right. And the community in Hong Kong, like the trail running community in Hong Kong, is very tight. It's very friendly and everybody knows everybody. So as you can see on the live camera here, we have some lead runners, male runners. They have just passed the support point at East Dam, and now they are going on the trails, going to Sai Wan, climbing the Sai Wan, Shan, which is over 300 meters. There they have to run through 3 beaches before they get to checkpoint 1 at Hampton. So I think the tricky part of this course is, of course, is some climbing, and then you have, as you can see, some steps that you have to run. It's pretty runnable though, but then, and as you go on the beach, you have to try to pick your feet up, not getting any sand into your shoes. I remember I was racing years back on this course, then you can see actually runners sitting down at the side of the beach trying to get all the sand off the shoes. So yeah, because it would be uncomfortable for the runners to have all these sands in their shoes or even in their socks. So yeah. And for this part of the course is actually very exposed, as you can see. Not much shade in the course. And then you can see the view ahead is I believe is the first beach, which is called the Long Kea Wan.
That's right, the runners head up and over the mountain, straight down to Long Kea Wan. You've got a pretty steep descent on the stairs here down to the beach. And then things start getting spicy. The road is left long behind and the technical trails really kick in. We've been watching Bai Hui here of the Chinese mainland take the lead in this race. He's been setting the pace ever since that reservoir section. We've been running behind him for some time now as we head down towards the beach and start catching up with some of these lead groups of runners. Back on the reservoir here. Beautiful scenes of some of the runners further back in the pack. enjoy their day out as the sun is still rising. Coming up to 9 a.m. here in Hong Kong local time. Some runners enjoying the fact they're being tracked by the drone here. They'll soon be heading into the mountain, just as we saw earlier, with the lead elites at the front of the pack, who themselves are beginning the real journey into the mountains and across the beaches.
Bai Hui, as you mentioned, Richard, he actually was racing last year in the Hong Kong 100, and he was 15th position, in the 15th position, and he finished at around just under, well under 13 hours. So I think he's looking good. He's one of the few lead runners heading towards Saiwan.
If you're just joining us on the Hong Kong 100 live stream, look at these perfect scenes here on this January morning in Hong Kong as runners in the Hong Kong 100 and in the Grand Sam, the third of the 3 races on a Thursday, Friday and Saturday here in Hong Kong, reaches its conclusion. Perfect scenes showing the beauty of Hong Kong, scenes that many people who have never been to Hong Kong would probably never imagine if they try and wonder what it would be like to visit one of the most densely populated cities on earth. This would probably not be what they would first expect to come and see, but there's so much open space here, there's so many amazing opportunities to enjoy the countryside. It's really a special place to enjoy, and for those of us who have the good fortune to live here, so many playgrounds effectively for our running.
That's right. And then I spoke to like a lot of people visiting Hong Kong. They are actually amazed of, if they have ever been to the countryside or any other national parks in Hong Kong. They actually are amazed like how accessible they are. It's just you travel maybe half an hour or an hour away, and then you get to these beautiful national parks. And we actually have like 25 national parks in Hong Kong in total. And here, as you can see on the screen, it's one of them, the Sai Kung National Park. As you can see on the dam, there are many runners. The Hong Kong 100 race.
Yeah, the field really spreading out now towards the middle of the pack, but still a lovely long stream of running opportunity here on the East Dam Reservoir. Perfect conditions for running, nice cool temperatures, a light breeze here in Hong Kong. No real humidity at this time of year, and for anybody who's used to running here in the heat of the summer, the months of June, July, August, September, even October, stretching into November these days, running at this time of year is so beautiful, and it's one of the reasons that so many people love doing this race, because anybody who's familiar with racing in Hong Kong knows that in the summertime it's incredibly hot and humid, and the timing of this event is really so great. It really gives you the chance to set personal bests on many of these trail sections. And it's one of the big reasons that a lot of international runners love coming here for this event, because it's actually not so prohibitively difficult to come and do well in Hong Kong. For many who live in Europe or colder climes, perhaps in Canada, they come to Hong Kong and they find it pretty tough sometimes racing international events because it is so hot. But the timing of this one certainly more conducive to top-level performance from top-level athletes.
Right, Richard. I think last year the weather was brutal. It came up to like 26 to 28 degrees even, but today's weather is definitely one of the best.
Yeah, lovely scenes here. Just a shout out to the many people commenting on our live stream already. If you have people that you want to send your support to, let us know. Let us know where you're watching from. Send us your comments. I've got many fans for the team of runners from the Philippines. Those include, of course, John Stingray Anifa, Larry Apolinario, Elizabeth Dangadang, Ani Macarenas, some of the top runners from the Philippines who are coming over to race here. We've also got lots of love, of course, for the local Hong Kong runners, Wong Chung, Man Yi Chung, appearing on our live stream chat. And lots of love for the runners from Nepal. We don't just have Samaya Buddha in this race. We had her sister Ramaya yesterday. And we've got some extremely strong male elites from Nepal as well. Arjun Kulung, Mankumar Rokamagar. I've commented on their race events in Asia a few times in the last few months, including, of course, the Asia Pacific Trail Running Championship, where they both did so well.
I think Arjun raced last year as well, right?
That's right. These runners also very experienced at this event. They've been to Hong Kong many times. They've raced this event many times. They know these trails well. And there are other famous Nepalese runners, Tamau to name but one, who have come over here in recent years and dominated many big international races in Hong Kong. A proud heritage of strong Nepalese runners here. Using, as I say, Hong Kong often as a platform to get the attention they thoroughly deserve, and giving them opportunities to travel more widely overseas and showcase their skills. Many of those Nepalese runners, of course, living at altitude, training at altitude. And so when they do come and take part in these mountain races, even with relatively limited experience of international racing, they often surprise everybody because of their sheer tenacity and their toughness and their ability to compete at the highest level without necessarily having had a whole lot of racing experience. So incredible strength from the Nepalese runners. Always love racing against them and watching them in action.
So do you have your a favorite, Richard? Male runner?
My pick for the race this year, my outside dark horse pick, maybe at a push, I might say Dang Guomin would be a possible choice. He's not perhaps one of the out-and-out favorites from the Chinese running elites who are here, but he lives just across the border in Shenzhen. He puts in huge amounts of mileage every month for his training.
You can sometimes see him around in Hong Kong, actually.
He often comes here. He's got many friends here. I believe his girlfriend is from Hong Kong. He's often in Hong Kong running, but there's a lot of Hong Kong runners follow him on Strava and follow his training plans because he's an incredible athlete. He's been around for a while on the scene here, and he's very, very familiar with these trails. He was relatively humble in his interview we did with him a couple of days ago that I'm sure we can play later on about his ambitions for the race. He just wanted to try and improve on his last performance, but I wouldn't put it past him to do much better than that. He's an incredible athlete. Perfect scenes again here as an advert for the city of Hong Kong with this wonderful road weaving through the reservoir. So we see the runners now again heading down to the first beach, Long Kei Wan, as you said, Charmaine, a very, very nice spot in Hong Kong. If you can make it to the end of the reservoir, either on foot if you're very bold, or now you can actually take a taxi or even a suba, a minibus, to the end of the reservoir. You just have this pretty steep but quite short up and over hike to get down to this beach, a very popular camping spot. I've camped there many times.
Have you?
A really beautiful place to wake up in the morning. Looks really tropical. You can see the perfect sand, the blue sea. And yet, as you've mentioned before, Charmaine, it's really just a stone's throw from the main road. And what an opportunity to come and explore these types of terrains for the runners here. If they're not already familiar with some of the opportunities in Hong Kong, after doing the Hong Kong 100 and running through 100 kilometers of mountains and beaches, they certainly will be.
See our cameraman trying to capture some of the best views of this section. As you run down the course, you can see the Long Kei Wan. So for this part of the course, as I said earlier, it's very exposed with many steps.
Yeah, a good example of the technical challenges of running over these mountains, where you have these concrete paved staircases, which if you know how to run them fast, you can gain an awful lot of time on your competition. If you're more cautious, or if like me, you have big feet, it's certainly a bit more of a challenge. I always find if I'm racing against slightly more dainty athletes, it's quite difficult skipping down those stairs as fast as they do. Heading back to the reservoir here as we see some more perfect winter's morning scenes of runners working their way across the race course. 1 hour into the race, just around 7 or 8 kilometers into the race for these runners on the dam.
Actually, speaking of which, Richard, have you ever run this course?
I've never done this race, amazingly,
Okay.
because I've been filming it every single year. And here I am again, sitting down behind a camera and a table, and yet again, not doing this race. I've run this course so many times, in both directions, in all directions, goodness knows, for other race events. But yeah, this is still a bucket list event for me, and it probably will be for a long time. If there are opportunities to still do more media coverage, then I'd love to do that, because it's just such a nice event to share and to celebrate with anybody watching. But yeah, much to my running shame, I'm still a novice when it comes to the Hong Kong 100. So it'll be ticked off one day, that's for sure. But that's been the story of my running life, really, with media coverage in Hong Kong. There's a lot of races I've yet to do simply because I've been tied up trying to film them or commentate on them. But yeah, a total pleasure to be sat here, of course, next to you and to be talking about this event, because it is, after all, something that everybody here, as you say, is so passionate about, and so nice to be able to share these scenes and this scenery with people around the world who might be unfamiliar with the event and also with Hong Kong's trails.
Right.
But I have to default to you, Charmaine, on all counts when it comes to the real-life experience of trying to get across this race course. Do you remember your overall sort of sense when you get to the end of the East Dam here and you start heading down to the beaches? It's almost like the warm-up is over because you've had this first hour, it's out of the way, you've settled down now, and you know that after you get to the end of the dam and you start heading down to the beach, really it's starting to get closer to business time. You really need to start focusing.
Yes, you're so right, Richard. I think that for this first section after I get to the East Dam, it's almost just like a warm up for me, and then you know, and then you will just feeling okay. Now is the start of the trails, a bit of a climb here and there, and then. I was fortunate enough that I have some supporters at some of the checkpoints. So I was like doing it, just one section at a time, trying to focus one section at a time, and then I'll be very happy to see my supporter there, getting all the refuels I need, getting all the nutrition I need, and then I'll be, focusing to another section. So, yeah, I'd love to I mean, I would love to run it again, but I don't know when. So as you can see, the top views of the reservoir.
Yeah, colourful scenes here as the runners continue across the reservoir. It's not just the elites who enjoy this race, of course, it's also runners from throughout the running community, many of whom are taking on the biggest challenge perhaps of their running careers, perhaps of their lives, trying to complete a 100-kilometre race. It's amazing to me that in a short space of time, running 100 kilometres is now not a big deal. And frankly, everybody somewhat expects an average trail runner to give this a go. Let's zoom in here and check out the latest in terms of the leaderboard. Many people, of course, messaging and asking how things are going. You can hear on the live chat many people wondering what's going on, so let's tell you now. Here is the DotTrack Asia GPX tracking system that allows us to zoom into the race course. You can see the start line here that I'm circling that we saw the runners depart from. They then went into the trail around the edge of the reservoir here. They then hit the dam and went all the way around, as you can see, to where we're now looking at across the beach and into the mountain. And we'll zoom down and get a nice sense of how things are progressing. You can see here, number 115, jumping over to the left of screen, Bai Hui of the Chinese mainland, one of many very strong mainland Chinese runners coming over to race here today. Right behind him, 1, 2, 3, Yak Yi Sam, John Ray Onifa, Stingray here, I'm just highlighting on my screen. And Qing Guidu, another very strong Chinese runner we've been watching this morning. Jumping down there, 104. Dang Guomin, who I mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Long Fei Yan, also in the mix, a former winner of this race. Yo Pei Tuen there, 101. And Meng Guanfu on screen right here. You can see Meng Guanfu, last year's winner, certainly in the hunt. Let's flip to the women's. And we'll see how things are progressing on their side.
We have Tang Jing Yan in the first position. And then Veronica Lang, our local runner, followed by Hao Hathi from Vietnam, and then Samaya in the 4th position.
That's right, we've got the women's leaderboard up here. Tang Jin Yen, as you mentioned, Veronica Leng, Hao Ha Thi of Vietnam, Samaya Buddha of Nepal, all tightly packed together. And you can see them all lined up here on the red icons, having just crossed that first beach. And we'll start diving a bit deeper into some of the female competition now as we take a look at an interview we did with Veronica Leng, one of the top expat runners in Hong Kong, originally from Slovakia. Let's hear her hopes ahead of racing this year. Veronica, how are you feeling ahead of the race?
I'm feeling great, yeah. I'm excited to go at it again after 5 years, so can't wait to start, yeah.
And it's an incredibly competitive field in the female division this year. Is that exciting for you, or is it also a little bit nerve-wracking?
I think it's exciting because when I did it 5 years ago, it was very competitive as well. So that year I felt it was nerve-wracking, but it's good because if you really want to push your limits and you want to do your best, you need to have those strong competitors to kind of run with. So for me, it's definitely exciting.
And it's been 5 years since you came to do the event, and during those 5 years, actually the overall standard of female elite trail running has really just constantly improved. That's also really exciting for yourself and for all of us watching the event. There's so many amazing elite females taking part now.
Yeah, I mean, the level is way higher than it was 5 years ago, and I feel like, especially in Asia, where the level was much lower 5 years ago compared to now. I mean, I think the difference is so much bigger here in Asia as opposed to Europe or US, where the sport was already developed a bit earlier. So exciting to have those competitors from all over the world coming to Hong Kong, and just can't wait.
And obviously you know these trails really, really well. Do you have a favorite part of the race course?
Well, obviously I love the start, the beaches, just because it's so beautiful. Overall, I feel like I love running on Mac, and I haven't ran there for a long time because it's quite far from where I live. So I'm just excited to be back out there and enjoy every part except the monkeys.
And do you have any target for yourself? Are you giving yourself any goals for this race?
Yeah, I would like to do better than 5 years ago. And I feel like 5 years ago, it was sort of the best race I have done until today. So I feel like that's good enough, and if I can do it, then I will be happy no matter what the ranking will be.
So now, as you can see on the screen, back to live in action. I think it's the runners climbing up towards Sai Wan. Very tough part of the course of this section. It's very exposed.
That's right, the runners leave the beach of Long Gai Wan and they start their assault into the mountains up this very steep staircase, one of many, many very steep staircases that they will take on during the course of the next 10 hours or so. It's really a big challenge as they leave the fast road behind and have to get used to the fact that for much of the next 10, 11, 12, in some cases 15, 16 hours or so, they'll be doing something more like this, which is a tough, long slog.
And you can see yet again, like the runners, they are trying to get on the side of the steps rather than actually on the steps. So they're trying to save their legs for more steps coming ahead of them, ahead of the course. And you can see like how the athletes, they pace and walk or climb these steps using the quads, pushing with their hands.
That's right, they're really pumping their legs here. Some, of course, choosing to bring hiking poles, running poles onto the course, certainly not a bad move to try and just take the edge off what is a lot of very steep ups and downs. But it's rare in this event to see too many of the elite runners using the running poles. Many of them view these staircase climbs as still relatively fast, because even though they're very, very steep, ultimately the terrain is pretty solid. It's not tree roots and jungle as they may be used to racing in other parts of the world, particularly in Asia, where a lot of these race courses take place in much more sort of densely vegetated parts of the world, where you're really just climbing up the edge of a mountain with certainly no pristine trail and certainly no manicured set of stairs like we're used to in many cases in Hong Kong. And so many runners still view this as something they can dance up and down, which is why you'll see relatively few running poles among the elites. But it really does help as your legs get tired in the second half of this race to have that extra shoulder, back and arm power to push you up and down these hills, and of course give you some stability on some of the tricky technical terrain. And plenty of hikers out enjoying the scenery there, of course, in Hong Kong, one of the most accessible places in the world to come for a hike. You can see the pagoda just up there on the right of screen that the runners are heading towards, which will mark one of the high points of this mountain section between the beaches before they then work their way back to the road. Impressive, of course, to see these hikers going up with such heavy bags on. Many of them may have been camping. Many of them may be heading for a weekend at the beaches. But doing a very good job, as always in Hong Kong, to actually respect the race too. It's always something I'm very grateful for when I'm doing a race in Hong Kong, that so many of the hiking community do understand the challenges of organizing the race events on these hiking trails and the effort that the runners are putting themselves through. It's really, I think, quite an amazing thing that it's possible to have so many people sharing the trails in this way without really any major problems. I'm amazed how many people will always offer you a gaiao, even if you're running through the section they're hiking on, when actually they would be entitled to tell you to get out of the way, because right. They find it annoying that there's so many runners. Some perfect scenes here as the runners depart the beach, heading up into the mountain. Always exciting to be inside the trail in this way and get a sense of what the terrain is like on the ground.
So as you can see, like this female runners here, she's doing strong running up those steps.
Yeah, a bit of hands on hips here, perfectly understandable. Important to keep your breath and not get overexcited in this early stage in the race. Still a very, very long way to go. The runner we were just looking at there, Lin Yufang, in the white hat and white t-shirt, Lin Yufang of China. Very nice and smooth, very solid. This group of female runners here just making light work of this staircase. Another tough climb as they leave the beach behind, but smiles there to the cameraman. Looking very smooth. Giving the cameraman a wave there as they scoot up this steep staircase and depart the beach. Lin Yufang here of China climbing up the stairs here very smoothly in the mid-pack of the female elite race. She got an ITRA score of 582. A very solid performer for anybody who's interested in the ITRA Performance Index. This is an opportunity for many runners to start traveling the world and build up their running performance. And looking very smooth there as they start heading into the mountains, heading into the clouds, heading into the blue, blue sky of Hong Kong on this January morning. Smooth as you like. A little bit of tiredness in the legs there perhaps from some of the runners around them, but a great opportunity for them to take in the breathtaking views of the Sai Kung Peninsula. As we can see here, the camera panning around and you see the endless ocean views of this eastern Hong Kong trail section that forms the first part of the Maclehose Trail. Great to get so many varieties of runners on camera during this live stream before we focus more closely on the elites later on in the race.
So please, if you're watching the live stream now, try to share amongst your friends, you know, from in Hong Kong or abroad, supporting this event.
Deng Ronghua here from China, runner number 5, bib number 5. Another very strong female racer in this event. An ITRA score here of 715. The ITRA Performance Index indicates your performance over the course of your best racing results, combining the technicality of the race with the total distance of the race and your time compared to other runners in the event. It's a complicated algorithm, but it pretty accurately establishes your level of credentials in the trail running world. Deng Ronghua here, number 5 in the women's division, bib number 5, an ITRA score of 715, a very strong performer here. She's just outside the top 10 ranked ITRA runners in this event. And looking solid, she passes many of the men around her, many of the athletes around her, and heads into the mountains. Nice split screen here showing you the sense of competition among the elite females as they start pushing the pace towards the front. These women just sat behind the lead group that we saw earlier of Veronica Leng, of Samaya Buddha, of Hao Ha Ti. And also of Tang Jinyen, who we were filming earlier on, coming around the reservoir. This is probably the second leading group, I would say, of the female runners making their way up the mountain. Looking very smooth and solid as they go. Bib number 5, Deng Ronghua here, just taking a breather now as she reaches the crest of this summit, before she starts, no doubt, stretching her legs. But great to be inside the trails in this way and really capture the scenery of this rocky terrain. You can see just how technical the terrain is here. It's a little bit risky to be pushing it too hard at this stage in the race. Certainly what some people might call an ankle breaker if you get it wrong. But you can see already the pace starting to increase as the runners crest the top of the mountain and start coming down the other side.
So what do you find the toughest, Richard? Going up a hill or down a hill?
I really love heading into the mountains, honestly. It's a war of attrition, especially in the summertime. But when you know everybody is struggling and it's not just you in the middle of a race, it definitely makes you feel better. It's always easy to get into a dark place when you're halfway up a big climb and you're worried that you're the only one who's in trouble. But really, I think there's some impressive pacing taking place here among these elites as we see them really just take a measured approach to the first half of the race, knowing exactly what's in store for them. It's only 90 minutes into the run. I think they know exactly how to pace this, and that's why they're doing a good job of just taking their foot off the gas a little bit at this stage, just protecting themselves for what will be a huge effort later on in the day. We can check in with the leaderboard again just now. We mentioned earlier, of course, that we had Bai Hui right at the front of the pack. We'll zoom in and see how things are standing now as you look at runner 100, of course, Meng Wanfu. I'm going to highlight him here on the left of screen. Last year's winner, now taking steps to close that gap on number 123, John Ray Anifa of the Philippines. Such a well-known face here in Hong Kong. Stretching away. Somebody asked me on the live track what this website is called. I can tell you now, you can see it here. It's the .track Asia /2025 HK100. .track Asia 2025 HK100. You can follow all the action here and see exactly how the runners are doing. I want to zoom in a little bit on this crown icon here. If you do join us on the live stream, you'll see this crown icon. This represents the course record time from Yo Pei Tuen. We were looking at the stats of that earlier on. This crown represents his exact GPX file from his course record time back in 2020. And it's fascinating to see how this year's race is doing in comparison with that leading time.
Women's.
We can see the stats here from Bai Hui. Passing the water point there in around 49 minutes. That's very close to the time when he was setting the record just a couple of years ago. Some other famous names on this leaderboard you can see here, of course, Deng Guomin, who we mentioned earlier, Yo Pei Tuen, the course record holder, Danny Jung of Italy, Ani Macarenas of the Philippines. So many top talent on display here. And then some famous names from the local running scene here in Hong Kong. Jeff Campbell, Wong Ho Chung, and a first mention here for Ludovic Vriens, the Hong Kong-based runner from the Netherlands. Such a powerful force in the running scene here. The 9th time he's done this event and always comes out with a very solid performance, pushing on for top 10 places every time.
He's actually one of the teammates of Jeff in the Trail Walker a couple of months back.
That's right. I'm just going to refresh my page here as we zoom in to some of the female elites on our camera and check out the latest in the female race. We have Tang Jingyan, who we saw on camera earlier on, leading the way, number 9, alongside Samaya Buddha, number 11. Right next to them, number 19, Hao Ha-Thi of Vietnam, and right next to her, Veronica Leng, number 14. They're running in a pack. You can see as we zoom in, they're really just all next to each other, pushing the pace in the female division. It's going to be fascinating to see how this race unfolds for the women, knowing that they're running so tightly together at this point. We were chatting to Xiang Fujiao, the female record holder. just a couple of days ago to try and get her GPX file from her 2020 race win. But unfortunately, she doesn't have the file anymore. Otherwise, we could put a crown on this one as well and see how the runners are doing compared to her amazing 2020 time. But we'll certainly bring that to you next year if we set a new record. Unfortunately, that file of hers is lost somewhere in the ether of the online Stravasphere. But we'll certainly try and get that record back for you. But in the meantime, of course, what we'll do is look at the stats when we approach the major checkpoints in the race and see how the female runners are doing. Back on course now, let's see some of this action from the race course as the runners start flying down the mountainside. And I'll just bring the men back into play here. Just for easy reference, as we see the gaps starting to develop between the lead runners. I would fully expect the current distance between the lead females here in the red and the lead males in the blue to start to close as the race progresses. It's often been the case in this event that we've seen the men go out very hard, the women be a little bit more conservative, and then that gap start to narrow as the race progresses. And many of the men who you're seeing in this top section here may start to realize they've gone out a little bit too fast. That typically tends to happen in the latter stages of this race. And I'd expect to see some of these lead women starting to push much higher into the overall leaderboard, because the talent they have and the tenacity they have and actually the pacing strategy they have has proved time and time again to actually be on par with the very best of the elite males. So looking forward to seeing this gap continue to narrow as the race course progresses. Great to have some more trail action here on the right of your screen as we're flying down the mountain. Exciting to see just how fast these runners take these downhills. They're dancing down the trails here. You can see that nimble footwork. That's exactly what's required in a race like this. Light on their feet, sometimes taking 2 or 3 steps at a time. It's this kind of talent that's actually essential, frankly, to doing well in this event. You can't hold back on those downhills. As soon as you do, you're really in trouble, Charmaine.
That's right.
They certainly make it look easier than it really is running on this type of rocky, hard, technical downhill.
So I think they're charging down to Saiwan Beach now after the climb up to Saiwan. Shan? That's the second beach that they have to go through.
That's right, we can zoom in here and get a closer sense of the positioning of the lead men. They're heading down to Hampton, the famous beach crossing.
Oh yeah, at the end of the beach there, they have to sort of like just be careful not to wet their feet before they getting to the first checkpoint at Hampton.
That's right, we can show you exactly what Charmaine's talking about on our screen. There's this very short section here where you might have to do a bit of a long jump.
Yes.
To try and get over the water here. The lead men will soon be approaching this section before they then climb up and over this.
Whereas I think back in the earlier days, if you zoom in a little bit, you can actually see there's a little bridge in the kind of like in the middle. Actually,
just
before
here,
that,
I think you're talking about.
Yeah, just before early on the days, I think the runners actually have to cross this little bridge that was just built by pieces of wood, and they instead of a long jump, they will have to like sort of like walking on the on a bar. On the T-bar or something.
That's right. It's a balancing act, isn't it?
Yes.
Almost like a gymnastics challenge in the middle of the race.
Yes.
You'll see here the sheer beauty of the eastern peninsula of Hong Kong. There's one long beach to run across here, up and over the mountain, another long beach, Dai Wan, in this Dai Long Wan Peninsula for the runners to cross. The third beach in a row, as you'll see from our wider angle on the map, that the runners will be crossing during this section. As we run down the mountain with some of the first wave of faster runners in the competition.
So we can see like 2 men leading runners. They are almost at the checkpoint 1, Hampton. I think a lot of these elite runners, they don't stay at the checkpoints very long. They would just, you know, maybe refill the water in a matter of seconds, and then they'll just keep on going. And then nutrition-wise, I think they know exactly what they have to do. What to eat along the way, when to drink, when to eat. Yeah, I'm always amazed. Like I always want to chat and share. Wanted to get the runners to share like how they actually fuel themselves during a race. It's very interesting. It's almost like a eating contest during the race. You have to know exactly what to eat or what to drink, as in when is the best time.
Yeah, race day nutrition, of course, so important. We'll see the runners coming through many of the big checkpoints. Over the coming hours, and we'll really get a close sense of just how little time they spend at those checkpoints, how much they're pushing their pace, how aggressive, how confident they are running through with almost no support at all in terms of nutrition, just taking the bare minimum. They've practiced this so many times, they know exactly how their body can handle pushing the envelope. Lots of great comments coming in, messages of support for runners in the event, particularly John Ray Nifa of the Philippines. Stingray got a big following online, as always. A big fan base. If you're enjoying getting some trail action on your Saturday morning, either in Hong Kong or in East Asia, do let us know where you're watching from. Do like this stream and send us some messages.
He's in the lead now.
As we start to head into the real meat of this race course. Great to get some nice, smooth running action through the trails here, despite the technical challenge of live streaming from an area with so little connectivity and so much technical terrain. You can see the technical skill here of the elites as they dance across the mountainside, hopping between the rocks, making light work of what is really quite difficult terrain. As you can see this rocky downhill here that I remember very well. Look at this, a perfect example with the difference between having the confidence or not as an elite runner to take on this kind of trail. If you can run down these sections fast, Charmaine, you can do exactly what we're watching now, which is overtake 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in a very short space of time. And if you've spent a long time climbing up that mountain, it's quite demoralizing always, isn't it, to then just be overtaken by somebody like this so smoothly, just dancing.
I know, I know.
All the way down and making it look so easy. There's a lot of runners in this race, particularly, for example, Stingray of the Philippines, who are really renowned for their ability to do these downhills. And there's nothing more demoralizing, honestly, than pushing so hard to overtake them on the steep climb, only to see them fly past you 10 minutes later after you crest the summit of the mountain.
This lady here she's so strong, overtaking so many runners.
Yeah, it's a perfect lesson, really, in how to do well in these events when you understand the terrain very well. And ultimately, as with everything, it just takes practice. It's hard to discipline yourself to go out and not spend an hour simply doing a nice, long, fast cardio session, but instead go out and just deliberately run up and down a technical trail 20 times. It's not everybody's idea of fun, but in a race like this, if you can really improve your downhill ability on technical terrain like this, it will really serve you well. And this perfect shot here from the cameraman is illustrating exactly the challenge that the runners face. You can't come into an event like this with a strong half marathon time, for example, or be in the shape of your life and expect to do well if you can't run down this technical trail.
You're absolutely right.
Some beautiful scenes here in Hong Kong. We're going to take a little look here at some beautiful scenes from another World Trail Majors event as we start to expand our World Trail Majors horizons and take a look at some of the scenes from Australia.
Thanks, Richard, and welcome. Fantastic to be here from Australia, and I did run the third on Thursday, and here, and I'm watching a bit of this footage, and it's bringing back some flashbacks with the stairs. I loved it. What an amazing course, and I had an epiphany when I was on course. I was like, this is why people travel to do races. It was running on the beaches, from the sands to the summit. It was amazing.
Fantastic. Just to help everybody understand again, we're joined here, of course, by Nigel Preston, the race director of the Grampians Peaks Trail Race, one of the World Trail Majors additions fairly recently to the series. Fantastic to have you with us. He, of course, raced the third just a couple of days ago, as he was explaining there. And you'll have raced on exactly these sections of technical trail that we're watching unfold now, with some of the lead females flying through the section here. And it's how does it compare with the race course that you've designed? How's your experience been here? And what should runners expect if they come over to your race, somewhere between the sort of Melbourne, Southern Australia area? What should they expect compared to what we're seeing on screen?
Yeah, so the it's 2 hours from Melbourne. So if people fly into Melbourne and they want to come, we'll help you get to the race location. The Grampians Peaks Trail, it is a specifically designed walking track and hiking track. It's actually designed to be covered in 10 to 13 days as a hiking track, not necessarily run over 24 hours. So we trail athletes are a bit crazy, aren't we? But it is 99% single track. So 0 roads throughout the course, and it goes over a series of different thirds. So the top third is very single track oriented, a little bit sandy, a little bit gravelly, but some easier elevation, but starts on an amazing rock slab at the start. The middle third is a lot of rock climbing and scrambling, and then the bottom third is sandy. So it really changes. The course changes over the 100 miles, 770 metres of elevation, and it just keeps coming. So it's tough. It's really tough. I found this particularly difficult. You were spot on what you said before about descending. I am not personally a great descender, and wow, the locals destroyed me on the last descent here on Thursday.
Yeah, it's certainly a tough challenge, I think, for many people coming here with the stairs. We'll hear from Kelly Angel shortly, one of the top Australian runners taking part in the event here. And I asked her, what's your big challenge? And you'll hear in a moment exactly what she says to that, and it's a one-word answer. But yeah, exactly right. The technical terrain here is somewhat challenging, I think, compared to some of the beautiful, long, open track that you can get in places like Australia, simply because Hong Kong's a tiny place. You don't really have that sense of scale.
No.
I was running in the Blue Mountains last year for the first time, and it sounds silly to say, but even though we've got so much green space here, getting out into the Blue Mountains there and running basically in a straight line through the mountains for about 3 hours is a concept that many of us here just cannot fathom. And it's a totally different feeling of being in the wilderness, of being in nature. And it's a total joy because you completely switch off. You no longer have the sense, which we often have here, of being in a specific place because you know your location so clearly.
Yes.
Having that scale of landscape is a way to just completely lose any sense of time and place.
Absolutely. You're talking 100 miles, so 160 kilometres from top to bottom, and we have aid stations or checkpoints every 11 to 13 kilometres, and in between that, you won't even cross a road. So it's really remote wilderness, but thankfully there's kangaroos, echidnas, there's all the Australian wildlife out there living amongst it, and it's an amazing, amazing landscape. There is amazing rock formations that's really popular with rock climbers as well, and I'm giving you a bit of a sense of the area that it is. So it's amazing. And Kelly Angel, yeah, she's in the top 10 at the moment. I know it's early days, but from an Aussie point of view, we're excited. She has run our event a number of times. She's a great Australian ambassador for women's elite running.
Yeah, she certainly is a fantastic runner. We'll hear from her in a minute. We'll also be able to show you the world map for the World Trail Majors Series and the race calendar for the World Trail Majors Series. Just to put all of this into context, Hong Kong, of course, was the first race on the World Trail Majors calendar exactly 1 year ago. We were sat in exactly this position doing a live stream for the Hong Kong 100, celebrating the launch of the World Trail Majors. And since then, of course, we've seen that event grow and grow. We've seen more races like yourselves
that's right.
get on board and turn it into a full series. You've got the map up here. You're down, of course, in the bottom right.
Down in the bottom there, down under. So we are in November in the second last race of the year. So we are on the 6th to 9th of November. And then after you finish with us in Australia, you can jump across to South Africa and Cape Town. That's the last race in the series. So sort of bookending in Australia, that is in our spring. So the temperatures are around the 20 to 35 degree mark, depending on the year and depending on the time. It can be quite variable, but yeah, it's beautiful country and beautiful time to come down to Australia. And there's the World Trail Majors. We just think this is an amazing way for independent racers to band together, help elevate the sport, do amazing things like this live stream, share information together, and have people travel the globe. As I said, I was running the third on Thursday, and just it clicked to me now. This is why people come and experience different parts. This is my first time to Hong Kong, and hope it's not my last. I'll have to go and tick the other races off the bucket list now.
Yes, certainly. We'll be talking to David Lloyd from the Vietnam Mountain Marathon. You can see on screen there in September, a little bit later on in our live stream, just to share the love and celebrate the effort that people like yourselves as race directors put in to make these events happen. And the fact that we now have this collective is certainly, I think, helping many of these races not just find new ways of organising themselves, but of course find new participation lists from other regions they don't have. We mentioned Kelly Angel earlier, a top Australian runner in the race today. Yeah. Let's take a listen to the interview we did with her back at the Expo and hear about her hopes for this year's event.
In Hong Kong before, so in terms of like the trails, comparing back home in Australia, like what are the difference?
Stairs. Lots of stairs.
And did you do something special to kind of prepare for the stairs in Hong Kong?
Yeah, just tried to get out and find as many stairs as I could. Do lots of stair training this time. Probably more than last time, yeah.
Just in recent years, the female runners have been doing really, really well. And so what's your view in this?
It's really exciting. Like, I've been competing for a very long time, probably 15 years now. So I've seen the evolution of female trail runners over that time, and yeah, it's awesome that they're getting better, the competition's getting better, we've got more people to race against and to make friends with, and yeah, it's really exciting for the sport.
We were just talking about Kelly Angel there, of course. She's number 17 in this race event, and we can see her split time just coming through the first water point at the end of East Dam in just over an hour. That's a pretty solid run, I'd say. It's anything around the hour mark is pretty solid for getting to the end of the East Dam. We can zoom in right now and see number 17. There she is. She's crossed over the main part of Hampton Beach. She's looking in a pretty good position, I would say, at this stage in the race. It's certainly early days. We asked her in that interview, of course, what she found most challenging, and she said the answer was stairs, was the one-word answer. Stairs, stairs, stairs. She's been racing in Hong Kong. She knows the way around here, a highly experienced competitor, and I wouldn't be surprised, of course, if she starts to close the gap a little bit as the race progresses. Still a little distance off the lead group here that we saw earlier in the women's division. 3 very strong female athletes leading the way here. But at this stage, just this up and over down to Hampton Beach, she's probably, I'd say, 15, 20 minutes behind that lead group at the moment. The big question mark, I think, for the lead ladies at the moment is something we see so often happen in the lead men's events, is if you have a group pushing it pretty hard at the front, whether or not they basically just knock each other out. Because that happens a lot in the men's division. And as the women's division gets increasingly competitive, and we see this every single year, the same thing starts to happen. And the fact that in previous years you'd have the elite women running a little bit more conservatively, and as a result, running much more smoothly in the latter half of the race. This is the kind of race where I'm looking at just on the dot track, and I'm already starting to wonder if we're going to see a few blow-ups later on, which is extremely exciting because, of course, from a spectator's point of view, there's nothing more entertaining.
It makes for good entertainment, doesn't it?
And fascinating about seeing how people can hold on when they're pushing each other so hard.
That's
but
right.
Kelly Angel in a very solid position, I would say. It's not easy coming all the way up to Hong Kong to do these races in technical terrain.
That's right, and her husband's running as well, Tegan Angel, in the 100K. So he has done nearly 50 ultras himself, and he's amazing and works tirelessly to just support the sport. And yeah, it just looks like Kelly's just crossed the little wooden footbridge over a little stream off the beach there, going through a little jungle section. And yeah, I love the different terrain on this course. And the section they're running on there on the live pictures, it's concrete steps. We don't, as we said, we don't have a lot of those in Australia, so they're a little bit unique. And I love these beach sections as well. And there were some real pinch me moments, and they're just things where you think, oh, I've got to come and do this again. And yeah, it certainly got harder as the race got on, that's for sure.
Yeah, it sure does. And I mean, honestly, this section for many of the runners taking part is still really the honeymoon period, I would describe it.
That's right.
Not only is the terrain relatively easier to run, but it's clearly incredibly beautiful. The weather is cooler at this time in the morning. There are many, many people out on the beaches supporting and getting excited for the action. And I think what generally happens is everybody just falls in love with this day out in the mountains and slightly loses focus so often in this race with the fact that they're in a really tough battle. And things really start to get a lot tougher and a lot harder when they start to leave a lot of this beautiful scenery and they really enter the more challenging terrain that we'll see later on in the race.
She's taking the, this runner here, they're taking the smooth path. I wasn't quite sure personally, do we go the steps on the right or the smooth path on the left? Certainly the fast descenders could take this. There's a couple of little hairpin right here into another hairpin. Yeah, they're moving well. They're moving very nicely down there.
Yeah, this section is well known to many of us in Hong Kong, this very steep downhill towards the beaches and the Saiwan village. And it's a good question. Do you dance down the stairs or do you take this pretty severe 10-12% downhill instead? And I can tell you what happens every single time. You think, just take it easy, relax. It's early days in the race.
That's right. The time's only clicked 2 hours and you've got a long way to go.
Exactly. Charmaine's laughing at us off camera because she knows exactly how this feels. And of course, do we do that? No, we don't. We run straight down the downhill. We smash our quads to pieces and you don't notice until probably 2 or 3 hours later when you're going up Kaling Ha climb into the real meat of the climbs, and then you really start to feel it because these downhills feel so luxurious because it's like running down a red carpet compared to the staircases that we'll face later on.
Or later on. I was describing some of the course here to a friend and I said, imagine if you've taken like a baseball and someone's just glued it into the mud and then you've got to run down it. That's sort of what some sections of the course was like. And they were like, oh, wow, that's really tricky. And I was like, yeah, no kidding. And then you've got these other bits where it's concrete. We don't have many concrete trails like this, particularly on the Grampians. It's all sand or it's all granite, rock. So this was like red carpet. You're right. This is really beautiful. One other thing that's a little bit in common, I ran past some campers here, some people in tents camping, and I think they were just waving to me from their campsite. And on our race in the Grampians, that also goes through campsites. And so you have campers out cheering the runners on in both the races. It's a beautiful connection between the two. So the weather looks beautiful. These guys have got the poles out and they look like they're going pretty well. I think you were talking earlier about poles versus no poles, Richards. What's the sort of feeling in the race, do you think?
Certainly in the first half of this race, there's really no need to bring poles, honestly. A lot of the runners will have support crews around the halfway point who will actually hand over the poles.
Pass them over for the steep section.
In this race, and then it will really start to do you some benefits. But I'm always amazed how the elite runners in both the male and the females division in this race are now basically just dispensing with anything, even a carbon fiber pole. They'll just think extra weight, not worth the effort. We can suck it up and push on through without. But there's no question for anybody who's maybe needing a little bit of extra protection or support in 100 kilometers, it's a good idea to bring them because the uphills particularly do start to get steep, and these staircases are renowned for really eating you if you haven't really paced yourself properly. And so I think that's why in this I call this like the second tier elite pack we're watching right now, you'll see quite a few more people getting the poles out. And the only tricky part is because the other thing in Hong Kong that's unique is we don't have, as you often might have in Australia, a sort of a 25-minute continuous climb or a 30-minute continuous descent. Instead, you're just up, down, up, down, up, down. And so for that reason, of course, the poles can be quite tiring and tiresome because you're thinking, get them out, put them back, get them out, put them back. And if you're wearing the waist belt system for the poles again, it starts to get
annoying and it can be jangling around, those sort of things.
So again, all of this racecraft comes into play when runners from overseas come over here and they have to adapt to some of these quirks, just as I'm sure they will do when they head to Australia.
That's
similar challenges.
Yeah, when they book their tickets to come to Australia, in November, to come down. And one thing that they'll love is that the trail really changes. So there's different plants and there's different animals at the top of the trail around those big rock slabs that I was talking about to the bottom southern part of the trail. And you really can feel like you've gone through different experiences and different terrain as you go. So this lovely little hamlet here by the water, this is a good part of the course here on the part of the third and also the 100K. And yeah, I think at this point they're probably anticipating the climbs ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, just from an international perspective, since you're sat here before you head off and explore the rest of the city, this is Hong Kong, and yet 10 minutes later, after you leave our studio, you're going to be in the middle of concrete skyscrapers.
Yes, that's right.
Everything you could imagine from a first world city. And yet we also have these tiny little villages nestled in the beaches where there are communities of people who are living perfectly happily, just like they might do in any other part of the world. And yet they're so connected to a city that considers itself to be a global hub of business, a global hub of foreign exchange.
Yes.
And yet you can take a taxi ride and a run over a mountain, and you're basically hanging out in what for many people would be a 5 or 6 hour plane ride, or at least a drive.
Yes, yes, and beautiful shot there of the beaches. I ran on one of the beaches and there was some really good waves, and they just ran past a surfboard, and you know, Australia is well known for surfing, and I had never in my mind put together Hong Kong and surfing or beaches like this before, and it really is a joy of trail running, and this World Trail Majors Series is that it can bring people to different parts of the world to experience. And there was some cows on the course, or just near the course, just back there. I think they call them buffalo here, don't they, Richard?
That's right, that's right.
Just roaming on the side and thinking, is this Hong Kong? Is this it? But it is. And here's part of, this is a beautiful beach that they get to run along here. I think this might be the last beach they get to on this section of the course. And it's great. There are lots of people out supporting this morning. And
absolutely.
It's interesting, isn't it? I was in the expo, the Trail Expo here as part of the Hong Kong 100, and a lot of people here planning to run everything from a competitive time at the pointy end right up to the cutoff, you know, 20 hours, 24 hours plus. And they're all here to experience the joys of this race, aren't they?
Absolutely. It's a true celebration of the running community here, and as you'll have seen in your few days here already, it's a very tight community. It's a small place, everybody knows each other, and so many people out, as you say, to support the runners on the course today, and such a joy. As we'll see later, when the big checkpoints arrive, the most popular checkpoints for support, it's really a party atmosphere. Everyone's trying to help each other out, and it's one of the reasons this race is so popular, just because whether you're an elite runner or a mid-pack runner or a back-of-the-pack runner, there's just so many people cheering you on, and none of it is contrived, none of it is staged. It's all just organic, authentic hiking culture in Hong Kong, and it's really something to savor. And the great thing is many of the people who come out running will then be out hiking this exact same route next weekend with their friends. You know, this is so accessible. It's not somewhere that you think of as being a destination race. And one of many reasons why it's just so nice to share this event with a global audience.
That's right. Yeah.
Thanks so much for coming in, Nigel. It's a pleasure to have you with us. And please enjoy the rest of your time in Hong Kong. And just as a last point for all the viewers who are looking at your race, when's the sign-up starting? How do they sign up? And what's the best process for that?
Yeah, sign-ups will open in February. And the race is on in November. Start of November, so if you search Grampians Peaks Trail 100 miler or look through the World Trail Majors information, but down in Victoria, it's 2 hours from Melbourne in Australia, so that's really easy to fly to, and if anyone's interested, get in touch. But gpt100.com.au is the website, and we have a Chinese language website and a French language website as well for international visitors. We'd love to see as many people come from overseas, and if we can make that process any easier for people watching and want to come down and run, whether it's the relay, we do a relay, a 4-day stage race, 50K, 100 miles, we'd love to see you down under.
Thanks so much. A fantastic invitation. Our good friend Stone Zhang, I think, came to visit the race and take part last time, and we all followed him here and enjoyed his videos in the scenery. So lots of opportunities to explore the world, and we'll bid a farewell and a bon voyage to you as you head off to enjoy the rest of your time in Hong Kong, and we'll get back stuck into the race action. Nigel Preston there of the GPT race down in Australia. Fantastic to have the Grampians Peaks on our broadcast today. Straight back onto the race course as we catch up with the latest in the Hong Kong 100. Some very smooth running here from the elite females.
嗨，大家好，我们现在已经比完了。大家好，我们现在在北台澳，这是距离
The pace is starting to pick up. 2 hours into the race, we've got the time clock up there on the left of screen.
所有的跑手在经过第一个补给站咸田湾后，路过一个小村庄，接着就开始进入铺装路的爬升。这是一段比较平缓的爬升，所以相信精英集团，相信精英基本一定都是飙上来。那到达北潭澳之后呢，这里是一个马路，也是麦里号2段和3个的分段处。经过马路，开始不断的朝爬升，进入了石山。
Yeah, some lovely scenes here as the runners descend into the long beach crossings of Eastern Sai-kung.
嗨，大家好，我现在在北潭澳，这是距离起点27公里处的地方，然后这边是在迈进的2段和3段的分割的地方。那经过了咸田湾第一个补给站之后，所有的跑手呢会路过一个村庄，接着进入一段铺装路的爬升。这段爬升是比较缓和的。那相信精英们都是狂飙。
Looking nice and solid. Amazing scenery. You can see the mountains just cresting into the blue skyline. The ocean on the right, the mountains on the left. A perfect, perfect day out for many of the runners coming from overseas.
This is definitely one of the signature parts of the course. You run along the beach with this beautiful scenery. I remember when I was racing, I just enjoy this part so much. Couldn't help myself getting my phone out and taking pictures of the beach.
I was going to ask you, Charmaine, in the middle of a race, sometimes you can't stop yourself, can you?
No, it's so beautiful.
Yeah, I often have to pinch myself in the middle of a race and just remind myself where I am, because when you're in race mode, sometimes you sort of slightly lose sight of the scenery and you lose sight of the joy of being out in nature. And it's a shame, really, if you're pushing too hard to take a moment just to stop and breathe it all in. But yeah, this beach crossing, nice runnable sand here, not too soft, people applauding you on either side. What an experience for some of these runners as they take on this amazing race course with the Hong Kong 100 banners up on the beach. There's that moment, Charmaine, you mentioned, dancing across this little bit of water on the wooden log as the photographers are queued up. And we're with the leading men. Exciting to be right at the front of the race course. This leading group of men hasn't changed since the early days of us tracking. And we're going to keep you right up to date now. With this lead pack as
The first one is Dan Guoming.
We do the big road crossing in Pak Tamau. Exciting times as we see the lead men leave the beaches behind and start to head into the mountains. You're quite right. We have this lead group of Dang Guomin and Zhang Huohua pushing the pace at the front.
And now, once they enter this trail section, it's a very tough climb to the Aoyi Seksan. It's a very tough climb.
That's right. This next section incredibly hard after coming up from the beaches. There he is, John Ray Anifa, Stingray, quick smile to the camera. He's right in that lead pack too. And who's that? Of course, it's Meng Guanfu, last year's winner.
He's getting his poles out.
He's not going to let the leaders get too far away. And you're quite right, the poles are out earlier than I was expecting. But this, as you say, Charmaine, is probably the first real meaty climb of the race. This is where those short, punchy technical climbs end and the proper big hardcore climbs begin. The photographer's already out on course capturing this uphill moment as we sit at the back of this lead pack.
You can just see steps.
That's right, steps upon steps upon steps, which is the start of things to come for many of these elite men. We have amongst the men leaders, I'll just run through some of the names in this lead group. We have Meng Guanfu, last year's winner, we just saw him. We have John Rayanifa, Stingray of the Philippines, we just saw him. We have Deng Guomin, my dark horse pick for a podium place in the race this year. We have Zhang Huohua, a very strong runner from China. Also in this lead group, we have Mankumar Rokamagarov of Nepal and Gu Rongqiao, also from China. A lot of the strongest Chinese runners running in a pack here, bunching together. You can really see just how steep this climb is and just how hard these runners are pushing. A runner here just grabbing a stick to help him go up. But all the lead runners here getting the poles out as they know this is the climb they've been waiting for. We were talking with Nigel just now about how some of these runners won't even bother getting the poles out for 100 meter, 200 meter ups and downs. But this one, a solid ascent. I think we have the
425 for Shan.
Perfect, Charmaine. Right on cue, off the top of your head. Having done this one so many times. And remind us the meaning of the name of this mountain, because it's got another funny name in Cantonese.
Yes, Shan is actually the ear, the cow ears rock, if you translate it straight from Chinese. So yeah, I guess it's taken from maybe the shape of the mountains, but I don't know, because we are always on the mountains and you can't really see the shape of it, except that you are actually from seeing it from the outside. So I don't know.
That's right. We've got a perfect drone shot here, looking down on the runners as they go up the side of this cow ear rock, as we call it, the Cow's Ear Mountain.
Yeah.
One of many fantastic names on the race course for the scenery here.
And you can see this part, it's not only the tough climb, but also you can see it's very exposed. I remember some of my training days back on this mountain. It's when you're doing it in the summer, it's just brutal. And then you have to, basically, you just have to have an extra bottle of water, just to get a shower from the water, because it's so hot and it's so tough.
Yeah, beautiful shots here. You can see the shadows of the runners extending up the side of the mountain in this lead pack. As the sun starts to rise, things start to warm up. And the real competition, the real battle, if you like, among the men's division begins. People keeping a fairly steady pace, no one trying to overtake one another, everybody respecting the climb, really, knowing it's not the right time to launch an attack at this early stage in the race, more so a time just to settle into a rhythm, keep hydrated, keep feeding yourself, because after this climb, there's actually a very nice, fast, runnable downhill. And that will be the time that certainly runners like Stingray, who we're seeing on camera here with the poles out in the black shorts and black vest, he'll be looking forward to flying down that mountain, I think, and trying to take out a few of the people who are currently ahead of him, because that downhill is pretty fast and slightly technical, which is his idea of heaven, and certainly won't be viewed so favorably by some of the runners around him. So no doubt he's holding back a touch there, as we get a sense here of the steepness of this climb, with this this drone angle of the same section as the sun comes out over the mountain here and really just illuminates the day for many of the runners who have been waiting for it to warm up and waiting for themselves to warm up with their pacing on the race course.
So they're almost like halfway through this second section. It's 10 kilometers. In fact, it's 12 kilometers. That's like one of the toughest part of the whole course. Passing Tamau and now climbing up the Shan.
Lovely shot here showing just the density of this lead group. You can see, even though we're some 2.5 hours into the race, the men still tightly packed, just meters between them as they move in almost military formation up the side of this first major climb. Enjoying, as you mentioned, Charmaine, just a few moments of shade in what is otherwise a pretty exposed section
yes.
of rock. And having been on the beach now for some time, they'll have had a lot of sun exposure so far, and I'm sure they'll be looking forward in a little while to getting out of that a little bit once they get up and over this mountain.
Yeah, so as you get on the top and start the descent, you then head on to Chung country trail, where you have a bit of shade for some parts of this country trail.
Some lovely shots here again. You can see this line of male elites not giving an inch really. It's just some small gaps starting to emerge. Almost looks like a cycling peloton starting to break apart as the severity of this climb kicks in and some of the runners towards the back start to get dropped. But great shots here tracking the runners, and down on the trail again as we just have a proper close look at the steepness of these stairs, the height of each of those rocks. Again, you can see the runners choosing the left of the stairs as their route to the top rather than trying to run straight up the middle. Trying to make the most of those opportunities to just increase the pace on the side of the stairs. You can literally see an overtake happen right there on this fantastic drone shot as the runners start to move up the left side or the right side of the staircase. Just getting an extra few meters or two on their rivals as they go. Fantastic footage here as we get a real sense of the way these trails are just carved into the mountain, weaving their way from bottom to top. It's relentless, Charmaine. You might have some traumatic memories of this particular trail yourself, but you really
definitely.
you really get a smack in the face when you come out of the beaches and you're no longer in the sort of happy campingville that we were in earlier, as we were talking to Nigel about, and there are people cheering you on and so on. Now you're really starting to get out into the real stuff, into the hills, into the stairs, into the climbs.
That's right. And this is actually the part I enjoy trail running because it's really hard. It's almost drains you out when you climb up those steps. But then once you get on the top and that view, it's definitely all worth it. You know, of the climb and all those sweat that that you had is it's just amazing. And that's why I fell in love with trail running.
You certainly get rewarded for your efforts, don't you, at the top of this section? There's 2 or 3 moments when perhaps if you're not in the middle of a race, you could really stop,
Yes.
turn around and just breathe in this view, because it's one of my favorite spots, the top of this mountain, for looking around and seeing just the scale of the Sai Kung Peninsula. A really spectacular place to go for a hike or indeed take part in a race. We'll see the drone shot here start to tilt up and reveal the scale of the mountains, how far they stretch onto the horizon. It's a glorious place for a race.
In perfect weather too.
You're quite right. Look at that. Blue sky, green trees, happy days. See the runners weaving their way through the trees here. They're almost approaching the crest of this climb, where they will then have a bit of a chicane of trails that we're watching right now. And then they'll start to descend over the other side as the drone continues to pull back. You'll see that there's going to be a staircase they'll soon disappear down into, which will be the beginnings of what will be a fairly densely vegetated single track trail that will lead them all the way around to Hau Tong Kai checkpoint 2.
That's right. And then just before you hit the Hau Tong Kai, there are actually a few hundred meters of runnable uphill paved road again to that checkpoint.
And that's exactly what I'm talking about. Look at the scale of the scenery here. Really unrivaled to have this kind of scenery so close to the city. A natural trail, really. Very few concrete stairs in this section, ultimately, once you leave that first climb behind. It's more sandy rock that gives you these epic views all the way across the water back down to the beaches where the runners have just come from.
And you can actually see a few supporters up at the top of our Yisak-san.
That's right, another tremendous effort for them to come out and support people on the trail in this way. It's not an easy place to come and wave people on. It's very different. For example, I made a reference to the peloton earlier for the Tour de France, but of course nobody's driving up the mountain in their camper van and parking it and having a picnic. They've had to come and hike the entire thing themselves. So always inspiring to see so many people out on the course supporting in this way. Back down on the path now, leading up towards Pak Tamau, awaiting the arrival of the elite women. Spectacular scenes looking across the mountain as we see the sheer scale of the trails that the runners will soon encounter who are coming up from the beach. The lead men are already heading into those mountains. We've been following them on the trail, and the camera you saw just a moment ago is of the road crossing just before this big climb at Pak Tamau, where we're expecting the elite women leaders to arrive any moment. And we'll certainly enjoy seeing them cross the road here in this significant first milestone. It's not a checkpoint, Charmaine, but I'm sure when you're doing the race mentally, when you know you've reached Pak Tamau, you feel like you've just knocked off the first chunk of the race.
Yeah, correct. Yes. And again, like when I was racing in one of those two races, I remember like people, they were, it was so hot in one of the years, and then they actually puked, they threw up at Pak Tamau, because once you finish like running all through the 4 beaches and actually starting to climb up, checking and all that, it's quite a runnable track, and then people just kind of like wanted to catch up, and it's nice to, you know, have a bit of, you know, stretching their legs as they are running on this paved road. And but it was I think it was the weather that gets them. And I remember I saw some of the runners throwing up but on the road at Pak Tamau. So you really have to know yourself very well as an trail runner.
Yeah, it's tough, certainly in this early stage in the race, to already be having some kind of stomach problem, but it's a very easy mistake to make if you've pushed a bit too hard early on, perhaps got a bit carried away with the fast runnable section around the reservoir that we mentioned. But yeah, great scenes here as we see the sun hit the trail, the shadows of the runners as they work their way up the top of this really beastly climb on Cow Ear Rock, Cow Ear Mountain. Now Yiseksan, one of the famous climbs in the first part of this race. The elite men pushing hard at the front, already up and over the top of this climb, and we're shortly awaiting the arrival of the elite women at the Pak Tamau road crossing, where we'll see them have to do exactly this same stretch.
It's always amazing to see the runners using their poles and run and hike almost at the same time up these steps.
That's right. It's one of many things, isn't it, that really does require practice and a lot of dedication. I've got many experiences of racing where I've taken the poles with me and actually sort of realized I still don't really know enough about how to use them effectively.
Right.
And somebody will go past you with very good pole technique, and they seem to be generating so much more power than I'm able to generate. And they're drifting past me with ease just because they've really worked out how best to maximize the use of the poles. And speaking of poles, there they are on the back of Hao Ha Ti, front of shot in the pink top with red armbands. Very distinctive, those Vietnamese flag armbands that she so often wears. Right next to her, Samaya Buddha in the center of screen. Right next to her, Veronica Leng of Slovakia, based here in Hong Kong. Tremendously exciting to see these 3 women running right on top of one another. They are not giving an inch. We saw this in the men's just now to a lesser extent, but goodness me, the gap between the women, they could basically be holding hands.
Yes, that's right. So this is the bit of section that I was talking about. It's a very runnable section, just off Shaking, and now heading to Tamau, and they will be crossing the road as they are heading to section 3 of Maclehouse trails.
Here they come onto the road. You can hear the cheering of the supporters. Samaya Buddha moving into the lead marginally. Veronica Leng there, I just saw her husband there filming her, cheering her on. He's just off camera to the right there. Let's say hi to Matt. And Hau Ha Thi on the left of screen. Fantastic to see these three women running together. Will they be, Charmaine, the podium in this race? Are we looking at the podium 2 hours into the race?
Oh, it's still early to say, but we shall see, we shall see.
If not them, then who? There's still some very strong Chinese runners. We saw Tang Jingyan just behind them earlier on when we were watching the race coverage.
You're right. And then Chen Lin from last year, the winner of last year, you know, she might be possible making another win in 2 years in a row. You never know.
That's
still
right.
early days, still early days.
That's right. Still many options. Chen Lin, of course, unfortunately unable to race this year due to an ankle injury, but there's certainly many of her compatriots in the leading group. Anna Lee, a very strong performance a couple of years ago and has had a fantastic season. Wu Yanyan as well, another famous face here in Hong Kong. She came to do the Grand Slam last year.
And she won, didn't she?
That's correct, yeah, very strong competitor. She knows this course well and may be enjoying the fact that she's doing the race today without having had to do 33 and 50 kilometers as a warm-up. But look at this, the lead women powering up the mountain just as we saw the lead men do. Interesting that none of the women here have taken their poles out, whereas every single one of the men, I think, did so, didn't they?
Yes.
We're watching the women here powering up the mountain. One of them, of course, Hau Ha Thi of Vietnam. One of the most exciting prospects on the Asia Trail scene. And speaking of Vietnam, let's take a look at the Vietnam Mountain Marathon, part of the World Trail Majors series. of that race. Welcome back to the Hong Kong 100 Ultra Marathon. We're just seeing scenes there of the Vietnam Mountain Marathon, another fantastic race on the World Trail Majors Series. Sat right next to me here, David Lloyd, the race director of that beautiful race. And perfect timing, David, because just before we start talking in detail about your Vietnam Mountain Marathon, I just want to get back to the lead on the women's race here with a runner you're very familiar with, Hao Ha Ti, on my screen right here, who is part of this leading pack of female elites pushing the pace at the front of the race. Let's zoom in here as they leave the road behind that we just saw, and we'll just quickly remind our viewers we've got Hao Ha Ti, number 19, right at the leaderboard here. Right next to her, number 14, Veronica Leng, the top-ranked locally based expat runner from Slovakia here in Hong Kong, and right next to her, Samaya Buddha of Nepal. These three women really three of the favourites, if not the three favourites, to take the title in the race. And fantastically exciting to see Hao Ha Ti in her first time racing in Hong Kong, representing Vietnam so strongly in this event. We can see here, looking back at previous winners of the race or previous podium claimants of the race, we've got a very strong lineup here today. Wu Yan came third, she's in the race. Li Ying's come second along with Veronica. And of course, Man Yi-chung of Hong Kong. It's a tough women's course, and there's the course record, Xiang Fujiao back in 2020, 11 hours, 28 minutes. Are we going to beat it this year? I'd say there's a reasonable chance with Hao Ha and Veronica and Samaya pushing the pace as they are right at the front. So fantastic to have David with us. David, just tell us a little bit, just while we focus on the women's race, about your knowledge of Hao Ha Ti. She, I think, first came to prominence at your race.
That's right, yes. So Ho is a runner that actually had stopped running since 2006 to 8. She'd been running marathons at that point, and she was winning marathons. And then she stopped running for many years, and it was during COVID that she came back to it. So in 2020, she joined our race in Sapa, which is where she is living. And she won the race. She beat all the men by 26 minutes. And so that was her introduction to trail running. And so we clearly saw straight away, this is a talent here. And the following year, 2021, she came to Vietnam Trail Marathon, another of our races. And I actually predicted she'd beat all the men at that race as well. She almost did, but she won. She won the race on the women's side. And then the following year, 2022, she came and she beat all the men at Vietnam Mountain Marathon 100K. And that was when we could see she was an amazing runner, but that was when I think more people started to pay attention to the talent that she has. But going back, I mean, as I say, 2006, 2008, she already had the marathon victories locally. And then 2020, the first trail race. And in 2021, she's knocking out 17-minute 5K runs. So, but the thing is, she has, of course, that's the natural talent there, but she also loves it. And she puts in really, really quality training. So she's got the full package of the talent and the passion and the hard work ethic. And loads and loads of fans back in Vietnam that are going to be very, very happy to see her out there in the lead. And you mentioned Veronica there, running with her, which is great, because we've had her also at another of our races in Vietnam, at Vietnam Jungle Marathon, where she nearly beat all the men, actually. She was running with Hisashi from Japan. And at the last checkpoint at that race, she actually stopped to get water, whereas Hisashi powered through the checkpoint because he absolutely didn't want to get beaten by her. But I think he arrived at the finish line and basically collapsed. Veronica came over looking very, very fresh. So interesting to see her back from not long after she's had her kid, right? And already back at the top of her game, it seems. So yeah, awesome race there with and really exciting to see Samaya in the mix with them as well. So yeah, I'm watching with great interest, and I'm sure a lot of people back in Vietnam are as well.
Fantastic. Well, actually, while you're here, we'll just spend a bit more time talking about the women. The women have been so fast. I've just found out that the cameraman who was chasing the women down when you sat down has now lost the women. They've gone so fast up this hill. That's why we're now focusing on one of the other runners in the men's division. Probably the cameraman's trying to catch up with Ho and with Samaya and Veronica again. But let's take a listen to the interview we did with Ho, since you're with us, just before the race began. And and just put into context the challenge she faces, because as you'll see from this interview, she really has very little experience of racing in Hong Kong. Let's take a listen to what she had to tell us a couple of days ago. Oh, Hati, welcome to Hong Kong. This is your first time racing in Hong Kong. How are you feeling?
Yes, my first time be in Hong Kong, and I'm so excited and so happy.
And do you know much about the race course, about the Hong Kong trails?
I'm sorry, I didn't know anything.
Have you had a chance to go and see the trail yet?
No, I don't have a time. I'm prefer to read.
And you've had an amazing running year. The last year has been very impressive for you. How are you feeling coming into this exciting race with many competition, lots of strong runners taking part?
I love to running with the Chung runner, and I love to running with the elite around in the world to show how like how power I am, and you know, running with elite I learn many things, so I don't worry about that. That make me stronger.
And tell us about your training in Vietnam. Where do you normally go training?
Vietnam right now, in my hometown, really cold. Only 0 degree or 1 degree, snow, raining, foggy. And in here, much better. The perfect weather for me.
And do you train in the high mountains in Vietnam?
Yes, I training in the Sapa. That's a mountain like 1,500 altitude.
And I just have one final question for you. You're very famous at the finish line. You always have your special hat. Have you brought the hat with you this time?
Yes, I bring every race I race in the finish line. I love to wear the non la from Vietnam.
All the very best for the race. Please enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much.
Ho Hati there of Vietnam, of course, racing here in Hong Kong for the very first time. And I'm very lucky to be sat next to David Lloyd, the race director of the Vietnam Mountain Marathon, one of the World Trail Majors series events, who knows Ho very, very well. She's obviously based in Sapa, where your Vietnam Mountain Marathon is based. Tell us a bit about Sapa and why it's such a gem in terms of Asian trail racing locations.
So Sapa is where it all started for trail running, or trail racing, at least in Vietnam. So back in 2013, we started Vietnam Mountain Marathon there. It's the highest mountains in Vietnam, in the region. So you've got Mount Phan Xipang, over 3,000 meters. And then amazing mountain scenery all around with it's the classic picture postcard Vietnam scenery you have up there. So the mountains, the rice terrace valleys, and then the many, many different ethnic villages dotted around through the valley. So, and those villages are connected often by trail, and a lot of it excellent quality running trail. It's hard, but really rewarding running up in the Sapa Mountains. And yeah, as you say, Sapa is the home of Ho. So she's got great training right on her doorstep. So straight out from Sapa, she can be out onto the most famous of the hills around in the Vietnam Mountain Marathon course is Doi Bo or Khao Mountain, and that's her training ground. And then you have another hill out the backside of Sapa, which she'll be out onto, and she can be from straight onto the top of the mountain within 10-15 minutes of her house. And a lot of the climbing there that you can find is quite steep, actually. So as I saw yesterday on the on Thursday on the third course, it's pretty steep out here. And I talked to her about the race before she came, and she said she's very, very well prepared. She studied the course well, and she knows it's going to be steep here, and so she's been using the steep stuff back in Sapa also. So yeah, but in terms of it being a gem of trail running, like I say, it's the home of mountain running in Vietnam. And each year when we have the Vietnam Mountain Marathon, it's really a sort of a festival and a must do for a lot of the runners there. And so we get thousands of runners from Vietnam, and then runners from over 50 countries around the world joining us each year now. So yeah, I invite everybody to come along and join us, especially now we're part of the World Trail Majors. Very happy to join that together with the Hong Kong 100 and 11 other awesome races around the world.
Oh, it's certainly an amazing collective, isn't it? And having the opportunity to come and explore new places like Sapa that people perhaps aren't aware of is really an amazing opportunity. And I think this is raising the profile of a lot of locations like that I'm sure in future will become big tourist destinations, because you know, they may not be like Hong Kong in terms of having that global recognition, but places like Sapa, anybody who's been there to explore, you'd be amazed. You think you're in Europe sometimes when you're up in the mountains there. So you're really, really beautiful. But certainly high hopes, not just for her, but some other very strong Vietnamese runners also coming through. And we're seeing more of them able to race in other parts of Southeast Asia particularly. So yeah, exciting times. When we spoke to Ho, she mentioned a couple of funny things in the interview about her training. First of all, it's freezing cold in Sapa, I believe, right now. So not ideal for her in terms of preparation, but she's much happier, she said, coming over here and having these much warmer temperatures in Hong Kong to train in. But this is the first time she's ever been to Hong Kong to race. She has no idea what the course is like. She's never had even any time to come and do any recce's because she arrived and basically just came here to race. It's a massive challenge when you're running against people who live here and know this course inside and out. Really impressive. And what she's doing, which I've seen her do countless times before, and I've been commentating on races she's done, is just going at it from the start. She's not holding back and letting anybody set the pace. She's right up there. Very, very impressive. And she said in her interview, when I asked her if she felt in any way like concerned about being among a very competitive field, straightforward answer: the more strong the field is, the more fun it is to race. I want to race against the very best. Very exciting to hear that these days, when a lot of people are a bit more cautious about selecting their race in order to try and look like they're always on top.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, she wants to improve, and she knows that to do that, it's exactly like she says, get in there with the best of them and mix it up with the top elites. And I don't think she's scared of it because she's been over in Europe. She's raced CCT and she's come fourth 2 times. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her. She's going to be at the Western States this year. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see her take that one out. So, because the trajectory of her, it's been so rapid, her rise, like I say, from 2020 to now. Winning 21K of VMM was great in 2020, but also, you know, how far she's gone to 4th place at the CCC and plenty of races actually around the world she's gone to. So, yeah, she loves to take it on with the best, and she's here with the best, as you say, today. So great racing.
Fantastic. And what's your overall impression of the Hong Kong race course, the Hong Kong trails? You've been here a few times, of course, but how do you feel it compares with the types of terrain that you're used to running in and training in and organising races in?
It's very different. As the similarity is steep, and we do have a lot of steep trails in Sapa, but we don't have the steps. And everybody talks about the steps here, the concrete steps, of course, and that's something totally different. And it was interesting to see the different people's approaches to those. Some people sort of bounding down them, some people trying to take the smooth stuff to the side sometimes. And for me, it was new. As you say, I've been here before, but actually this is the first time on the race course for me, so it was all new for me too. In terms of organisation, it's very different because we're out in very remote territory, and here it always feels like you're quite connected to, like, dropping down into the beaches, and if you could easily get some transport out of the race course if you wanted to. So I think we face quite different sort of operational challenges with our races. But yeah, I mean, what another thing that we have in common is the mega views. So very often on the course, the other day it was view after view after view, and it's almost like it gets better and better and better as the course goes on, which is great because of course you're feeling more and more and more wrecked as the course go on. So having the awesome landscapes to keep you pumped up was fantastic. So yeah, I absolutely love it here, and I can see why Hong Kong 100 has become one of the must-do events on the calendar with you know, well over 1,000 100K runners, isn't it? Which is yeah, very impressive, and yeah, I loved it.
Oh, it's great to hear, because it's always nice to get the external perspectives, particularly from people with a lot of experience organising events, as to how things feel when they come here. Looking at the World Trail Majors list here, of course, you're right at the heart of that now, Vietnam Mountain Marathon, so close to Hong Kong. I'm sure you get a lot of runners from Hong Kong coming over to join. What's the biggest challenge for you in terms of expanding the event? Do you want more runners from the other races, of course, around the world, Europe and the US and so on, to come over? How is it scalable?
Yeah, absolutely. We tend to sell out the event, so it's not about getting too many more runners in, but we definitely want more from around the world, because it's great for the competition, and the runners in Vietnam love having people come in and mixing it up with the international running field. And of course, it's good for us in terms of tourism promotion, because one of our big aims is promoting Sapa to the world. And the more people we have, famous runners coming in, elite runners coming in, the better reach we get for SAPA. So yeah, for us personally, it's awesome to have the exciting race, but yeah, promoting SAPA and the region to the world is massive for us, and this is something that the World Trail Majors is going to hopefully help us step up.
Fantastic, and you can see on the screen there you're in September, so about 7 or 8 months from now. If people are planning, what's the next step they should take?
They should sign up on Tuesday. So we open up the early bird on Tuesday, and then we will keep registration open. Normally, it will be a good few months that they can register for. But if they want to sign up and get us to sort out all the accommodation, especially if they want to stay at the finish line, they should do it early. So the race finishes at a lodge on a hilltop, and there's some bungalows there, so people can stay right there at the finish line if they want. And I should say that that's one of the big sort of key features of our race is the finish line. So as people come over, it's not that they finish and then they have a drink and leave right away. It's people hang out all day with this amazing atmosphere up there. We've got music going. We've got free beers thanks to our beers partner. And we've got 2 infinity pools on the mountaintop there. So people tend to finish, have some good food, some good Vietnamese food, have a beer, and then go up and hang out in the swimming pool. And you've got people from all over the world there enjoying the views and relaxing for a whole day. So it's not just a run event, it's a real sort of party event for the full day. And often as organisers, we can be sort of stuck in the organisers' HQ there, focusing on the detail. And I always say to the team, come outside and feel the atmosphere and sort of soak it up, because it's something very special. And yeah, if you talk to a lot of runners, that'll be one of the key things they say is, yeah, it's all about the atmosphere and the community as well. So, and that's something I'd say to international runners. When you come into Vietnam, people are so welcoming. If they notice you're not from Vietnam, they're going to ask you where you're from and make friends, and you're going to be having a really warm and welcome time in Vietnam. So yeah, if you want to have a full race experience beyond just the race course, then VMM is definitely one to choose.
Thank you, fantastic. What a fantastic summary of what an exciting race. And we'll look forward to coming over, maybe doing some media coverage, maybe trying to spread the World Trail Majors operation over to SAPA as well in September. You can hear the sound of the cowbells here as supporters continue to cheer on the runners in the Hong Kong 100. We're seeing more and more course action here as the race starts to spread out across the beautiful country parks of Hong Kong, and we leave behind the beaches of Sai Kung and head into the mountains of the Ma San Country Park before too long. But first we're going to be heading down towards checkpoint 2 with the lead men and the lead women probably in the midst of that big mountain climb up Ngao Yi Sek San, or Khao Ia Rock Mountain as it's called. But right now we're here at Pak Tamau. You can see the runners coming up from the beach to the road crossing, hearing those famous cowbells telling them that at least for the first chunk of the race, they can start to think it's a job well done. And the business end of proceedings are now starting to begin as we head into the steeper sections of trail here, sitting behind some of these second wave male elites pushing the pace just behind the front runners. Fantastic to have David with us so far this morning, and we'll bid you a very enjoyable remaining days in Hong Kong.
Thank you.
Hope to see you soon in Vietnam.
Thank you very much.
Big shout out on the air now to our very good friend Chung, who's on camera right in front of us. A Korean-Argentinian runner based in Hong Kong. Very famous face on the Hong Kong running scene in the green t-shirt there of the Gone Running Club. Pumping his legs up the mountain. It's great to feature lots of well-known local runners on the feed here, as well as the international elites. pushing the pace there ahead of the camera. Chung has an unbelievable racing calendar every year. He signs up to pretty much every long distance event in town and somehow manages to complete them all and in good time. So fantastic to see him doing so well and looking so strong on this long, steep climb out of the beaches and towards the mountains.
So now it's 3 hours in for the race. I was just looking at the split that she won from last year. It took her like 1.5 hours to complete this section from Hampton to checkpoint 2 to Hao Tong Kai. And now as she is heading to the Pak Tam Ao before the big climb to Ao Yi Sek San. Guess what, Richard? I was just marking my calendar as you were talking to David just a minute ago, trying to get a spot for the Vietnam race. On Tuesday, I'm marking my calendar.
Fantastic. It's hard not to want to sign up to all these races when you see the highlights videos.
Yes, exactly. And as you said, it's the highlights that's perhaps like captured the most beautiful parts, and then of course there will be like some brutal paths that I can't see from the videos. But I'll see if I can get a spot.
Well, Gayao. I'm sure if you do, just like so many of us in Hong Kong, when we go to one of these World Trail Majors races, you manage to sign up to the race, you go to the airport, probably for some, I don't know, slightly crazily timed flight, like in a 2 in the morning flight or something.
Yeah,
but you get there and you realize that the entire plane is full of Hong Kong runners.
I know. And that's so typical about for Hong Kong Chinese, as you know, like you've been here for so long, like the Hong Kongers, they just so good at like making the time. Using the time till the very last minute, like they finished their job like 5 or 6 in the office, back to their homes, picking up their suitcases, and then there they go on a red-eye flight, and then the next day they'll be racing.
Yep, there is an amazing commitment, isn't there, and tenacity to want to take part in the races. I'm often amazed that people are just so keen to race when they could reasonably just go on a weekend trip instead and go for a couple of hikes rather than signing up to a pretty tough run instead. But there's certainly a massive appetite. On the left of camera then, we're just leaving the beaches behind and heading up towards Pak Tam Ao, the big road crossing that will signal the end of the first chunk of racing for many of these runners. An exciting moment for many of them to feel like they're making significant progress on the race course. We've seen the male leaders come through, we've seen the female leaders come through. And we're enjoying seeing the level of support that's out on the course for many of these runners, a real testament to the Hong Kong trail running community.
Like these two ladies, they know each other. They were just saying hi. Canyon Pass. They're trying to enjoy a bit of the shade before they're heading to our exam for
That's right.
Yeah. Exposed part.
Chung Shan there on camera right in front of us. Very strong runner from China, pushing up this hill. She's got an ITRA score of just under 600. A very respectable ITRA score. I think I just saw our good friend Angie Yen there on the course, ringing the cowbell, ushering in the runners to Pak Tamau. And there's the man himself, John Ellis, just running past the camera. Probably the most famous face in Hong Kong expat running. He's done this race every year for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
And here he is again, representing. Great to see him back at the event again as ever.
Not so hard to recognize, John.
Exactly. And we all know why.
Yeah.
No, he's looking very good. The shirt's already off. Chung Shan there on the left of camera. She's doing a good job in the women's division of pushing the pace behind the female leaders to keep in contention for potentially, certainly a top 20 spot, possibly even a top 10 if she can keep moving at this pace up through the steep climb towards Pak Tamau.
Almost the last bit of the road to Pak Tamau.
That's right, it's always so fantastic to have all this support at the checkpoints and at the road crossings. It's great to hear those cowbells.
It's certainly a busy road today. There are a lot of hikers. The left side.
Nice to see another famous face from the expat running scene there, just run past. Running past the camera, Dennis Theodosis, of course. Another well-known Aussie face here in Hong Kong, lived there a long time, just running past the camera down there on the bottom right of screen. Keep it up, Dennis, you're looking very strong. Not far behind John, the two of them together, they know exactly how to pace this race. And they're doing a very solid job of going about their business. Always great to see lots of long-term members of the running community turning up to do this race year on year on year. Even when they've done it multiple times, they still come back. Even when there are so many other opportunities to race in so many other events, there's this real love and affinity for the Hong Kong 100, which draws so many people to come back year after year. Still lots of smiles there on Chung Shang's face as she climbs up to the road crossing at Pak Tamau. It's great to see her still skipping up this long, steep climb.
Really have to give a big shout out to all the cameramans out there on the field. They are doing a very good job, and you know they have to run back and forth trying to capture moments of these elite runners.
Yeah, certainly pushing the pace here as they come around this beautifully shaded road section, or tarmac path section, we should say. That leads to this arrival.
Not slowing down. And as you said, Richard, earlier, the female runners, they are still not using their poles yet, just yet.
And there he is on the bottom right of the camera. There's Chung, of course, the well-known face of the Gone Running Club, running past the camera in the green t-shirt. It's great to see him looking so smooth after this first big chunk of racing. And there's Chung Shijie, who we just saw climbing out of the hill, also crossing the road here at Pak Tamau. Lots of top faces from the local running scene coming through now. There's Jeremy Ritchie, of course, another incredibly well-known figure with Kelly giving him support there in the beautiful hat there. Nice hat, Kelly, looking very smooth there. Jeremy Ritchie, another of the handful of runners in this event that have done every single edition since the beginning of the Hong Kong 100. Amazing that they're still coming back year after year, irrespective of all the other challenges that life may bring or injuries or whatnot. And here we are, getting the excitement back in to the lead of the front of the race. We're at Hau Tong Kai, checkpoint 2. I just saw Ludovic Vriens leave the checkpoint, one of the strongest, and Sangha Sherpa, another of the strongest male runners in the top 20. And right behind them, Sumaya Buddha I saw leading the charge for the women's elite into checkpoint 2. It's not easy to get signal at checkpoint 2 in Hau Tong Kai. We've done many rounds of testing to try and figure out how to break that signal problem, but this part of the race course is particularly tricky for live streaming, but we're still trying to do our best to bring you shots of the Hau Tong Kai checkpoint 2 as we see the lead females arrive and some of the strongest men also depart that checkpoint. We're basically looking at the top 20 men and the lead females all coming in and out of checkpoint 2.
So after leaving this checkpoint 2, I believe, in my opinion, is the most trickiest part of the whole course because it looks pretty flat. The elevation profile for this section is only just over 200 meters. It's a 9 kilometers distance until you hit checkpoint 3. But for this section going round Tai Tan, it's actually very tricky. As I said earlier in the morning, it's very rocky, very rooty. I remember when I was training for my first Hong Kong 100, I tripped. I managed to injure my knee, and then I got a scar still on my left knee. Yeah, it was. It's tricky. It's yeah, I would say one of the trickiest part of the course. You have to, you know, as you said, Richard, how you described, you have to sort of like dancing from one rock to another. Make sure that you are not rolling your ankles. Yeah. There you see one of the Grand Slam participants with the red bib.
That's right, we're seeing another one come through right now. This is David Longo just coming into Pak Tamau, another well-known face on the Hong Kong running scene in the Grand Slam. Let's do a quick recap of the current situation at the front of the race in both the men and the women's division. The runners have gone past checkpoint 2. Let's zoom in a little bit and see where that is at Hau Tong Kai. That is the checkpoint 2 marker before they then embark on this really pretty and quite unusual section of trail that's very rarely used in races, all the way around the edge of the peninsula here to the village of Hoi Ha, up in the northern part of Sai Kung. You can see Hoi Ha right here before checkpoint 3, the next red dot on my screen. If we just take a look at the leaders in the men's division first, I'm going to zoom in first and check this out. It's a familiar face. Who is it? It's John Ray Anifa, of course. It's Stingray pushing the pace. And what's behind him? It's a crown. What does that mean? He's on record course pace. That's what it means. Yo Pei Tuen's record is looking in doubt in this early stage of the race as John Ray Anifa's tracking data suggests that he is beyond Yo Pei Tuen. This crown representing the exact pacing that Yo Pei Chuen set back in 2020 when he set the course record. So Stingray pushing the pace at the front of the race. Just behind that course record, we have Meng Guanfu, number 100, and then a couple of other very strong mainland Chinese runners, Zhang Huohua right behind him on the leaderboard there. And zooming in ever so slightly just to see who else is in the mix, Yan Longfei, another former race winner here at the Hong Kong 100. I want to zoom back a bit so you get a sense of perspective on things. We've seen about 20 men so far pass through checkpoint 2, and the women are not far behind. If we zoom in and see what's going on in the women's event, I'm going to switch here to the ladies. And we'll see Samaya Buddha, number 11, Veronica Leng, number 14. Here they are. They've already left the checkpoint and looking super smooth, as always, as they move on through the rest of the race course. We're also seeing Deng Ronghua right here underneath my cursor. And Man Yi Chung, Hong Kong's queen of the trails, a former race winner herself in this race. And Lisa Liu of China, all running together in a little group there, setting the pace at the front of the women's race. Super exciting start to the events this year. We've been looking at many of the top runners taking on the trails. We've just spoken about Man Yi Chung here in the women's division. Of course, she's the most well-known figure in Hong Kong female trail running, the most well-known figure in Hong Kong male running, Wong Ho Chung. There he is, 122 on our race tracker. And let's hear what he had to say ahead of this race a couple of days ago.
我想問下你今年嘅狀態覺得點啊？
今年嘅狀態就真係一般般啦，但係最近嘅狀態好翻啲嘅，即係喺今年嚟講，而家練翻起，所以還好啦，都參與咗幾場比賽，當係磨練，係啦。
咁其實之前你都參與過港百幾次啦，點解你今年又會再上翻嚟去參加咧？
因為其實港百係一個好大型嘅香港賽事啦，即係而家近年係少咗比賽，因為集中去做青訓計劃。咁但係每年想揾啲目標俾自己嘅時候，其實我捨棄咗好多比賽㗎啦，少咗好多。但如果一年想揾一個大目標俾自己咧，咁我覺得港百係一個幾適合嘅目標。咁所以今年又報名參加翻香港100。
其實港百嘅賽事不嬲個競爭都幾激烈啦，尤其是喺男子組入邊喎。對於即係今年你嘅競爭對手嚟講咧，你嘅感覺點樣啦？有好多即係喺國內啊或者外國嚟嘅選手。
係啊，咁我特登揀香港100呢場賽事作為一個半年一度啦，一個目標賽事，其實都係貪佢個競爭性係夠高嘅，因為咁樣先至好玩嘅。即係作為個越野跑手，應該要挑戰自己，所以見到一場咁高競爭性嘅賽事咧，自己反而係更加有興趣參加。即係唔係計成敗啦，而係話自己俾翻過去嘅自己。好似做個身體檢查，究竟而家可以跑翻咩水平咧？亦都可以同一班高手去競技下，睇下可唔可以創造到佳績咧？咁呢個都係我參與港百嘅原因。
咁你之前跑過幾次咧？有咁熟香港嘅山徑啦。咁對於其他或者今年嘅參賽者或者嚟緊想參加嘅人，你對於即係成個賽事嚟講，你會覺得技巧上有冇啲咩嘢計劃可以同大家分享下咧？
喺個香港100，我係好中意呢條賽道啦，因為佢經過咗大部分嘅麥理浩徑，咁自己喺麥理浩徑度留下好多嘅腳印嘅，即係之前做疫情嘅時候做 FKD 啦，又有啲好多 team race 啦，同埋係對麥理浩徑好熟悉啦，同埋都係一個容易做到好時間嘅賽道。咁成個過程中嘅風景又優美啦，同埋我幾中意100K 嚟講，佢好早起步，咁亦都過去自己嘅經驗咧都係好快完，咁變咗咧係一日咧跑咗100K 好爽咁嘅完成，又要喺呢啲咁嘅月份係最適合體驗香港嘅大自然環境同埋香港嘅越野跑嘅一個賽道啦。咁我過去係做過大約跑咗6次到啦，咁我有3次係做過11個鐘內嘅，都試過係2年嘅 Virtual 係第1名啦，實體賽跑過第4名啦。咁但係而家嘅狀態咧，我都會盡力做好自己，希望可以唔好同以前爭太遠啦。
咁仲有一個問題啊，其實你最近做好多青少年嘅訓練計劃啦，跟住另外喺即係其他唔同嘅比賽上面， 大家都開始即係特別去專注去幫一啲嘅女跑手咧，去為佢哋提供一啲即係比較方便啲嘅措施啊。佢好似今年咁樣咧，喺起步點嗰度咧，會有一個範圍咧係專係俾女跑手嘅。因為譬如有時我哋即係好似之前拍片一樣啊，好多時都淨係追蹤個男跑手。你覺得即係近呢幾年嚟講咧，女跑手喺越野跑嘅上面嘅發展，即係咯，你有冇啲咩特別嘅睇法咧？
有啊，如果你話要推廣越野跑，其實我覺得越野跑普遍係男仔受歡迎啲嘅比賽啦，即係比例可能係7:3咁啦。呢個世界性係7:3嘅，但香港個比例咧有陣時女跑手可能會更加少啲，尤其是我哋推青訓嘅時候，有時入校隊嘅時候咧，其實都係男仔多女仔少。可能越野跑呢個項目咧比較都係 top 嘅項目啦，而好多可能青少年啊、女士啊咁。佢哋都會遇到更加大嘅難度，咁我覺得係適合俾一啲多啲支援佢哋，令到更加多女仔去參與越野跑呢個運動咯。希望可以嗰個比例嘅數字咧，令到女生越嚟越多。
Welcome back to the Hong Kong 100. That was, of course, Wong Chung, the most famous face in elite-level Hong Kong trail running. This is Tang Jingyan, one of the fastest female runners in the race, flying past the camera here as the competition continues to hot up in the female division. Particularly exciting right now in the women's race, seeing just how close together many of the elite females are. Going back to that interview from Chung, you know him very well. I think you've been running with him a long time. He's really a figurehead of the Hong Kong trail running scene here, and such an icon, really, in terms of his achievements internationally.
Yes, I know. And as he said in the interview, now he's more focused on training the younger ones, you know, and he's doing a very good job, I must say. Yeah. So it will be nice to see him, you know, running maybe into the top 10. So there on the screen, as you can see, is the sort of like the slope that as you run into the checkpoint to the Hau Tong Kai checkpoints. It's a little steep slope that you have to climb to the checkpoints before you head back down, and then you make a left turn to the trail again, to Tai Tan Village.
That's right, this is another key moment for the runners. They've now done this big climb up and over Ngai Seksan, the Khao Ia Rock Mountain that we mentioned, and they have another chance really to stretch their legs again, because this is actually a relatively flat, runnable section all the way around the peninsula to Hoi Ha. Another good opportunity for them to really pick up some pace after doing the first of their sort of significant climbs.
That's right. It's 32 Ks at Hau Tong Kai. It's almost 1/3 of the race.
Yeah, we'll start to see more and more runners coming out of that checkpoint now and get a sense of the pace picking up once again as this race progresses. And we'll have a look at the elevation chart in a moment, just to show you what we're talking about with this section of the race. So we're just leaving checkpoint 2. You can see just to the left of the middle of the screen down there, that's Hau Tong Kai, CP2 at the bottom. And you'll see from here all the way through CP3 at Pak Sao and to Yongseyo, it's actually pretty flat, isn't it? It's quite an easy runnable section of 9 and then 8 kilometers. So a good 17K there of fairly runnable peninsula coastal trail.
That's right.
And here's the actual stats of the checkpoints in more detail. You got there a 9 kilometer section between Hau Tong Kai and Pak Sao, between CP2 and CP3. And you can see there's not much of an ascent there. If you look to the right in the middle column there, about 200 meters from Hau Tong Kai to Pak Sao, only 140 meters from Pak Sao to Yongseyo, and actually more than that in both cases of descent.
That's correct.
So
yes.
Both sections are basically slightly downhill. So it's a really interesting part of the course for seeing how the front runners start to put pressure on one another and push the pace and try and stretch the lead before the real big climbs come later on. And it's all very well, Charmaine, a lot of these runners who we speak to saying that they want to take it easy in the first half, even though it's runnable. But if you start losing ground and you start becoming 10 minutes behind at CP2 and then 15 minutes behind at CP3 and then 25 minutes behind at CP4.
Yes, then it's going to be very difficult to...
Exactly. It's not much fun, is it? And you start to put pressure on yourself.
Yes.
Let's go back and have a look at the animation, the race course animation, and see the whole course in action, and we'll get a better sense of what we're talking about. And we're welcoming you back to our Hong Kong 100 live stream, the first of the World Trail Majors series. Myself, Richard Kimber, also known as the Drone Runner there, and of course, Charmaine alongside me all morning so far. We're, what, 3 hours into the event, Charmaine?
That's right.
We're starting to see the competition hot up. We're seeing about 20 men take the lead, really, in this leading pack.
Yep.
Still quite close together, quite hard to call. And then, very excitingly, in the women's division, 3 runners basically running side by side.
Yes.
And they have been pretty much since the start.
Yes, yeah, they're almost like looking, they are having like dated each other and, you know, doing this whole race together. Yeah.
It's certainly pretty hard to call in both divisions at the moment, perhaps too early days, but we can start to see some of these elite runners really start to push the pace. And this drone shot, a perfect example of the variety on course. This is the village of Hoi Ha in the northern corner of the Sai Kung Peninsula. A picturesque little postcard village, Hoi Ha, next to a marine geopark. The runners will emerge from the trail around this Daidan country trail that you just saw the runners disappear into there. And when they come out in Hoi Ha, I suspect we'll start to see slightly larger gaps emerge between some of those leaders. So we're really tracking every inch of this race course. Right in the middle of camera there, Ryan Whelan, a superhero Grand Sam runner based in Hong Kong. He's just done the 33K race on Thursday, the 50K race on Friday. He's back to do the 100K race today and looking incredibly strong as he moves into the trail. And speaking of some of those other races that have been taking place over the past couple of days, it's a good opportunity as we see some Grand Sam runners come through to take a look back at some of the action that we've enjoyed here in Hong Kong. On Thursday, of course, the first Hong Kong 100 event. It's called the third because it's around a third the distance of the 100K, about a 33-kilometer race. Let's have a look at the highlights of that event from Thursday's action. That was the action from the first of the Hong Kong 100 events that took place on Thursday, a 33 or so kilometer race.
Now I believe this section, that's the road heading to checkpoint 2, if I'm right.
Yeah, in fact, this is actually the road leading towards checkpoint 3. This is leading out of Hoi Ha, up the road towards Pak Sao. So we're now with the lead men on course as they've gone all the way around the outside of the Tai Tan Country Trail and Hoi Ha Peninsula. And they're starting to work their way towards a right turn into the trees into Pak Sao towards Yung Shui O. Another beautiful example of the country roads here in Hong Kong, and you can see the two runners there at the front of the course. We have barely 20 meters between them. Incredibly exciting to see such close competition at this point in the race. Leading the way, we have Yan Longfei and Deng Guomin. They are at the front of this race. Yan Longfei and Deng Guomin running only around 25 meters apart. Also in that pack, Mankamal Rokamagar of Nepal and Qinggui Du of China. All four of them running together at the front of the race as our drone tracks these male elites as they leave Hoi Ha village and head up the road towards Pak Sao. We're still seeing some top runners here leaving Hau Thong Kai and heading to Pak Sao on the Taitan Country Trail down in the bottom right of screen. On the left of camera, we see the aerial shot looking down at the road towards Pak Sao. On the right of camera, allez, allez, allez to Arnaud of the Gone Running Club. Just passing the camera there. Another well-known face in the Hong Kong running scene. And that looks very much to me like Harry Hideo Lodesby also running past the camera. Another very known face in Hong Kong trail running and track running. A former track superstar in Hong Kong who's now taking on the longer distances. His first time, I believe, doing the Hong Kong 100. And he's had a good couple of wins in the last few months in the early parts of the Hong Kong racing season. Fantastic to see him in action. He's a coach to many runners here in Hong Kong. I've seen a few messages of support already on our YouTube channel for him. Many people know that he's taking part. Of course, many people will be watching him as their coach taking on the Hong Kong 100. And they'll be excited to see him in action, I'm sure. Fantastic beauty shots on the left of the village of Hoi Ha on the northern tip of the Sai Kung Peninsula. The beautiful ocean around the village there, as there's just this tiny cluster of houses nestled in the mountains, famous for its watery adventures. You can rent kayaks there, you can rent stand-up paddleboards there, and you can enjoy some good seafood there too. And on the right of screen, Salomon Retstein, another very famous and recognizable figure doing the Grand Sam. Fantastic to see more Grand Sam runners.
It's becoming a movie star as well.
Exactly right, exactly right, Charmaine. Salomon, of course, one of the runners featured in the epic Four Trails movie that's really taking the Hong Kong cinema scene by storm, celebrating the efforts of runners who have taken on that enormous challenge, the Hong Kong Four Trails Challenge, to run all four of Hong Kong's main hiking trails back to back. Salomon, one of the stars of that film. He's done the event twice, and he's certainly had an adventure his second time around, and that's catapulted him, as you say, to being something of a household name in the running world now, because everybody's seen him in the movies.
I remember seeing him a couple of weeks back training on the McLehose section. So I was wondering if he was going to do the Four Trails, but obviously he's now doing the Grand Sam. He's doing the third race on the third day, the Hong Kong 100.
That's right. He's swapped the four trails for doing one trail 3 times.
Yes.
If I can put it like that.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
I don't know what's more cheesy and what's more crazy, doing 4 trails or doing one trail 3 times.
Oh, I don't know.
At least in this case, the 3 trails, the one trail 3 times, slightly shorter the first time, slightly longer the second time, and then the full thing the third time.
Yeah, true.
Makes it a little bit more possible for most people to try and imagine. Casquette Vert, I believe, running through into the checkpoint there. We must celebrate his appearance at this race. He's also doing the Grand Sam. A very famous figure internationally, of course. The green cap, they call him in French. Casquette Vert, a very well-known face here in Hong Kong. Last time he was here, he did the 100K. This time, he's come back to do the Grand Sam. We spoke to him at the press conference for the event just a few days ago. And he's a very entertaining figure with a huge following online. It's always great to see Alexandre Boucher, Casquette Vert at the race course. Let's take a listen in a moment to Alex Boucher and his preparation for the Grand Sam.
Just do the race again, but to do the three races one after the other.
I think I will come to HK 100 until they put 100 miles and not only kilometers. I will do campaign to have this 100 mile and until they won't organize this race, I will do the Grand Slam because when it's harder for others, it's easier for me. So I will make campaign to have this.
Why is it that you enjoy running such long distances?
Long distance for me is because after 12 to 15 hours, you discover something special, something you can discover on a marathon, on less than 100 kilometers. You have to go after being tired, after being exhausted, and this thing after is what I try to meet when I'm running.
Do you have any strategy for pacing such a complicated race with a 30, a 50, and then a 100?
I think it's a very short race, so there is no strategy. The only strategy is going fast, and you can hope that you doesn't explode, but it's too short to have a strategy and thinking. So last year I ran the HK 100, only the HK 100, and it was so fast. And I saw the local runner are so easy to go fast, and they don't have the strategy. The strategy is to go fast and maybe to explode, but if you throw 10 eggs on the wall, maybe one will not explode. I think that's a strategy.
How will you feel when you finally get to the end on Saturday after the three races?
I will hope somebody tell me, okay, come, there is a 4 race on Sunday, come on. That's why I will want, but I know that the last race for me is going to be a plane for France, so we got to have a 100 mile here next year, and if it's not next year, it will be the year after, but that's why I want to have at the arrival of the race.
Good luck and have fun.
Thanks.
That was, of course, Alexandre Boucher, known as Casquette Verte, the green cap. A well-known figure on social media and a very talented runner who puts in huge amounts of mileage every month as part of his training and is famous for doing so. He's here doing the Grand Sam. And you could hear his pacing strategy there was fairly simple.
Fast.
Just go as fast as you can for 3 days and see what happens. Another very well-known figure we spoke to a few days ago, Deng Guomin, a top Chinese runner at the event this year.
请问你为什么喜欢香港100？
我觉得对于我来说，香港100就像我自己在家门口比赛一样吧，因为我其实就住在西贡的对面的深圳的那边。其实我经常在深圳的山上都能看到这一片的山， 然后再加上我很多的朋友啊，我女朋友都在香港，所以每次回到这比赛就感觉有点像就在家旁边比赛的感觉，所以每年基本上都会来参加吧。然后这一次是我第8次踏上这条赛道。
哦，第8次。
对。
所以，那你这一次比赛的目标是什么？
我觉得这次比赛的目标，因为今年赛道也会稍微有一点点调整了嘛，所以我觉得我是想会跑一个好一点的时间嘛，因为我不知道今年可能竞争会相对来说很大，我也不知道其他选手准备的怎么样，但是我觉得我还是会按照我自己个人定的一个目标时间目标来跑吧。可能就跑个10小时20左右。
那这次比赛的战术是什么呢？具体一点，刚才说了时间。
比赛的战术啊，其实因为我对这个赛道很熟悉，所以说每一段的时间我可能都会做得很详细的一个分段的一个时间。比如说我到东坝可能花多长时间，到 CP5这个点花多长时间，然后最后的争草帽我要花多长时间，其实我都会有一个大概的一个计划表。当然比赛的时候肯定精英选手可能会有很激进的，但是我觉得我应该还是会按着我定的这个时间目标来跑吧。
能不能最后再谈一谈你觉得中国力量现在在世界颁奖台上的表现呢？
我觉得其实港百其实先在国内的比赛竞争越来越激烈，包括像港百也越来越激烈。但是当我们可能在欧洲比赛的时候，我觉得欧洲或者美国比赛的时候，我们运动员可能还没有我自己觉得还没有达到国内这种发挥的水准吧。因为在国外比赛有很多的困难我们需要克服的。首先第一点就是可能这个时差、饮食方面、文化方面，然后第二就是欧美选手的这种就是对于我们来说可能相对来说陌生，你不知道有哪一些强点，出去比赛的时候，往往可能我们就很容易在这种环境底下就会发挥的不好。我是希望国内的精英运动员能够多出去参加比赛，多去看看外面的竞争有多激烈，然后可以对于自己来说可能也是会有一个比较大的提升吧。因为我们国内可能作为我们这一批相对来说比较早出去比赛的运动员，可能就积累的经验会更多一点吧。
谢谢国民，那这次在离家这么近的地方上，希望你取得好成绩。
好，谢谢。
That was, of course, Deng Guomin, one of the lead runners in this pack of elite men who have passed through checkpoint 2, where our camera is currently showing you action footage of some of the runners in the sort of second wave of faster amateur runners taking part in the race today. A lovely day, you can see. In the eastern part of Sai Kung, a few runners taking a little rest now on this easier to navigate road section before they head into the depths of the densely vegetated trail. This is the most difficult part of the trail to live stream because the signal is so patchy around this part of the race course, which is why we're not seeing much trail running action right now. But bear with us and we'll be back at Yeungshuio, checkpoint 4, very, very soon, where we'll be able to pick up the lead action we're enjoying instead at the moment, trying to capture people like this man here, John Ellis.
Hey.
Running through the camera, one of the very few runners to have done every single edition of the Hong Kong 100. This will be his 15th dance around the mountains, and it's amazing to see him looking so solid and so smooth, inspiring so many runners in the process with his commitment to do this race, come rain or shine. He said it will always be in his calendar, irrespective of whatever else is going on in life. Very impressive feat, and there's a handful of runners who have managed to achieve the same feat in this 15-year period, which really, in terms of life experience, is a significant chunk of time, isn't it, to be doing something every single year of this magnitude.
For 15 years. Wow.
He has a very well documented competition with another runner in the race today, Jeremy Ritzy, who's also done it every single year, where they're accumulating their time over that 15-year period and trying to see which of them ends up still being in the lead. Amazing to see so many runners like this committing so assiduously to these types of events, despite the scale of the challenge and the enormity of running 100 kilometers. Yeah, fantastic to be having you joining us here on the live stream. Myself here, Richard Kimber, the drone runner, and
I'm Charmaine.
Charmaine, giving us all the expert advice we need about this race course. We've been watching the pacing in this early part of the race. How do you think it's likely to pan out, seeing how the men's and the females races are developing? There's so much competition this year.
It is.
It's not the case, as we've seen perhaps before, where you've got one or two people out front and they're just sort of sitting there.
Yeah, sitting there and like running in a pack with along with a few others. They are very competitive, very strong. I still don't know who's going to be the winner. It's still early days, so I don't know.
Yeah, it's certainly hard to tell, but I think I can already start to see, certainly in the female division, there's probably 5 people in the race for the podium at the moment.
Yes, there will be Sun Maya, Hao Hati, and then Veronica, of course. Yes.
In the men's division, slightly tougher to call because there's so many people still pushing the front, but there's still different packs emerging, aren't there, which makes it quite interesting to think how that's going to develop once they hit the big mountains that we're getting to soon. But another really classic example of how this racing strategy all affects the way that people take on these challenges. I can bring up the tracker here showing you exactly what's going on in terms of race positioning. I'll just keep our eye on number 112 in a moment, Daniel Chung. We'll come back to him in a moment, one of the top international runners taking part in the race from Italy. But you can see here, as we pan across to the left, this is the course record time down here from Yo Pei Tuen in 2020. Somebody was asking me on the live chat, what's this tracker website called? It's called .track.asia, and this is the 2025 Hong Kong 100 page. .track Asia, doing all the hard work on the GPX tracker so that we can tell you what's going on in the race. I'm going to zoom in here. We can see exactly what's going on in terms of the leaders. Meng Guanfu, last year's winner, right out front. John Ray Anifa, out of the Philippines, based in Hong Kong, right behind him. And Yo Pei Tuen's course record, right behind the two of them. This is an exciting prospect. Will the record be beaten? Janet, the race director, earlier on told us at the start line, yes, it will be.
Yes.
So if she thinks it's going to be beaten, who's to bet against her? She's obviously so familiar with this course and she knows exactly the level of competition involved. It's hard not to bet against that if she's feeling confident. Moving back through the course, Deng Guomin, we've just seen his interview, one of the toughest competitors from China and my dark horse pick since you pushed me to try and work out who could end up winning the race. And perhaps the most famous face on the race course in terms of mainland Chinese runners, Shan, number 105, just behind. They're all really starting to stretch away from this group that had been running all together behind them, including Zhang Huohua, another of the very strong Chinese runners, including Bai Hui, who was leading the race from the start, including Qin Guidu, who was also in that lead pack, and Yan Longfei, a former winner of the race himself. Moving all the way back now towards checkpoint 3, other top international runners, Christian Manole from Spain, and looking back at some of the Nepalese runners, Mankamar Rokamagar of Nepal, as they start to weave their way back towards the peninsula, and we get a sense now of just how much time the female runners are making up on the men after their fast start. I'm going to switch things around here and we'll just focus on the females for a moment and see where they're standing in terms of the overall race layout. Samaya Buddha of Nepal just after Rocco Kumar, her male compatriot, is pushing the pace in the men's division. Here she is approaching the village of Hoi Ha, building a bit of a lead now on
you can see
Veronica Leng just behind, and Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam, whose interview we enjoyed earlier on. And then behind them, Tang Jinyan of China. Still pushing hard, I would say, in this group where there's still a lot of competition. Anna Lee, a very well-known figure in Hong Kong. She's done very well in recent races here. And Qiling Jie just behind them. So this group now, 1, 2, 3 at the front and then 1, 2, 3 behind. Fairly tightly packed, and it's hard to bet against these 6 women ending up around the podium. It's just a question, I suppose, of whether or not the front 3 can maintain their gap over the second 3, or whether or not anybody's going to make a mistake and allow those second 3 to catch up. Some other strong women, just to mention, making up the rest of this Tai Tong Trail that leads all the way around to Hoi Ha. Wu Yuanyuan, a very well-known figure on the Hong Kong 100 scene. She came to do the Grand Slam last year and was victorious in the process. Sandra Sevillano of Spain, along with her Spanish compatriot, Silva Pulganasao Coma. Very nice to have more international runners. And Elizabeth Dangadang from the Philippines, who I enjoyed commentating on over in South Korea just a few months ago at the Asia Pacific Trail Running Championship. She had a very strong race there, and she's representing the Philippines very strongly here too. Fantastic effort by her. Kelly Angel from Australia, also running very strongly and efficiently around this race course. We heard her interview earlier on when we were talking to the race director of the Grampian Peaks race, Nigel Preston. Great to see so many Australians coming up here to race nowadays in Hong Kong. Tin Lu, Wang Lepin, and then moving back towards the checkpoint where some of those other runners, including Japanese, local runners and Chinese runners, all coming together. Manyi Chung there, of course, of Hong Kong, China. Just bringing up the last of that main group of elite females who are pushing the pace. Still plenty of time for some of these women nearer to checkpoint 2 to make up that gap towards the leaders. But just quickly zooming back in to the leaderboard on the female side, very impressive to see this battle still ongoing between Samaya Buddha of Nepal, Veronica Leng, the Slovakian who lives in Hong Kong and has come second in this race before, and of course Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam. The 3 of them running almost side by side in the first 30 kilometers of this race, and they're still incredibly close together now. Let's switch very quickly back to the men's division. There's one particular member of this lineup that we'd like to spend a bit of time focusing on. We mentioned him earlier, runner 112, Daniel Jung of Italy. He's been here before. He's enjoyed racing here before. He loves coming to run in Hong Kong. Let's take a listen to his preparations for doing the Hong Kong 100 in 2025.
Danny, welcome back to Hong Kong. How are you feeling ahead of the race?
Yeah, thank you so much. I feel very good to be back here in Hong Kong. It was 8 years ago that I was here, and this was one of my biggest international results. So I'm very proud and happy to be back on these beautiful trails of Hong Kong.
And how do the Hong Kong trails compare to the ones you're used to racing in Europe?
Yeah, it's totally different because I live directly in the Alps, so I have no ocean, I have no city around, I have only mountains. So for this make this race so special, because you start on the ocean, you go inside in the nature, in the jungle, and then you climb slowly up in the mountains, and you see left and right these big houses of this mega city, Hong Kong. So this always, when the people ask me what was one of your beautiful races, so I talk always about Hong Kong, Hong Kong, Hong Kong. So it's, yeah.
And
nice.
Before you came to race in Hong Kong, did you have any idea that Hong Kong was like this, or did you just know about the city?
No, 2017 I was thinking always, okay, Hong Kong is a big city like New York or something. And then I was looking, okay, they have a race, and then I see a video of them, and I said, wow, I told my friend, and I said to my friend, come on, we have to go there, it's so beautiful, and we come here, we are a big surprise, and It was one of our best trips what we did in our running career. Yeah.
And tell me about the level of competition in this year's race. It's a very tough race to win.
Yeah, 2017 was different. We are a very good field and high level, of course. But now I'm getting older. I'm 41 years, so it's very difficult to compete with these young runners. They are so fast on the flat, and I can good run up and down, but in the flat I'm too slow for them to compete.
And how do you cope with the stairs in Hong Kong? Because many international runners come here and they say the one thing they find really hard is all the stairs.
Yeah, I know the stairs now, and the last time I was not prepared. This time I prepared myself a little bit better on my home. I was looking only to run on the trails where are stairs at home. So I find some trails where I have a lot of stairs, and so I hope that I will prepare good for this.
Welcome back to the race course here at the Hong Kong 100 Ultra, the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100. It's a pleasure to have you with us back on the live stream here. We're excited to see the lead elite male runners approaching the checkpoint 4 of Yung Shui O, where we've got camera teams waiting for their arrival, and we've just been bidding goodbye to the elite female runners as they've left CP3, checkpoint 3, Pak Sao, and listening into a couple of those interviews from elite runners who have come to Hong Kong from overseas to take part in this race, including, of course, Danny Yung, who we just spoke to there from Italy. It's really a great joy to share the Hong Kong trails with the international running community in this way, and hear stories like Danny's, where he said he first imagined Hong Kong as being like a city like New York, he said, or any other big city where there probably wasn't a whole lot of park space, maybe just sort of some kind of urban park perhaps. And then they come here to do a race and it blows their mind because they spend the entire time they're here running in nature, running across beaches, running through, in his words, jungles, maybe not quite jungles, but like jungles and mountains and monkeys and snakes. It's quite extraordinary, and I think even for myself, who wasn't born here but lived here a long time, you start to sort of take for granted how unique Hong Kong is. Even for yourself, you've grown up here your whole life, but maybe you have to leave a race overseas and then come back again and remember how unusual it is to have this scenery.
Yes, definitely, because if you're going abroad, then maybe it will take like ages just to get to a mountain, but in Hong Kong it's just so convenient, so accessible. Yeah, every time I come back, I will just appreciate how convenient it is to just get on, even for training sometimes, like it's so convenient because you can just get off work, wear a pair of shoes, and then there you go. Half an hour later, you're on the mountain. So it's I really appreciate our hometown.
Yeah, a pretty special place, and always so fun just to share video and images of it to an international audience who won't be so familiar. If you're watching the live stream, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know if you've ever been running in Hong Kong, if you have any questions about racing or running or hiking in Hong Kong. And let us know who you're supporting in the race. I'm seeing lots of Vietnamese flags popping up on the live stream. I'm seeing lots of support for the Philippines team. John Rayonifa, Larry Apolinario, both getting shout-outs on the live stream messaging as more and more of the Philippines team take such great results here in Hong Kong.
Checkpoint 5?
This will be checkpoint 4. This is Yung Shui O. So
checkpoint 4.
The arrival into Yung Shui O from
the youth hostel,
the northern peninsula of Hoi Ha. Having gone through Pak Sao, they're now coming all the way around to Yung Shui O. And this is where the competition is really going to start hotting up. It's great to be able to have pictures here. It's not a very easy place to do a live stream from in this part of Hong Kong. Very little signal in this northeastern part of the Sai Kung Peninsula. So exciting to be able to try and move around the course and get shots from so many different places. Certainly a bright day there, just adjusting the camera, I think, to get some lighting checks as we head towards the arrival of the lead men into Yung Shui O. They'll be coming in any moment. Switching back now to checkpoint 2, Hao Thong Kai.
Out from the checkpoint, making their way into the trails.
Here we are at checkpoint 4, Yung Shuio waiting for the arrival of the lead men, and excited to see just how close they are together at this point in the race. The checkpoint staff already there. Sorry, Charmaine, please go ahead.
Yeah, so as they're arriving Yung Shuio checkpoint 4, they will be finishing 51 kilometers. That's halfway.
Yeah, very good point. And it's actually, every time I commentate on this race or I film this race, I keep having to remind myself that Yung Shuio is 50 kilometers into the race. It always feels like you can't have run that far to get to Yung Shuio because it's somewhere that doesn't seem so remote.
How many hours? It's just 3 or 4 hours?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's a little bit confusing even when you've been living here a long time and you know these trails so well. For some reason, this location doesn't feel like a location that requires 50 kilometers to get to, but it's the unique design of the race course to use every inch of the Sai Kung Peninsula and try and take runners to places they wouldn't normally go. That's the reason that people get confused, because we're so used to people cutting across the Makelhose Trail and basically ending up in the Yung Shuio Kaling Ha region relatively quickly.
There you go, we can see.
And here they come, exciting times. Into checkpoint 4, Meng Guanfu and John Ray Anifa, right side by side, 4 hours, 11 minutes into the race. Exciting scenes, back on track now with the lead men. And we're finally able to get footage at the start of the race course after the challenges of the mobile phone signal. Meng Guanfu, 2 gulps of Coca-Cola. Stingray sprinting after him. He doesn't want to let him go. Stingray's barely even tightened up his water bottle, and he's already out of the gate. Amazing scenes, Charmaine. 51 kilometers, and they're still running hand in hand and basically pushing each other to their limit in terms of how much time they're allowing themselves to take at the checkpoint.
I can't imagine. It's so stressful, isn't it? You just have someone next to you, you know, not letting you go.
My big question in this scenario, Charmaine, and of course from your racing experience, tell me what you think, but if Meng Guanfu had arrived at that checkpoint on his own, how long would he have taken?
Oh,
and same for Stingray versus what we just saw.
I would still say like it's just a matter of seconds, because for all these elite runners, as I said earlier, they know exactly what they have to replenish at each checkpoint. They know the course so well in details. Like so, it's just a matter of seconds. Even though like either one of them arrive at the checkpoints with no sight of the other one, I still think that they won't take any longer in waiting or eating at the station. They will just refill the water bottle or maybe grab a small bite of maybe a banana or something, and they would just go. So
they're certainly efficient, aren't they? I just always wonder if you don't have that pressure of another runner right beside you, whether or not you just allow yourself to have that extra 30 seconds.
I don't think so. Not for these elite runners, no.
Yeah. I don't spend enough time like you do at the front of the race. That's why.
Oh no.
That's why I.
No, I've been watching them on the videos or live clips.
No, this is amazing though, isn't it? Because, like you say, they've just run 50 kilometers. You could forgive them having not had a decent chance to slow down at all, just for taking a little more time. But you could see Meng Guanfu there. He's barely even sort of stopping moving when he's pouring the Coke down his throat. He didn't even bother pouring it into his own bottle.
No.
And Stingray as well there. You couldn't help but think that he was just desperate not to let Meng Guanfu go. It looked like he disappeared to go and get some water or some ice or something from around the side of the checkpoint. Looked up, Meng Guanfu had gone. Next thing you know, it's sprint time. Any moment now, we're expecting Shan to arrive into checkpoint 4 in 3rd place.
So after they leave Yongxiu, the checkpoint 4, so there'll be 2 climbs, and there's the signature Kai Kong Lang, which they have to climb up. And for this year, the course, they made it 2 revision, and one of it, actually, just back on live here, I think it's Dan Guomin.
Dan Guomin beating Shan Jiasheng to the checkpoint. Now let's see what he does in comparison. 1 soft flask. Somebody behind him.
Yes, orange shirt.
This should be Shan Jiasheng, I'm sure. They're right together. Dan Guomin, 1 bottle over the head. I'm counting. This has already been 30 seconds longer than Meng Guanfu and John Ray and Aoife. Watch the clock. They're going to get to 16 minutes. What's he doing now? Spraying his face, cooling down. 2 water bottles. I'm sure Stingray only took 1. In they go. 1 in each pouch. Some support from the support crew here. And there's Shan Jiasheng. He's also taking his time. Out he comes. He knows what he's doing, of course. A former champion of this race and an incredible athlete, but certainly more measured. Honestly, if we counted up those times between the 4 men, there's no question Meng Guanfu and Stingray just got 30 seconds on the other guys simply from their checkpoint behavior, maybe even a whole minute. Yeah, exciting. Incredible to see this up close and personal, this different strategy, but you can see the difference between the sunshine on the trail, on the path there, and the shade inside the checkpoint. You can start to sense that even though it's a cool January day here in Hong Kong, it's still probably getting quite hot out on the trail, particularly when so much of it is exposed.
Right. I believe it's like maybe 20 degrees out there now. It's mid-noon. So I was saying earlier, like once you leave Yongxiu, there's the climb for over 400 meters to Kai Kong Lang, and then we'll have like a bigger checkpoints at Keilang Ha, where the runners, they have drop bags there. But I believe like for the elite runners, they probably have their own supporters. They don't drop their bags, or they don't have to queue for their drop bags. So I was saying that the Hong Kong 100, they made 2 changes on the course, and one of it is actually starting from checkpoint 4 going to checkpoint 5. They don't have to climb up to, they don't have to make a climb to at Yong Pak corridor. So, and instead they make a shortcut and then go straight to climbing the Kai Kong Lang. So that's, I think they shaved maybe a kilometer and maybe like 100 or 200 meters of elevation in terms of the elevation profile. So yeah.
Yeah, it's small change, but actually in the grand scheme of the race, it could end up still having a significant effect on the overall timings, particularly for the course record when you think how close the 2 lead men are to that course record time. Right. It's not a fundamental shift relative to what we might be used to when we talk about course changes. And this has happened because of a landslide that took place months ago, which has affected the course, both the half and the full marathon. So it's nothing that could really be done on the part of the race organisers. It's purely a safety move, but nevertheless, it does give some small advantage to these runners this year in terms of their timing.
Waiting more male athletes coming into checkpoint 4.
Yeah, so far then, just as a reminder, we've seen Meng Guanfu, last year's winner, pushing straight through the checkpoint. We've seen John Ray and Aoife pushing straight through the checkpoint.
We have Dan Guomin and Shan Jiasheng. I'm sure Yao Pui Chen is right behind them. Right behind them.
I don't know if they're texting me or not, but I can't hear anything.
Leaderboards.
Yeah, we'll check in on the leaderboard and find out who's coming next, basically, because we've got Qing Guidu coming through, Gu Rongchao, 2 more, and Yan Longfei, 3 of the top Chinese runners. No sign right now of Yo Pei Tuen. Still a little bit further back, according to the live tracker.
Yeah. Why are they still using this?
But yeah, plenty of action coming through in Yung Shuio now as we see the next of the lead runners come into play. Yeah, it's always interesting to compare these strategies. Nice and smooth here at the checkpoint, loading up on water. This, of course, is Einol Cristian Manole of Spain coming in ahead of the tracker. Actually, the tracker's slightly laggy in terms of his own performance. It's got him much further back in the field. So fantastic performance by him, perhaps, to make up that ground and beat the GPX effectively into this position.
Yes.
Wasn't expecting him quite so soon. He's cooling off his head here, dunks his head under the water, and off he goes. Fairly smooth. Looks like he's barely carrying anything, just like so many of these top runners now. Just one water bottle in one hand, and off he goes. Just a dousing of the head, and he's back in action already. Again, let's put this into context. Where are we on the map? Tell us a bit about where we are.
So we're now at checkpoint 4. So you can see the 2 spikes. So the first one, maybe it just got slightly shaved off because there's a route changes. And then on the second spike is the Kai Kong Lang, which they have to climb, and it's over 450 meters in height. So after that, it's a very sharp descent before they are getting to the next checkpoint, which is checkpoint 5 at Kelang Ha. And then after that, that's the meaty part, as you said, Richard. It's the second half of the course, which is you have basically, as you see on the chat, on the chart, it's ups and downs until the very end.
Yeah, and we've just seen some of the lead men come through the checkpoint there. Let's just remind ourselves just how fierce the competition is among the lead men this year. There are 4 returning champions in the race this time around. We just saw Meng Guanfu and we just saw Shen Jiasheng both come through the checkpoint in this lead group. They're, of course, former winners of the event, only minutes apart in terms of their winning times. We've yet to see Yo Pei Tuen, the 2-time winner and
the record holder pass through. But here's his record just for comparison. He came through Yung Shuio in 4 hours and 10 minutes back in 2020. We're now at 4 hours and 22 minutes. And I'd say that puts things on a pretty close knife edge as to whether or not we're going to see a new record this year, because both John Rayonifa and Meng Guanfu are, I would say, on schedule for that. And you made the very good point, Charmaine, just now, that actually because of the course amendment, as they leave Yung Shuio, there might be a 5-minute saving there, possibly a 10-minute saving because of the landslide in this area. So that might save them some time in their next checkpoint split to get to Keling Ha. And we all know at the end of this race, after they go over the top of Tamau Shan, they have a long straight road descent. And when I say straight, of course, the road is definitely not straight. No.
But the point is they don't have to get off the road and run on some trail. So it's another opportunity to make up some time on this record of Yo Pei Tuen. So interesting times. We know that this record is potentially going to go, and we're looking forward to seeing how things pan out over the coming hours and see just how realistic that might be.
4 hours, 23 minutes into the race.
You can just hear like...
So what's your strategy? I mean, like, Richard, you must have participated in a few races in the past. Like, what is your strategy when you go to the checkpoint?
Yeah, it's an interesting question, because for myself, as somebody who's kind of gone through the experience of being a total amateur to being still an amateur, but like a much more competitive amateur, the amount of time you can save in your race, if you can really improve that whole checkpoint operation, is amazing, isn't it? Because I look back at some of my race timings from 100k races, for example, 3 or 4 years ago, and you start looking at just how much of that overall time you were stationary versus moving.
Yes.
And you look and add up all of your checkpoint times, and you realize that if you did say a 13-hour Hong Kong 100 equivalent, you might have actually not been moving for 45, 50 minutes with the combined total of the checkpoints.
Yes.
Each checkpoint on its own feels insignificant because it's just 2 or 3 minutes.
Yes.
5 minutes, maybe there's one checkpoint where you have some food.
Yes.
Or maybe you're not feeling very well and it becomes 10 minutes.
Yes.
Maybe you change your socks or something like this.
Yes.
And you think, it's no big deal. But then you add it up and you think to
It's an
yourself,
hour.
yeah, you're pushing on an hour, and then you think, this is crazy. I was out there for 1 hour longer than I needed to be.
Yes.
The difference between my time and a time, if it was 1 hour faster, is 15, 20 places on the leaderboard. And you start looking at more details as to how long that person who was 20 places ahead of you spent at the checkpoints, and you realize they were basically doing what Meng Guanfu is doing, or that Stingray is doing. And then you know that you really need to change your system, because it's not necessarily your legs that are letting you down.
It's actually the rest that you talk.
Yeah, I mean,
at the
even
checkpoints.
it's a little harsh to say this as we watch the elite men right now, but even this process of going to one water dispenser and then going to another one, and we still haven't actually filled up our bottle because we're choosing which drink to take, and we're finding our flask, and then we're filling up the water cup. This whole time is time that Stingray and Meng Guanfu did not take.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
3-4 sips of the cup. It's still an incredibly committed performance coming through this checkpoint, but at the pointy end of the racing these days, every second that he's washing his face, every second that he's now going back inside the checkpoint to get something else, having a look around at which food to take, is seconds where the other guys have already left. So it's a brutal sport these days, even in crazy distances like 100 kilometers. And for elite level performers, these are the small margins, aren't they? And the hard part, of course, is how much can you push your own envelope? If you go into the checkpoint and you only take 15 seconds, does it actually end up killing you later on because you just haven't given yourself a chance to cool down, you haven't taken on enough nutrition, and trying to understand your body is really quite tricky. So that's why I'm always fascinated with these live streams, to see what really happens versus a highlights video, for example, if I'm thinking in purely media terms, where you never really see that action. And seeing the difference, as we've discussed, between this elite level performance is fascinating. One thing I would say that I'm really looking forward to later on in this race, of course, for both the men and for the women, is when they don't go to checkpoints like this one where there's no support because it's too inaccessible. And we've mentioned the phone signal is very poor here. It's not an easy place to get to. This is a great thing that there's a checkpoint here from the race organisation, because it's not an easy place to offer support for anybody else. But when they go to the other checkpoints, for example, the next checkpoint they're going to, checkpoint 5 at Kaling Ha, it's a whole different world. They'll arrive with a team of friends or even coaches or support staff in place, and we'll get a totally different sense of what a slick operation looks like, because it won't just be one person anymore. It might be...
There will be like perhaps several supporters doing, filling up the water bottles for you, putting the food out for you, etc. Yeah, so it would be, maybe, it would be different.
Exactly, and we're looking at one of those people right now, right on camera now. Give us a wave, Tom Bakelin of Belgium, a long-time Hong Kong resident and fantastic runner himself, who was indeed riding the motorbike for us earlier on this live stream. Thanks so much to him and his efforts. He is standing right there at CP5 Kaling Ha, as you can see on our screen, 57 kilometers. This is where most of those elite runners, and indeed amateur runners, and indeed ordinary Hong Kong runners will all have their support crew. And you can see the different scale of the checkpoint already. We've got lots of tents set up. We've got the toilet facilities. It's a very different beast to the Yung Shui-O checkpoint that we were just at a moment ago.
I think it's checkpoint 5. Kaling Ha is actually one of the most maybe accessible checkpoints out of all the others. So there'll be, I can expect that there'll be loads of supporters.
So that was CP5 right there, where the lead men will soon be arriving, and we're heading back to checkpoint 4 now, where we've already seen some of the elite men arrive.
Seen the fifth elite man arrived, so let's just see who's going to come in next.
Let's jump back to CP5, where we're anticipating having a lot of colourful checkpoint action very shortly as the lead men and women start coming through. I can expect Tom there is laying out supplies for the runners he's supporting. Who'll be coming through. He's supporting a couple of well-known Hong Kong runners, Arnaud and David Longo, both going to benefit from his support. It's always interesting to see how the support crews start preparing all of the supplies for everybody.
I think the camera right now is showing the checkpoints with all the tents and with all the helpers, and then just opposite on the other side of the road where runners have to cross. That's where all the supporters are going to be. Just right opposite this of each other. So it's just you have to cross the road, and then there you will see your supporters.
Yeah, it's always useful to plan the tactics around these checkpoints, isn't it? So that you know exactly where your support crew will be when they arrive. Sometimes when you first run in, if you're not quite sure, again, you can waste valuable seconds trying to guess
where your support is,
exactly.
And you probably have to spend a few seconds just to try to find your supporters, if not more. Very beautiful day out there.
Yeah, perfect weather conditions for a perfect race day. Very appealing for anybody who's got friends in the event to head out this afternoon and go and support them when the weather's like this.
The champion is the man who made someone. They couldn't keep up with me, so fair enough. It's got to 57.
Yeah, you can see the crews getting ready there, not just for the supporting the runners, but also supporting the overall filming operation. There's one of our esteemed running camera operators, Seb, on screen right now, just chatting to Tom, getting ready for his next stint in the mountain. As soon as the lead men arrive, he'll be going up and over this section to try and keep up with the lead men. They'll be arriving pretty soon. Meantime, the lead women will be arriving into checkpoint 4 pretty soon. Yeah, hard work for many of those support crews trying to get around the race course themselves. Lots of logistics for them to plan.
Here's some cheering.
Back at CP4 here, that looks like Rokokumama Magar of Nepal coming into checkpoint 4. One of the strongest Nepalese runners moving into a strong position at checkpoint 4. Let's focus on checkpoint 4 now and make the most of these shots of the runners coming through. A couple of the elites here taking their time, not rushing quite so much as we saw earlier on. Let's see more of this checkpoint 4 action. Yeah, it's great to see some of these runners taking on the nutrition here, making the most of their opportunity to get replenished.
Come on, come on, come on. Good job.
I think that's Daniel Young.
Yeah, Danny Young just passing through checkpoint 4 there. Yeah, we heard from Danny just a little while ago. His experience coming to Hong Kong was certainly an eye-opener for him, having never raced here before. Years ago when he came here for the first time. More elite men coming through. This is Yang Yong, another of the fast Chinese runners coming into checkpoint 4, looking very smooth, carrying almost nothing. The long, rangy limbs of Yang Yong here, familiar face on the racing scene when he comes over to Hong Kong. Very tall, elegant runner, heading off into the mountains now. Barely stopping for much food. No running pack, no cap, no sunglasses. Just a running vest and a pair of shorts. Amazing, considering some of the other runners are there carrying a running bag, carrying poles. Camera 5 having a CP5 rather, having a wander around at checkpoint 5. We can bring the checkpoint 5 graphic on, remind you where we are. Keiling Ha, checkpoint 5, halfway through the race course. Nice to see some of the preparations taking place here at the checkpoint with so many volunteers, so much colour, so much effort going into making this a smooth operation for all the runners who are coming through. Of course, we're barely at 1 p.m. local time in Hong Kong for many of the lead runners, but there'll be people coming through this checkpoint long into the night who are moving much more slowly than the elite runners. And it's great to have the opportunity to wander around this checkpoint and see just how many people are involved and how much effort they're making to try and make this race a success. We can see on screen right now just exactly where the runners are in terms of their approach to CP5. You've got a handful of elite men here that I'm circling, moving towards the checkpoint in the bottom of the screen. As the competition starts to ramp up among the main leaders, with Meng Guangfu having his work cut out, because John Reonifa is very close behind. The dot track data making it look like Meng Guanfu might have opened up a little bit of a lead on Stingray since they left checkpoint 4.
Yeah, almost together.
Yeah. There's not a great deal of distance between the dots on the map, but this is another steep climb, this section, so very interesting if Meng Guanfu's built some time. An interesting shot here also to capture from our checkpoint camera, showing the drop bags that are available for the runners at this checkpoint, all perfectly lined up. With the runners' numbers on. Shan, maybe just explain for any viewers who aren't familiar with the drop bag what exactly a drop bag is and how you can use it.
So just in the middle of the race, like this one at 57K, runners, they get a chance to have a bigger break, as I'll put it. And these drop bags are the things that they want to have. Maybe they can put clothes in, all the extra nutrition that they need for the meaty bit of the climb for the second half of the race, and maybe they want to change a pair of socks, or just anything really, or even like a massage gun if you need it. Halfway through the race. So that's the opportunity where you can get your bag from the volunteers. You can, take out what you need, use what you need, and then go and then give the drop back to the volunteer, and then there you can start your second half of the race again.
That's right, plenty of options for the drop bag, maybe a cuddly toy. Anything to raise your spirits. A big question, Coca-Cola or not Coca-Cola? Fantastic assistance there from the checkpoint staff.
It actually saves time not to pour it in a cup. Just drinking straight out from the bottle.
That's right, a bit of Coke and half a banana and on your way. That's the way the racing goes these days. Plenty of medical support there for anybody who needs it. But the runners aren't wasting any time asking for medical help at this point in the race. They're halfway through and they're just in mode push all the way. When we talk about mode push, we should have a look back at the action from the half as our cameraman cleans his lens. And let's see what happens in the race on Friday.
欢迎大家来到2020年香港100的56公里。第二次港门，加油！
Well, Welcome back to the racing action at the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100. The most exciting international trail race in Hong Kong. We're seeing the lead male runners come into checkpoint 4 in Yung Shui-o around the halfway mark. There's been a significant shift in attitude and approach towards checkpoint 4 since we saw the lead runners come through Charmaine. This is Richard Kimber and Charmaine Tang on the commentary on the English side. It's great to be sharing this race with you. We're seeing some of the top 20 or so male runners now come through into checkpoint 4. And as you can see, relative to the first 2 or 3 runners who came through, grabbed some water and ran before they'd even stopped moving, there's certainly an effort now from the slightly slower runners. And speaking of which, checkpoint 5, look at the contrast with the men's race leader, Meng Guanfu, blazing through checkpoint 5, pointing to some of his fans as he races immediately up the mountain. And it's action time. The cameramen are getting in each other's way. Everybody's getting in each other's way. Nobody knows which way to go. It's drama here on the race course as the men's race leader flies through checkpoint 5, showing me exactly what I just talked about. And Charmaine, tell us what's going on right now in contrast to checkpoint 4.
So as I said, this is checkpoint 5, and then the Meng Guanfu is just crossed the road and to where the supporters are. So compared to checkpoint 4 or the other last checkpoints that he'd been, this one's he definitely had more supporters, you know, filling up his bottles. He's I think he's having some congee or something, and then and then his supporters are going to fill his bag with the nutrition that he needs for the next few big climbs. Yes, so you can see him, he's not waiting or taking his own time. I think it's just 20 seconds or something.
That's right.
And that's the gear check.
Exactly right. Mandatory gear check. He even has a friend help him with that. Take the stuff out of his bag and put the stuff back in his bag. Jiao, Jiao, Meng Guanfu, he's on fire. Look at him go. He doesn't want to waste a single second. He's almost getting frustrated at having to stop for the mandatory
gear check, yes.
for the mandatory gear. Meng Guanfu, nice to see his name on screen there. Great job from the graphics team, keeping up with the pace of this race. The men's race leader, Meng Guanfu, ITRA score 9:24. Of China, and boom, off he goes straight into the trail. 1, 2, 3 cameramen struggling to keep up with him.
Yeah, I'd like to give you.
He's got his poles strapped to the back of his bag as he enters.
Which still hasn't used.
Which he's probably barely touched as he heads back up the mountain. I suspect, Charmaine, he may not have even been wearing the bag for a large part of the first part of the race.
You're probably right.
I suspect he's basically taken that bag from his support crew to be even more efficient, really, with this whole operation as we watch the lead men at checkpoint 5, led by last year's race winner. Will he be this year's race winner? Meng Guanfu storming out of the checkpoint. Really exciting footage here. And who have we got? The women's leader, Veronica Leng. The women's race leader. Lovely to have this kind of action now on the trail, cutting between the men's race and the women's race, side by side.
As the section leads to checkpoint 4, it's very runnable, very flat along the coastal lines.
And who's that behind her?
That's Samaya, I think.
Exactly right. And how far away is she?
Just 20 meters, I guess.
Unbelievable. In both the men's and the women's race now, we've got pure drama. So Veronica Leng leading the women's race. Amazing comeback for her if she can hold on to this after taking time out to have a baby. Samaya Buddha, I believe then you're right, in Nepal, this beautiful section through the trees here of this winding, flat, runnable track. Right behind her, just moments ago, we saw the men's race leader, Meng Guanfu, blazing out of Kailingha. And we're back with
Meng Guanfu.
Meng Guanfu now. We could put these side by side at some point and just compare just how fast the two are going in terms of the men's race leader and the women's race leader.
So this is the well-paved bit, the tarmac road. Meng Guanfu is running. Things are a good 2 kilometers of this road before he's heading up to the trails and onto the mountains, climbing up to Shan, what we call the Saddle Hill, as we say.
That's right, the Horse Saddle Mountain, literally.
Yes.
Horse Saddle Mountain, Shan, another fantastic location on the race course as we see Meng Guanfu powering up the mountain. Soon we can go back to Veronica Leng and Samaya Buddha at checkpoint 4. We can perhaps even see the two images side by side as we get a sense of the real drama of this race unfolding at the front end of the pack. Back there with Veronica Leng, as we mentioned, coming into checkpoint 4, leading the women's race. Samaya Buddha really not far behind. You can see her in the distance of this exact same shot. Great action.
So we'll see how the ladies are replenishing themselves at the checkpoints. Would it be different from the male runners?
Exactly right. I can see that. I believe that's Veronica's husband running right in front of her right now as the action really starts to heat up at checkpoint 4. Indeed, that is Veronica's husband, Matt, right in front of her. There's our cameraman getting right down into the action and seeing the women come in side by side. Veronica, she's got nothing but oranges on a stool, half a banana. She's looking up, keeping half an eye on Samaya, who's already out of the door, Charmaine. Boom.
Wow.
I can see my colleagues on the Mandarin commentary feed laughing about this at the same time. Unbelievable. Samaya, did she even stop?
Yeah.
Who knows? Did she get a drink? Did she eat anything?
I don't know.
The women's race leader has changed hands in the space of seconds as we watch. Samaya Buddha take over the lead from Veronica Leng in dramatic fashion at the checkpoint. Charmaine, we just talked about checkpoint strategy, and we've literally just seen the lead change hands in the space of a moment at a checkpoint.
Yes, I know. That is, you know, just a matter of fraction of seconds even.
Exactly, but what does this do to you mentally if you're that runner in first who arrives at the checkpoint and before you've even blinked, you're in second? How do you feel?
I'm just an amateur runner. I don't. If I was there, I would probably get very disappointed of myself, and But then again, as you said, Richard, I'll have to make sure that I am fully recharged and replenished with nutrition before I can get back to the game. So for me personally, maybe I'll feel the pressure, but then again, I know what I need to do, and then I'll just, finish what I have to do at the checkpoints and then try to catch up with the runner in front of me.
Yeah.
And for these elite runners, I think they are mentally trained very strong. So even though Veronica, now Samaya take the leads, I think Veronica may be getting the pressure, but I'm sure Veronica would just, be behind her in just a few moments.
Keeping cool, you reckon?
Yes, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, good advice there from Coach Charmaine, who is indeed a coach. So fantastic coaching skills from Charmaine there, reminding us to keep our cool in these race situations. But boy, it's not easy to keep your cool if you walk into a checkpoint in the lead, turn around and suddenly you're in second. But Veronica knows exactly what she's doing, that's for sure. And here comes Samaya. ITRA score 792 from Nepal, perhaps enjoying or not having cameramen running all over her at this point. Fantastic opportunity for her, of course, to raise her profile, but it's always hard at the front end of a race now when you get more and more attention, you've got cameras to navigate, but all part of the challenge. And again, this is interesting because when you've got cameras now filming you, there's lots of interest in you as the elite runner. Does it start to slow things down a little? Do you lose your focus? It's easy to make a mistake. It's all part of the challenge, isn't it, of racing at the highest level nowadays with all these extra factors.
Yes, yeah, it is right. And then sometimes you just don't want to get distracted. I mean, if the cameraman fell in front of you, what do you do? Do you keep on running, or do you stop, help her to get help him to get up and then carry on. It's very difficult.
Yeah, you'd be a very generous runner to stop and help a cameraman, wouldn't you? Speaking as a long-term cameraman, but even then, amazing. Good question. Just goes to show the competitiveness of this racing action as we see Samaya just power out of that checkpoint, and we wonder just how far behind or not Veronica might be. Perhaps she is right behind our cameraman at this very moment, and there's only inches between them. I'm sure we'll find out very soon. But yeah, exciting moment here in the race as the lead women leave checkpoint 4 and head fairly quickly now towards checkpoint 5, where our camera is currently based. More runners passing through checkpoint 4 here. But yeah, what drama, what scenes, seeing the lead change hands. You can see there's Veronica's husband, Matt, there just tidying up after he laid out the supplies for her.
I'm actually surprised that he's not choosing to help at checkpoint 5, but rather at this checkpoint.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting strategy. Maybe she needs that. She knows she's an elite runner. She knows when she needs what. So that's her plan.
It's a very good point, Charmaine, and it's interesting, isn't it? I suspect perhaps she has other people helping her as well, maybe at checkpoint 5. But,
yes.
But you're right. You're still choosing your support plan carefully. There's Kazufumi Ose of Japan, the top Japanese runner in the men's division here at the Hong Kong 100. He's an incredibly strong runner, and it's interesting to see him actually further back than one might expect, frankly, at this stage in the race. But perhaps he's just biding his time, knowing that the second half of the race is so much tougher than the first, because I'm used to seeing him really at the front end of the podium, slightly taking his time at this point. Maybe he's got a slight injury. Maybe he's just playing it cool. But who's right behind him? Ho Ha Ti. Yeah, it'd be great to jump back to checkpoint 4 at some point. But right now we're with Shen Jiasheng powering up the hill there. They're back with Ho Ha Ti at checkpoint 4. Exciting times for Vietnam and everybody who's supporting from there. There she is with the red armbands, the Vietnamese flag. On those armbands, the recognizable face and figure of Ho Ha Ti, loading up with some food, taking her time, playing it cool. She's got the bandana on her head to keep herself out of the sun. A couple of bananas, a couple of segments of orange. Great help from the supporters there as, again, at the checkpoint. Fantastic checkpoint staffing there on the race course, and off she goes. She's not far behind Charmaine. What are we talking? Do you think 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yes. Yeah, I'd say.
Yeah, I'd say 5 minutes. Okay, and then down on the right-hand side of screen, Samga Sung, I think we call him in Hong Kong, don't we?
Yes.
Shan Jiasheng, as he's obviously better known in China. Also not far behind the lead in the men's division. Things really getting spicy now on the race day action at around checkpoint 4 and checkpoint 5 as we see the leaders of both the men's and the women's division duke it out in royal fashion as they go through the checkpoints. It's the familiar figure of Shen Jiasheng here. He's a very slight, lean, athletic runner, but with very strong legs. You can see
his calves.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's a really sort of light guy with, not much of a heavy frame on his upper body, but really powerful, strong legs and years and thousands of miles in them as he just pushes hard up this long, steep, concrete single road climb. As the sun just pokes its way through the trees here. Really exciting to be running behind a real legend of Asian trail running who's become one of the best known faces internationally of Chinese trail running. Quite a few people out on the trail taking pictures of him alongside the cameraman who's probably going to run most of this road alongside him, I'd have thought. Great chance to run alongside somebody like this. Nice and steady, very, very smooth and steady pace up this long road climb. Yeah, Shen Jiasheng there, ITRA score, look at that, 913. Wouldn't it be nice to have an ITRA score of 913?
I think I'm just under half of.
Yeah, maybe I was thinking more like 319 for most of us who were watching this at home. But yeah, 913. There's very few people in the world with an ITRA score above 900. Just for reference for anybody watching at home, this score represents your best performances at big race events where a lot of things are analysed, including the length of the race, the elevation of the race, the difficulty of the terrain, and your overall time versus other people in that race or on that course. A lot of algorithms come into play as we see Shan Jiasheng disappear into the beautiful sunlight. Very nice shot indeed, back on course, climbing into the mountains.
Climbing up, I believe, the Kai Kong Lang before the descent of going to checkpoint 5, I think. Again, this part of the course is very exposed, as you can see, with rocks. You just have to be careful that you are not going to roll your ankle. This runner he's taking relatively easy steps going up.
Yep, I believe this is Mankumar Rokamagar of Nepal. Very strong, powerful runner. You can see his strong physique here, pushing up the mountain. And there, of course, the familiar face and figure of John Rayonifa of the Philippines. So many fans watching his race online today. He's got that.
So he had his gear check at checkpoint 5 now, and he's now heading to.
That's right, sticking his tongue out, thumbs up. Laban Filipinas,
face.
go, 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 go. What a superstar. Everybody likes seeing him in action. Incredibly gifted technical trail runner. Probably his favorite distance, having chatted to him the other day, is around the sort of 40-50 kilometer mark. Not necessarily a specialist at the longer distances, but boy, he's got talent, and really he can win any race he wants to when things go his way. Just always tough, of course, in these longer races, keeping the pacing strategy going as we go split screen now and see the contrasting conditions of the race course. Long, flat roads are gone behind us now, and now we're in the world of uphills. Some are long uphills on a road, some are long uphills on rocky mountainous terrain, but they're both heading in the same direction, and it's not down. Yeah, great to get so much action from the trail here on the live stream today. Things just starting to flatten out for both runners now in vision, as they can start to stretch their legs. Stingray now approaching the turning point on this steep uphill. He'll have to go round the barrier, and then he'll take a right turn and head up another steep section of road before he turns eventually left and begins the mountain climb up to Tamau and Shan. Yeah, certainly exciting to see these top-level runners take on these steep climbs.
On the right side of the camera, I believe it's still at checkpoint 2, just south of checkpoint 2, more runners coming out of checkpoint 2.
Yeah, a lot of excitement on the live chat now for some of those elite runners we just saw. I've got messages of support for Samaya, Go Samaya, it says on our live chat. Also support for Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam coming through on the chat. And of course, from the Philippines for John Rayonifa, who's doing his very best to keep up with Meng Guanfu at the front of the men's race.
There's another race, elite runner running up the tarmac road leading to Mount Shan, the trails to Mount Shan.
Yeah, I think this should be Deng Guomin on the left of screen, pushing his way up the hill, looking nice and smooth and solid despite this incredibly steep climb as the runners leave Kaling Ha. Perfect contrast with the trails that you can see a little bit earlier on in the race course.
There on the screen is Moroccan runner. He's making the descent now, I think, down to checkpoint 5.
Yeah, this is the Nepalese runner.
Oh, sorry, Nepalese runner.
Yeah, looking very strong through this technical section. As I'm seeing people message me and telling me they're already heading up to checkpoint 6 to give Meng Guanfu and Stingray some cheers as they come through the checkpoint 6 mark. And more messages of Laban Filipinas for Stingray coming onto the message board, along with lots of support from Mexico for our selection of runners taking part in the race from all the way over there, including, of course, Maria Elena Ramirez Hernandez, who's famously running here from the Raramuri community in Mexico. Her brother and fellow Mexican Jose Mario Ramirez Hernandez has also taken part in the half these past couple of days. One of a handful of runners from the Raramuri community who have come over to Hong Kong to take part in this event. Fantastic to have them here too, as you see more top of the elite men enter checkpoint 4 at around the 5-hour mark and take on some much needed supplies after more than 50 kilometers of hard racing in the sunshine here in Hong Kong.
we are.
And there we have the men's leader. Let's get that men's leader graphic up on screen. That's the man himself, Meng Guanfu. Still powering ahead up this steep and tough climb with so many rocks and boulders waiting to trip you up. Hopefully no hikers waiting to trip you up. But yeah, fantastic to be on the trail here, seeing the drama of the men's race unfold, and the men's race leader, Meng Guanfu, pushing all the way to the top.
So he's now like doing the toughest part, I would say, of the whole course, and also the longest as well, 13 kilometers, heading to CP5 Gilwell Camp.
That's right, CP6, sorry, CP6 Gilwell Camp.
Yes, CP6. So he's going to climb, do some ups and downs, climbing up to Shan. And actually, this part of the course, I was volunteering, doing all the markings. So if any runners are getting lost, they don't, they are going to
of course.
Look for me.
How can it have taken this long for me to ask you about the course markings? I'm sorry. This is of great detail. Tell me about this section from a course marking point of view, because it's, first of all, it's a huge effort to mark this part of the course. You picked the hardest part of the course to mark.
I wasn't intentionally picked this part. I was given this part to do, but it's a very tough part of the course, and there are several turns along the way up to Mount Shan, and then you go up at the plateau where you see you have this most beautiful view of Sai Kung and hundreds of islands on the right, on the left as you go past, and then there'll be like a sharp descent, and then another climb before you are going to Gilwell Camp.
That's right. It's a really tough section, no doubt. And a tough section for you to have to mark, certainly. But so valuable to have some experienced runners like yourself marking the course for events like this, because you know exactly what it feels like as a runner to do these races, and you know the types of easy mistakes it's possible to make if you're tired, and that's when you know where you need to put the markers, really. It's a massive boost for the race event to have people like you on board. So, Sanfu Sai. Some really lovely sections of trail here with the thick bamboo on either side. As the runners descend.
Down to checkpoint 5.
That's right, Meng Guanfu on the left of camera, powering up the hill here, still climbing. He's been climbing pretty much since checkpoint 5, hasn't he, from Keiling Ha? Because it's, oops, almost tripped there. Good recovery. He's got the poles out now, Charmaine. That's for sure.
Yes.
Past a couple of hikers. Great effort by the camera guys here to keep up with the race leader at this point in the race. Still pushing up there on the left. Ah, you can see the top of Ma'an San. He's almost there. But of course, you have to go down before you go up.
Yes.
and
the good news is you don't have to climb all the way up to that peak.
That's true.
Yes.
That might be the only good news for many of the people who are a bit tired at this point in the race. But you're quite right. You do not have to reach the actual summit of Ma'an San, do you, in this race? Yeah, more great images from inside the trails here in Hong Kong, dancing down the stairs, dancing down the side of the stairs, in fact, in order to go at maximum speed as the runners and the cameramen try and navigate these awkward sections of technical trail, dodging hikers along the way. And race leader Meng Guanfu on the left of screen. Continuing to push the pace at the front of the race course. And doing so in impressive style. Let's get his details back on camera when we can. For Meng Guanfu, we can check out his own ITRA score. But certainly looking strong as he pushes up off the rock onto the stairs. A little bit of respite now for the ankles and the knees as you move away from the technical rocky terrain and onto more sculpted staircase sections that make trail racing and mountain climbing in Hong Kong so tough and so unique, having these stairs built into the side of the mountain. You can see here he's doing what we've mentioned before, which is just avoiding the stairs directly and going just off to the side of them, climbing the trail instead. And let's have a proper look now on the image on the right of our screen. Hau Ha-Ti of Vietnam. Also, she's got the poles out. She's pushing hard up the mountain herself as she continues to try to stay in contention and battle in the women's race for this prized leaderboard between herself, Veronica Leng, and Samaya Buddha. What a battle it is becoming between these three ladies as they really push the envelope of what had previously been seen on this race course and perhaps start to challenge the incredible long-term record of Xiang Fujiao. Hau Ha-Ti was in third place as she left checkpoint 4.
So as you can see, both of the elite runners, when they're climbing up the hills with the poles, how they position their poles in front of them, using their arms and their back muscles to push themselves, trying to relieve some of the stress that they put on from as they're getting up the steps.
That's exactly right. So we have in front of us here the first placed male, the male leader on the left of screen, and the third placed female as it stood after checkpoint 4. Running for a moment there, just side by side. Back with the men's leader, Meng Guanfu here. It'd be good to get his details on screen again. Meng Guanfu, the race leader. Pushing hard and pushing strong up this hill.
So from the picture, you can just see like how many steps that we have in Hong Kong. So if you have just tuned in just now, this is the live broadcast of ANTA Hong Kong 100, and we are 5 hours, 22 minutes into the race. And here you can see Meng Guangfu, the lead male runner, climbing up Ma On Shan. This is the toughest part of the course, and also the longest is 13 kilometers until they get to checkpoint 6, which is Gilwell Camp. It's a beautiful day out there with the sun. Temperature slightly cooler compared to last year. There you can see the rocky bits climbing up. And I think on the right, as you can see the mountains, it's the saddle, Ma On Shan. So there we have the profile of Meng Guangfu with each score 924. That's very impressive.
Oh, Goa, so impressive, so strong. 924. Unbelievably impressive year, or 2 years even, for Meng Guangfu, which has gotten him to the place now where he's got a score like this, reflecting his true world-class potential. Outstanding set of victories in races, both in China and performances overseas. And a consistency of performance, and a consistency, I would say, in a positive way, of aggressive racing as well. I've often felt with him that he's a runner who absolutely wants to win. And that's about all there is to it. And there are other runners that you race against where you feel like they love to be able to come and participate in these races. They love being ambassadors for these races. They love coming on these journeys. And of course they want to win, but they don't absolutely have to win. And I often feel a bit with Meng Guangfu like he's one of those characters. When he comes into these races, he has one thing on his mind.
And that is to win.
And that is to win the race.
Yes.
And it's, yeah, very impressive to see him at this stage just really creating this kind of gap yet again on his rivals. And he's still got a good 30 kilometers to go, so we'll have to see what happens. But last year, of course, he was in second place for much of the race, behind Yo Pei Tuen.
Yes.
And then
up at the very last minute, I think it's, I believe, if I remember it right, it was the last bit of the climb, which is the up to Tamau Shan, when suddenly Yo Pei Tuen, I think he kind of had an issue. And then there you go, Meng Guangfu.
Yeah.
Took the victory.
That's right. And when you say he had an issue, probably you'd mean that he had just been running for 90 kilometers and was quite broken,
yes,
like any of us would be.
Yes.
But I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. If you can just stay in the game at that point in the race, you know, it's still very much yours. And we'll see whether any of the guys who are currently behind Guangfu, whether it's Stingray, whether it's Shan Jiasheng, whether it's the Nepalese runners, whether they will still have a chance, we'll see. But at the moment, you know, he's moving pretty smoothly. He's moving very solidly, and yeah, it's certainly impressive to see.
Just heading to the end of the trail, if I'm correct. That's the that he has to make a left turn to where the plateau with the beautiful views is.
Yeah.
Yes.
And we should take the chance while we just have a moment to breathe from that astonishing ascent from Meng Guangfu to welcome you back to the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 live stream. I'm Richard Kimber.
I'm Charmaine Sang.
Charmaine Sang also with us. Charmaine, this has been an exciting past hour of trail live streaming. We've
Definitely.
seen the men's leaders kick off out of CP5 and the women's leaders kick off out of CP4. And in both cases, there's battles taking place. We've seen the men fight over who can get out of the checkpoint quicker.
Yes.
And we've seen the women fight over who can get out of the checkpoint quicker. And we've seen the lead change in both the men's and the women's divisions.
Correct, correct. And then you can see how amazing, like all these elite runners, how they replenish themselves, or even like they just have few seconds. They just spend literally fraction of seconds, I would say, at the checkpoints, you know, filling up, drinking some water, maybe getting a bite of a food to eat, and then there you go, off back to the race again.
Yep. It's been incredible commitment from both the men and the women. We can pull up the latest race map to show you exactly where everybody's situated, so we get a check on the leaderboard. We'll start with the women. It's been an epic battle for them. We can see now, if we zoom in, just how close this leadership battle is becoming between these three ladies we've been focused on all day long. First of all, we have Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam. Second of all, we have Veronica Leng, based here in Hong Kong, originally from Slovakia, and we have Samaya Buddha of Nepal. The three of them have been really running side by side for so much of this race, and it's still pretty hard to tell which of those three ladies might take the lead. We do have a little bit of a gap now building, as you can see. Number 11 here, Samaya Buddha, is starting to stretch the lead on Veronica and on Ho Ha. Veronica, of course, came into checkpoint 4, just where my cursor is now, in the lead. And then since checkpoint 4, we've got this very steep climbing section. I can just quickly jump to the elevation chart here. We see this steep climb out of checkpoint 4 as they start to approach what will, I beg your pardon, out of checkpoint 5 as they start to approach this Ma On Shan Ridgeline section here that I'm just illustrating at the bottom. And you'll know that this is the hardest section of the race they've done so far. And that's why this gap is starting to widen between these lead runners, because this is the time when things are starting to get tougher and tougher with more than 50 kilometers in the bank. If we just move backwards through the course and see who else is still in contention, we've seen Tang Jinyan all day long. She's been doing very well in 4th place. Anna Lee in 5th place, another very tough cookie in the women's division. And Cherleng Jie back just before checkpoint 4, coming in to round off what has been an impressive set of performances so far. But really at the moment, it's all about these first three in the female race. It's Ho Ha Thi currently in 3rd. It's Samaya Buddha and Veronica Leng battling it out on the mountain, with Samaya having built a little bit of a lead now over Veronica after leaving checkpoint 4 and leaving checkpoint 5. If we switch back to the men's race, and I'll just take the women off screen for a moment, we can see at the moment it's a battle between a couple of superstars in the trail scene as we start to scoot across. One of them is Meng Guanfu, and one of them is this crown. And that crown represents the course record by Yo Pei Tsuen back in 2020. This is the exact file from his watch in 2020 that we've managed to get and upload onto this system, so we can see the gap that's starting now to emerge between him and Meng Guanfu in the lead. Behind, we can see Deng Guomin has done a fantastic job of catching up and overtaking John Rayonifa into 3rd. And in 4th place, Qing Guidu, a very strong performance from him. He probably wouldn't have been considered as many to be a favourite for the race coming into the race, despite having such a strong track record himself. But here he is, sitting very comfortably in 4th place as we look at the GPX tracker. Behind him, Gu Rongchao, also of China, another very strong contender here. And we have to go back now another few kilometers before we start to see any of the other international runners. And we see the Romanian Raul Butaci, who's an incredibly tough competitor as well, coming over here to do his very best and showcase his skills in Hong Kong. Just behind him, perhaps the most well-known Chinese runner in the race internationally, Shan. So a fantastic start to both of these races as we start to head into the real competitive end of the spectrum. And we look forwards to seeing how this all starts panning out back on the race course with so much climbing still to do, Charmaine. This is now no longer really a runner's race. Now we're really entering the territory of a mountain climber's race.
Correct. And there are so many mountains that they have to climb until the finish line. And that includes the Mount Shan, the Tate's Cane, Beacons Hill, the Golden Hill where all the monkeys are.
That's right.
And then there's the Needles Hill, Grassy Hill, and last but not least, the Tamau Shan.
And there it is on screen for you right there. So we're at the checkpoint 5 to 6 point of the race at the moment, where you can see the mountains really start to get steeper and more numerous and more aggressive with the gradients that the runners have to endure as they go straight up Ma'an San right in the middle of your screen after checkpoint 5, and then straight down the other side. And then, as you mentioned, come a whole series of ups and downs before you get the mega climbs at the end of Needle Hill straight after Xingmen and Tamau Shan to round things off. So still really very much to play for, even though we're well past the halfway mark in terms of distance. If your legs are starting to get shaky now, you've got a tough time in the last 30 or 40 kilometers. 5 hours and 33 minutes now have elapsed in this race as we're right in the depths of the trees here, enjoying showcasing the amazing trail scenery up and over the top. And there's Shan coming around the corner onto the Ma'an San ridgeline. Spectacular place to go for a run, spectacular place to film, and it's spectacular to be chasing such a well-known runner at this moment on this course. Really a celebration of Hong Kong trail running. He's had probably a 20 or 30 minute, maybe 40 minute continuous uphill to get to this point. Immediately taking the poles and just putting them both into one hand. Doesn't want them to slow him down on this more runnable section where he needs to weave his way towards the ridgeline.
I think on this section, that's another maybe kilometer or 2 kilometers or so before he reaches the Wan Kok San, as we call it. The beautiful sceneries of Sai Kung.
Jan.
Yeah, it's great to hear the sounds of the racecourse here. The bells are ringing. Support for Shan, a well-known face, a well-known figure, and a former winner, of course, of the Hong Kong 100. So exciting to have him back in town to do this race again. There's so much appetite among former champions to come and do this race again. It's a real credit to the race that so many people want to come and have another go. Shan there, of course, ITRA score also over 900, just like Meng Guangfu, who's currently leading the event. Shan of China, one of the strongest runners from the Chinese mainland in recent years, racing internationally, really helping to put mainland Chinese running and, of course, Hong Kong Chinese running as well on the map internationally, as he gets to the iconic ridgeline that we all know and love here in Hong Kong. It's a trail runner's heaven up here. And we should keep this shot as long as we can while we're also going to try and check in on the women's race. Drama unfolding there at the same time as Samaya Buddha flies across the road at Kaling Ha, the women's race leader. Perhaps we can see these two shots together. It's so nice to have Shan Jiasheng going over the mountain at the same time. But yeah, what drama as Samaya flies across the race. Road crossing in Kaling Ha. And there's Shan Jiasheng on the ridgeline. Right behind her, Veronica Leng, there with her husband Matt. He managed to make it to both checkpoints, Charmaine, to answer your question.
How he does that.
I suppose they're not too far apart, but it looks like he might be running. But anyway, look, Veronica grabbing her supplies, setting off in hot pursuit. An unbelievable effort from her. Right behind Samaya Buddha. What excitement in the women's race here at the Hong Kong 100, as we see some stunning footage on the right of screen of Shan Jiasheng crossing over the Ma On Shan ridgeline.
So you can see how happy she was just filling up the bottles herself. Whereas for Samaya, we didn't quite catch the moment. So now we're back at Shan Jiasheng.
Correct, yeah, yes. Shan Jiasheng skipping down the mountain here. Please, go ahead.
I was just going to mention early on we saw him like from behind that how smooth he was putting his pose back on his back while he was running. I think it's very impressive and something we've got to learn as a trail running. As a trail runner is to do everything while you're running, eat while you're running, drink while you're running, and getting the pose out or getting back back to your backpack or your race belt while you're running. So it's very impressive. I guess in any minute we'll be waiting for the third women to arrive at checkpoint 5.
Okay, and now we've got the amazing scenery of the Ma On Shan ridgeline in all its glory as we see the men's race unfold in glorious Technicolor with 5 hours and 40 minutes on the clock.
I remember when I passed this section, when I was doing the race, it's almost sunset. I was enjoying the sunset view at this plateau, whereas for these elite runners, it's just past midday at 1:40 in the afternoon. So here on the left camera, you can see one of the runners are climbing up the Ma On Shan. Getting some drone shots from above, seeing the trails up on Mount Shan.
Beautiful scenery here on the ridgeline of Ma On Shan, just capturing the breathtaking beauty of the Maculhose Trail here in Hong Kong, with almost 6 hours of racing down. The beaches seem like a long and distant memory now for the runners.
There we see runners.
Yeah, let's get this action shot from inside the trail up. I think we've got a support person probably on the drone shot there, not an actual racer, in case somebody's wondering. Certainly pretty to see the trail, although I don't think this is one of our racing elites. And back at the checkpoint there, just for reference, after the dramatic scenes we saw of Samaya Buddha and Veronica Leng flying through checkpoint 5 there at Kaling Ha, there's a chance for a little bit of recovery there for Veronica's husband Matt, who's in the camera right there, after he's done a sterling job of supporting her at the last couple of checkpoints. And some more beautiful action shots now on the Ma On Shan ridgeline of what looks to me like it could be John Ray Onifa then coming around the top of the ridgeline. In full cinema glory. Look at that. All the way down to the ocean there below. What a perfect advertisement for coming to visit Hong Kong. If you've been to the city many times, next time you come, please go for a walk up here instead. Amazing scenery. The paragliders there in the background. The runners running above the paragliders. John Ray Onifa of the Philippines pushing on 900 for his ITRA score. He's walking on the clouds and tiptoeing across trail runners heaven as he skips through the trail on the Ma On Shan ridgeline. In hot pursuit of the leading pack in the men's division, led of course by Meng Guanfu, who passed through this exact spot around 10 or 15 minutes ago. But Charmaine, it's places like this that I dream about when I go to bed at night if I've had a long day of work. I just close my eyes and imagine I'm back on the Ma On Shan ridgeline. Look at that. What a glorious, glorious place to go for a run.
Amazing. So from here, there's a sharp descent.
That's right, that right hand hairpin turn. Great to see the action here from the drone just tracking Stingray's descent off the ridgeline. He's making it look a lot easier than it is in real life, coming down this gravelly section before he then hits a staircase on the left here where he'll turn. And then eventually disappear into the trees. Spectacular section of trail there as we head back to checkpoint 5, Kaling Ha, and await the arrival of the next women coming through the checkpoint. Let's get those details on as well. Checkpoint 5, Kaling Ha, for anybody tuning in and wanting to know where we're at in the race course. This, of course, one of the major checkpoints on the race course, especially for support crew. And there we go, 57 kilometers, Kaling Ha, checkpoint 5. Great to have all these details on screen to help people understand. And action, of course, immediately. That looked like Ho Ha just flying through the checkpoint.
Back on this iconic view.
Beautiful scenes here on the race course as we go back to the Shan ridgeline. We just saw Ho Ha Ti fly past the checkpoint. And we're back on the Shan ridgeline now, capturing the men's race. We've seen the women's race fly through the checkpoint, and we're now seeing the leaders in the men's race, and we'll soon see the women coming through this exact same spot. So look forward to seeing Samaya, look forward to seeing Veronica, and look forward to seeing Ho Ha Ti flying across this exact same ridgeline. For the time being, they themselves are just minutes behind these men who are rounding out the top 10 in the men's division, as we're bringing you more and more shots that show just why we love running Hong Kong so much.
There again, you see the trails are very exposed. This part of the course.
Yeah, fantastic scenes here. It's moments like this that I think, from the air at least, you really could be forgiven for thinking you might be in Italy or in Chamonix. It's just perfect. It's only really the stairs that give it away. The rest of it looks like anywhere in the world you might dream of if you're dreaming of your iconic trail running destination, just cresting the top of these ridge lines and summits. And look at the speed with which these elite runners descend these technical descents.
Talk about where, some of the places where you forgot you are in Hong Kong. Have you ever been to Chung Peak?
Yeah, another fantastic spot,
Yes.
a lovely spot to go and visit. I can answer your question by just pointing at my screensaver, which is
right.
that exact spot.
Yes.
But this is another one just like that. This is one of the real beauties in Hong Kong. The trail section that goes around the edge of Ma On Shan. Climbing out of Kailing Ha with Sai Kung Town down beneath on the right-hand side. There's the actual summit of Ma On Shan up there. Takes a bit more effort to get to the actual very, very summit, doesn't it? But the trail itself, as you can see, just weaves all the way around the edge of the mountain and is a perfect playground for anybody who comes here to explore what the Hong Kong trails have to offer. And there's the paragliders, of course, who love coming up here too. There's some pretty good launching spots nearby in the Gilwell camp area. And the airflows around here are perfect for actually just drifting continuously around the ridgeline. It's a really special place to be able to come and paraglide in relative safety without too much other activity in the airspace as the drone comes into land. And back on the trail with the powerful legs of Mankamar Rokamagar, I believe, of the Nepalese team here, pushing up the mountain, looking very strong.
He doesn't use any poles. He didn't even bring a pair with him. So I think every runners are different. Like you said, Richard, earlier, that you sort of like not so familiar with using poles. But I mean, if you do use them, you'll find the advantage of giving some of the weights off, getting some of the weights off your feet or your knees when you're climbing up the hills.
You can see here just the way that the stairs are designed. It's really an unusual set of terrain for many runners who are used to running on much bigger, wider, open terrain. They're really cut into the mountainside. We get some sense now of the pace of the technical descents in the race course.
I believe that's Dan Guom and the cameraman is trying to follow. The orange shorts.
Yep, it's getting tricky as you descend so fast to get such a clean and stable signal through the trails in this part of Hong Kong. Starting to get into quite dense trail vegetation as we're back on course on the ridgeline again. Tracking these beautiful shots coming over Ma On Shan with almost 6 hours on the clock for the lead runners.
And I believe if there will be a record breaker, it will just happen in just less than 4 hours.
Yep, 4 hours is the target from now, isn't it? To try and dip under that 10-hour mark. And on our last check, it looked like it could be possible with Meng Guanfu edging past Yo Pei Tuen's GPX crown. But really, when it comes to explaining to anybody overseas, particularly any friends I have back in Europe, when they ask, oh, well, you know, why do you still live in Hong Kong and so on, imagining that it's some sort of concrete jungle, really, just take a look at this. This is the reason many of us, whether we were born here or not, still live in Hong Kong if we're part of the running scene or the running community, because when you have this in your back garden, it's really quite hard to leave. Whatever the other opportunities might be. And as much as we probably all long for having perhaps a more wider variety of options in terms of natural scenery, whether it's snowy mountains, whether it's lakes, whether it's surf, whether it's certain things that, you know, you can't really compete with when you're looking at bigger countries, the sheer ability to come out and explore places like this.
I totally agree. Like I've known like many expats coming to Hong Kong to work, and they often chose to live near the countryside, or more like not countryside, the more rural areas, as I call it. You know, close or have the right at the store steps. You know, from a country park, instead of like living in the concrete jungle.
Yeah, this is certainly a good advertisement for that, isn't it? Although it certainly takes a bit of effort to get into this backyard. I make it sound like it's it's just a stone's throw from your front door, but you do indeed, of course, have to climb up there in the first place to enjoy it. But gosh, look at this, the paraglider and the runner and the mountain all in sync. It's a perfect image of what has made the Hong Kong running scene so popular globally. And jumping back now to the excitement of the road crossing at Keiling Ha, as we see more of the top leaders emerging from the mountains and heading up for what will be their biggest climb so far. And coming over the top of the Shan ridgeline there, it looks like Lionel Christian Manole of Spain, the top European runner in the race today, in hot pursuit of the leaders from China and from the Philippines in the form of Meng Guanfu and Stingray himself, John Ray Onifa. We're now at around the 60-kilometer mark at this point in the race, maybe pushing on 65. And it's really mountains all the way from here on in, isn't it? The runner there just taking a short break before continuing the descent. I wonder if he took a photo, Charmaine. Maybe he treated himself to a photo. I doubt it.
I doubt it, no.
In the middle of this end of the competitive race, but still interesting to see. But it's amazing when you do these races as a runner over and over again, or you're so familiar with these trails, but as soon as you see the trail from this kind of angle, from the bird's eye view, it really changes your perception of where it is that you're running. Seeing the city way down there, seeing the trees surrounding you on all sides, and seeing Buffalo Hill here right ahead of you, it's pretty awe-inspiring to imagine that we've all been running through these kinds of trails so often, either for fun or for training or for racing. Yeah, more spectacular scenery here. The most you could ever wish for, really, if you're a runner or a running fan.
So would you say this part would be your favorite part of the course that you...
Wow, what a question, Charmaine. Hey, really, what a question. I mean, it's a tough one to answer with just so much to choose from on this race course. Of course, I don't know if you recall, but in Veronica Leng's interview, she was asked this question, and she said she really loves the start of the race because of the beaches. And I mean, it's hard not to want that to be your favorite part of the race course because it's obviously so beautiful.
Right.
But somehow it feels too early for it to be your favorite part of anything in a race because, you know, you haven't really gone through that journey yet, perhaps mentally, for me, that makes me so fond of these types of racing experiences. So I don't know whether I can choose that one, but I agree with her in terms of the selection for the sheer beauty of the location. This would definitely be pretty close because I think the thing that's so great about this is just that open view on both sides of the ridgeline that's so unique.
That's right.
And
yes.
how when you finally crest the top of that long climb out of Kaling Ha, all of that effort is immediately rewarded. And it's like you're thinking of it the whole time you're climbing up the side of the mountain. And as soon as you get over the top of that ridgeline, you then have this actually quite enjoyable descent off the top that takes you down away from the heat of the sun if it's a hot day that the runners are enjoying now. And I always look forward to the breeze. It's quite windy often at the top of Ma Shan, and it's quite invigorating if you've just had a tough time climbing to the top or if you're in the middle of a long race. So yeah, it's a pretty close contender. How about you? Do you have another spot on the race course you particularly like?
Maybe Tamau Shan,
Yeah.
for sure. Because that's the highest point of the whole Hong Kong. Even though when you climb up to the, when you're at the summit of the hill, you actually wouldn't be able to see much until you're heading back down a little bit on the tarmac road. Yeah, I think Tamau Shan is one other spot that I would favorite.
Well, it's certainly a beautiful place as well, especially if you have the good fortune, as some of the lead elite runners will do, to arrive at around sunset. Let's check back in on the overall leaderboard. You can see down here, checkpoint 6, I'm just circling now, which is where the leaders are headed. The Gilwell campsite. We've seen some of the top male runners come over the top of the Ma Shan ridgeline, which, if I just zoom out one click, is just around this area here. So they've already passed over that ridgeline, and as you can see, Meng Guanfu very much in the lead, but also very much now slipping behind the crown of Yo Pei Tsuen, if this data is still serving us correctly. But the gap is not much, that's for sure. I think we're looking at probably a kilometre's worth of distance as we try and analyze whether it might still be possible to break that ephemeral course record. But there he is, Meng Guanfu, looking strong. We were running behind him for a while, and he's shortly going to be arriving in Gilwell, where we have a camera team lying in wait. Behind him, Shan Jiasheng, now picking up the pace. And perhaps his race is only just beginning. Right alongside him, Deng Guomin, another incredibly strong run from him so far today. So familiar, of course, with these trails since he lives just across the border in Shenzhen. And Qin Guidu just behind the two of them. We have to go back now a little way to find John Ray Onifa Stingray of the Philippines. He's slightly dropped off the pace during this very steep mountainous section of the course. Can he bring this gap back in as the course becomes slightly more runnable in about 15 kilometers time? There's a good section of still steep up and down, isn't there, between him and any chance to make up some time. Just whizzing through some more of the men on the leaderboard here as we continue to see beautiful drone shots of the Marne San Ridgeline. We're also seeing representation from Europe in the form of Raul Butachi and Daniel Jung. And Nepal, Amankumar Rokamagar, and of course Wong Ho Chung. It's nice to pull up his details as well. He's just popping up and down here on our map, number 122, Wong Ho Chung. It's useful to see how he's getting on. Not far off that main top 10 group. He's probably just on the outskirts of the top 10 group. And behind him also, a shout out to all the fans in the Netherlands tuning in right now in the morning Netherlands time for their superhero, Ludwig Vriends, who's represented so strongly at this event consistently over the years and is doing so yet again now. Fantastic performance from him so far. Jeff Campbell right behind him, one of Ludwig's course record-setting Oxfam Trail Walker teammates just a couple of months ago. It's great to see them running side by side. Yang Yong, who we saw at checkpoint 4 earlier, looking very smooth, and Kazafumi Osei of Japan. Still lots to play for in this fight among the men's division. Let's scoot back out and check out how the women are doing, as they themselves have left Kaling Ha behind on the road. And of course, the battle is still going on here. We'll see them very soon on our cameras. Samaya Buddha of Nepal and Veronica Leng of Slovakia, based, of course, in Hong Kong. Right side by side, continuing to battle it out ahead of Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam, not far behind. She, of course, has had so much success in the last couple of years, but has never raced in Hong Kong before. So what a challenge for her to overcome, to race here for the first time and already be pushing for a podium place. An incredible performance if she can pull it off. Behind her, Tang Jingyan, also climbing successfully out of Kaling Ha and pushing on the leaders. And then a couple of other special mentions. Namalarai, also of Nepal, looking very strong now coming out of Kaling Ha. And Ma Ting of China, somebody we haven't seen much of so far this morning, but we'll no doubt see in the latter half of this race as the women's leader collective starts to narrow. One runner we have seen a fair bit of so far, Chi Ling Jie. She's been running very well all day. We saw her coming out of Pak Tamau and across the beaches. Just quickly check in for our viewers in the Philippines on Elizabeth Dangadang, number 20 here. Her marker bouncing up and down on the screen. See how she's doing in contention. About to approach the Kaling Ha road crossing, having left Yung Shuio. She's still doing a good job. And Kelly Angel, who we watched the video of, also in this pack of runners leaving from Yung Shuio and running a solid race by all accounts so far, with plenty still to play for. A great day of racing in both the men's and the women's divisions. All eyes in the women's fight, though, between these two leaders, between Veronica Leng and Samaya Buddha at the head of the race, who have been trading the lead over the past couple of hours, and Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam really not far behind them. We can hop back now to some of the action on the Marne San Ridgeline, and while we await the women, perhaps we can also take a chance to revisit some of those interview chunks that we did with the leading women to learn a bit more about them before we see them on the course. Always nice to get a bit of context for the runners that we see on screen and understand a little bit more about their running experience. We can work perhaps backwards through the field. We just saw Ho Ha Thi in third place there on the screen. Let's take a quick listen to her running journey and find out about her hopes and expectations for this race.
Ho Hati, welcome to Hong Kong. This is your first time racing in Hong Kong. How are you feeling?
Yes, my first time be in Hong Kong, and I'm so excited and so happy.
And do you know much about the race course, about the Hong Kong trails?
I'm sorry, I didn't know anything.
Have you had a chance to go and see the trail yet?
No, I don't have a time. I'm prefer to read.
And you've had an amazing running year. The last year has been very impressive for you. How are you feeling coming into this exciting race with many competition, lots of strong runners taking part?
I love to running with the Chung runner, and I love to running with the elite around the world to show how like how proud I am, and running with elite I learn many things, so I don't worry about that. That make me stronger.
And tell us about your training in Vietnam. Where do you normally go training?
Vietnam right now in my hometown really cold, only 0 degree or 1 degree, snow, raining, foggy, and in here much better, the perfect weather for me.
And do you train in the high mountains in Vietnam?
Yes, I training in the Sapa. That's a mountain like 1,500 altitude.
And I just have one final question for you. You're very famous at the finish line. You always have your special hat. Have you brought the hat with you this time?
Yes, I bring every race I race in the finish line. I love to wear the non la from Vietnam.
All the very best for the race. Please enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much.
That was, of course, Ho Hati of Vietnam. We were just talking there at the end of the interview about the Non La, which is the name in Vietnamese for the famous wide-brimmed hat that you sometimes see people wear in the rice paddies in Vietnam. It's called Non La, I think. And we'll probably see her putting that on just before the finish line today. She always has somebody helping her to hand her the hat before the finish line. And I look forward to seeing that to celebrate her effort today. Some very strong ladies in the race from previous year's performances, and one of them, of course, we've been filming a lot today, Veronica Leng. She came second back in 2020. That's the year that Xiang Fujiao set the course record here in a very impressive time of 11:47. And we've also got 3 other former podiums, and in the case of Man Yi, our local super heroine on the Hong Kong running scene, a former champion of the race, all taking part today. Really, the only contender for the podium at the moment from that list would be Veronica Leng, doing such a good job. And here is that course split breakdown from Xiang Fujiao in 2020. 11 hours and 28 minutes, a good 10 minutes faster than Veronica Leng, but that's not much across a 100-kilometer distance. But very impressive. And can Veronica somehow catch up with that time this year? We'll see. Let's take a listen to her hopes for the race.
Veronica, how are you feeling ahead of the race?
I'm feeling great. Yeah, I'm excited to go at it again after 5 years. So can't wait to start. Yeah.
And it's an incredibly competitive field in the female division this year. Is that exciting for you, or is it also a little bit nerve-wracking?
I think it's exciting because when I did it 5 years ago, it was very competitive as well. So that year I felt it was nerve-wracking, but it's good because if you really want to push your limits and you want to do your best, you need to have those strong competitors to kind of run with. So for me, it's definitely exciting.
And it's been 5 years since you came to do the event, and during those 5 years, actually the overall standard of female elite trail running has really just constantly improved. That's also really exciting for yourself and for all of us watching the event. There's so many amazing elite females taking part now.
Yeah, I mean, the level is way higher than it was 5 years ago, and I feel like, especially in Asia, where the level was much lower 5 years ago compared to now. I mean, I think the difference is so much bigger here in Asia as opposed to Europe or US, where the sport was already developed a bit earlier. So exciting to have those competitors from all over the world coming to Hong Kong and just can't wait.
And obviously you know these trails really, really well. Do you have a favorite part of the race course?
Well, obviously I love the start, the beaches, just because it's so beautiful. Overall, I feel like I love running on Mac, and I haven't ran there for a long time because it's quite far from where I live. So I'm just excited to be back out there and enjoy every part except the monkeys.
And do you have any target for yourself? Are you giving yourself any goals for this race?
Yeah, I would like to do better than 5 years ago, and I feel like 5 years ago it was sort of the best race I have done until today. So I feel like that's good enough, and if I can do it, then I will be happy no matter what the ranking will be.
So welcome back to the Hong Kong 100 live stream. So we are now seeing the view of Mount Shan Ridge. So there we can see another 1 or 2 runners running along this ridge.
That looks to me like it could well be Wong Ho-chung. It's the green top and it's the cap, and he's flying.
Looks like him, yeah, the way he's, the strides and everything, yes, it looks like it.
I tell you why, it's because he's the only runner so far that looks like he's running across it with his eyes closed, because he knows it so well he doesn't even need to concentrate. And there's only one person who could do that, and that's probably him. Yeah, I'd say that's him for sure. You can tell by the way he runs. It's his running style, slightly muscular, easy running style. But it's that sense of confidence that this is his backyard. And I remember when we did our chat with him before the race, he was oozing confidence about the Macklehose Trail. He didn't feel overly confident about his actual physical condition. He said he wasn't feeling the best. He's had not nearly as much racing in recent months. But when it comes to the Macklehose, he's really probably the only person in this race who could do it backwards, forwards, day or night, and still end up with a super solid time and a performance. And it's a credit to him and to what he's achieved for Hong Kong trail running that he's one of the few people for whom that can be true. It'd be nice to dip into his interview, in fact, to really do credit to this, because he was so passionate about running on the Macklehose Trail and so passionate about this race. It's really something to celebrate for all of us here in Hong Kong who have been following his progress and have been inspired by people like him over recent years to go and do races overseas, and to believe that the training that we do here in Hong Kong can be just as good, if not better, than the training that many athletes do in places that have perhaps a longer history of trail running success or bigger mountains than we have here. But he's really gone to show, just like Stone Zhang did before him, and Man Chung as well in the female division also, and Angie Yen have gone on to show that there's so many locally based runners now here who can compete with the very best on the international stage. Chung, as you mentioned earlier, Charmaine, he's doing a lot of coaching work, isn't he, these days?
He is, yes, doing a lot of coaching to all the youngsters. He actually I think he, if I remember right, he has like a program running for all the secondary schools. So I think he's doing the coaching parts, most of it.
And that was, of course, the man himself, Wong Ho-chung, running across the ridgeline. And while we have a chance to wait for the women to arrive, let's just take a moment and listen in to his interview that he gave us before the race began.
我想問下你今年嘅狀態覺得點啊？
今年嘅狀態就真係一般般啦，但係最近嘅狀態好翻啲嘅，即係喺今年嚟講，而家練翻起，所以還好啦，都參與咗幾場比賽，當係磨練，係啦。
咁其實之前你都參與過港8幾次啦，點解你今年又會再上翻嚟去參加咧？
因為其實港8係一個好大型嘅香港賽事啦，即係而家近年係少咗比賽，因為集中去做青訓計劃。咁但係每年想揾啲目標俾自己嘅時候，其實我捨棄咗好多比賽㗎啦，少咗好多。但如果一年想揾一個大目標俾自己咧，咁我覺得港8係一個幾適合嘅目標。咁所以今年又報名參加翻香港100。
其實港8嘅賽事不嬲個競爭都幾激烈啦，尤其是喺男子組入邊喎。對於即係今年你嘅競爭對手嚟講咧，你嘅感覺點樣啦？有好多即係喺國內啊或者係外國嚟嘅選手。
係啊，咁我特登揀香港100呢場賽事作為一個半年一度啦，一個目標賽事，其實都係貪佢個競爭性係夠高嘅，因為咁樣先至好玩嘅。即係作為個越野跑手，應該要挑戰自己，所以見到一場咁高競爭性嘅賽事咧，自己反而係更加有興趣參加。即係唔係計成敗啦，而係話自己俾翻過去嘅自己。好似做個身體檢查，究竟而家可以跑翻咩水平咧？亦都可以同一班高手去競技下，睇下可唔可以創造到佳績咧？咁呢個都係我參與港8嘅原因。
咁你之前跑過幾次咧？又咁熟香港嘅山徑啦。咁對於其他或者今年嘅參賽者或者嚟緊想參加嘅人，你對於即係成個賽事嚟講，你會覺得技巧上有冇啲咩嘢計劃可以同大家分享下咧？
喺個香港100，我係好中意呢條賽道啦，因為佢經過咗大部分嘅麥理浩徑，咁自己喺麥理浩徑度留下好多嘅腳印嘅，即係之前做疫情嘅時候做 FKD 啦，又有啲好多 team race 啦，同埋係對麥理浩徑好熟悉啦，同埋都係一個容易做到好時間嘅賽道。咁成個過程中嘅風景又優美啦，同埋我幾中意100K 嚟講，佢好早起步，咁亦都過去自己嘅經驗咧都係好快完，咁變咗咧係一日咧跑嗰100K 好爽咁嘅完成，又要喺呢啲咁嘅月份係最適合體驗香港嘅大自然環境同埋香港嘅越野跑嘅一個賽道啦。咁我過去係做過大約跑咗6次到啦，咁我有3次係做過11個鐘內嘅，都試過係2年嘅 Virtual 係第1名啦，實體賽跑過第4名啦。咁但係而家嘅狀態咧，我都會盡力做好自己，希望可以唔好同以前爭太遠啦。
咁仲有一個問題啊，其實你最近做好多青少年訓練計劃啦，跟住另外喺即係其他唔同嘅比賽上面，大家都開始即係特別去專注去幫一啲嘅女跑手咧，去為佢哋提供一啲即係比較方便啲嘅措施啊。佢好似今年咁樣咧，喺起步點嗰度咧，會有一個範圍咧係專係俾女跑手嘅。因為譬如有時我哋即係好似自然拍片一樣啊，好多時都淨係追蹤個男跑手。你覺得即係近呢幾年嚟講咧，女跑手喺越野跑嘅上面嘅發展，即係咯，你有冇啲咩特別嘅睇法咧？
有啊，如果你話要推廣越野跑，其實我覺得越野跑普遍係男仔受歡迎啲嘅比賽啦。即係比例可能係7:3咁啦，呢個世界性係7:3嘅。但香港個比例咧，有陣時女跑手可能會更加少啲，尤其是我哋推青訓嘅時候，有時入校隊嘅時候咧，其實都係男仔多女仔少。可能越野跑呢個項目咧比較都係 top 嘅項目啦，而好多可能青少年啊、女士啊咁，佢哋都會遇到更加大嘅難度。咁我覺得係適合俾一啲多啲支援佢哋，令到更加多女仔去參與越野跑呢個運動咯。希望可以嗰個比例嘅數字咧，令到女生越嚟越多。
That was, of course, Wong Chung, the legend of Hong Kong trail running. And speaking of legends, we are now on the Shan Ridgeline with the one and only Samaya Buddha racing across the top of Shan. Making it look easy work as she skips over the ridgeline down the technical descent before taking a sharp right any moment, hairpin right, down the stairs.
Yeah, so it's definitely not her first time doing races in Hong Kong, and just looking back in her profile, from her profile, she actually came first in all the races that she participated in Hong Kong.
Amazing statistical insight into that one. Hey, I mean, look at that. This is clearly her second home for trail running success. The race leader in the females division, Sumaya Buddha, and Veronica Leng trading places in the last few moments of the race.
It would just be amazing if she won the race and then her sister as well. So there would be like 2 winners from the same family. Maybe it's the first in the history, maybe?
I certainly can't think of another example of 2 siblings ending up winning in a Hong Kong 100 race, and I would probably be confident to say it may never happen again if it's not these 2 sisters, if indeed that's what happens this time around.
How many siblings has she got? Maybe she has another younger sister.
That's true. That's true. That might be the only way this could be possible. But incredible running here. I would say quite confidently that if you put this video clip from the drone alongside a few of the ones that we've just been watching in the top 10 of the men's race, she's running down this hill faster than those that we've seen before, except for perhaps Meng Guanfu at the front of the course. Perhaps actually maybe Wong Chung, who actually is probably the master of this particular section of the entire race course.
Yep.
But there's really nothing to tell between the speed of her descent through this section of trail and anybody else that we've seen coming through, even if overall they might be 20 places ahead of her or in maybe 15 places ahead of her in the overall standings. And what that tells me is that at this pace, with this kind of terrain and technicality coming in the latter third of this race, there's a reasonably good chance if she can keep up this kind of pace, she can start overtaking more and more people and work her way into possibly a top 10 finish overall, which would just be yet another example of how the gap is closing between the elite women and anything but the very elite men. We've seen so many times in recent big race events, elite women coming in the top 10 overall, coming in the top 5 overall, coming in the top 3 overall, and of course just outright winning overall a lot of big race events. And this is a fantastic celebration of the increased level of female competition and female racing opportunity, and it's a lot of work that's being done by people like yourself, Charmaine, as a coach, and also Wong Chung, who we just talked to in that interview, who's trying to make that gender balance more equal. He said it's about 70-30 by his estimation in Hong Kong of young runners being boys rather than girls.
Girls, yeah.
And I'm sure that's probably true, of course, in many other parts of the world too. But certainly here in Hong Kong, where the trails are so accessible and also, crucially, the trails are very safe, I think it's fair to say here, we are very fortunate that living here is a very comfortable opportunity when it comes to personal safety. And it does mean that it's much, much easier then for more and more young females to get involved in trail running and more young people generally. And this is something to celebrate. And let's hope that that can continue. And one of the reasons perhaps that we're seeing that gender gap shrink so quickly here in Asia and here in Hong Kong is because of the infrastructure, the convenience and the safety of getting more people involved without any hurdles anymore, any hindrances, and frankly any excuses for that not being the case.
That's right. And speaking of like getting more exposure for the female, I think Hong Kong 100, they are doing a very good job at the starting line. They have actually find a space just for the elite women runners in the front. So they are separate from the men, but they are all like in the front lines. So, you know, all the cameras can show both the male and female runners. It's not just about the male runners.
Certainly the photography, start lines and so on, has tended to be dominated by a line of male runners, and it's great that there's a conscious effort to address some of these very simple things and help expose more people to the reality that there's large parts of the race course that are made up from incredibly talented and passionate female female participants. And I mean, frankly speaking, from a competitive point of view, you only have to be beaten by quite a lot of them, like I often have been, to realise that that the gap is shrinking. Here, though, is one very strong male runner from Hong Kong, Jeff Campbell, on screen right now. The famous headband of Jeff Campbell in the T8 shorts here, flying around the ridgeline, one of the most well-recognised, but perhaps only from behind, runners in Hong Kong, because it's hard to overtake him. Skipping his way around the ridgeline here. Jeff Campbell, of course, a Canadian national who's been living in Hong Kong a long time. He's represented Canada on the world stage at the World Trail Running Championships a couple of times. He's the current reigning Asia Trail Master in that race series, and he recently has become the Oxfam Trail Walker course record holder on almost exactly this same section of trail that he's now about to run until Tamau Shan, because of course it is basically the Mackelhose all the way home from this point onwards, isn't it, in terms of the route of this trail. So he will know this section incredibly well. Last time I was running with him, I was running exactly on this section of trail with him as I was doing my best to do a support job for his trail walker team, and trying to keep up with both himself and a man who can't be far behind him right now in the form of Ludovic Vriens of the Netherlands. They were side by side earlier.
So good to see Jeff back on the trails, because last year he was in my seat doing all the commentating, and now it's so good to see him back on the trails, because he was mentioning that he had an injury and that's why he wasn't racing last year. So it's good to see him doing so well now.
Quite right, and that injury sounded like it might put him out of action a lot longer than it ended up doing so. So yeah, fantastic to see him back in action. And actually, Ludovic Vriens, who I mentioned a second ago, is actually, according to our tracker, at least a kilometre or 2 or 3 ahead of Jeff right now. So a fantastic run by Ludovic right now. We look forward to seeing him arrive at the next checkpoint and seeing how he's doing, because he's putting in a stellar performance as it stands. So amazing, again, just to sort of reiterate the strength of the performance from the two female leaders at the moment in the form of Samaya and Veronica. They're both ahead of Jeff in the current standings by the looks of things. They're also both ahead of Kazufumi Ose of Japan, another highly experienced and incredibly strong runner in the men's division. And Ho Ha-Ti, who we've seen a few times on our feed so far today, is also not far behind any of them in the mix in 3rd place in the women's race. So very much looking forward to seeing how this progresses over the latter third of the race, because if I start doing the maths in terms of counting up the number of runners we've seen so far, I would say there's a good chance we can get Samaya and possibly Veronica edging into the top 10 of the overall standings if they can keep up this pace that we've just seen Samaya displaying on her downhill over this ridgeline section. But spectacular shots yet again from the drone as we see runners skipping their way down this iconic section of the Mackelhose Trail. If you've never been to Hong Kong, please just have a look at this race stream and reconsider your next stopover if you're flying halfway around the world. And if you do, don't spend quite so much time in the city next time. Just come and shoot one of us a message on the commentary team and we'll take you somewhere you'd never imagine going if you do a stopover in a city that considers itself to be a hub of global finance. There's not much finance going on up there.
That is if you still want to be friends, because some of the climbs that we are now looking at, they are actually very tough. I would tend to take my friends to maybe the Victoria's Peak rather than this Mount Shan for the first timer.
It's a very good point, yeah. You don't want to get the holiday off to a bad start. I have, on more than one occasion, promised my friends I'd take them on a short hike, and
it ended up like 30 kilometers.
We've all been there, haven't we?
Yes.
I tell you what the problem is, for me anyway. The problem is you measure everything in terms of running and or racing. And so in your head, it only takes for example, 30 minutes to get to the top of Marn San from Kaling Ha. Maybe less if you're, you know, trying to get on with it. But it's a little tricky to remember that that doesn't apply to most normal human beings
I
in
totally
a
agree.
non-racing scenario. And so actually what you've just done is you've said, let's go for a 2-hour hike to get to the top of a ridgeline.
That ended up like 8 hours.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And
you almost have to get your headlamp out.
And they then wonder what happened to lunch, you know? So, yeah, I think we've all made that slight error, and perhaps that's why people don't ask me to take them for a hike anymore.
So talk about teams, racing in teams. Have you ever done that, Richard?
Yes, I certainly have, and it's a really fantastic experience to do that. But before I start boring anybody with those details, is this the figure of Ho Ha Ti with arm sleeves off now, pumping her way up the mountain?
Maybe it is with the red scarf on her head.
We'll skip back to that in a moment and get a closer shot where we can really analyze it. But coming down now
is Meng Guangfu.
Is Meng Guangfu from the top of Sha Tin Pass Road all the way past the noodle shop. Quick left turn and straight into the trailhead that will take him towards Lion Rock. There's Ting, our reporter on the ground, just getting ready to tell us all about it. Fantastically exciting there. We just saw Ting getting ready. She's talking to our teammates on the Mandarin channel right now, broadcasting into China on various social media platforms, on Weixin and on Xiaohongshu. It's great to have so many people there able to enjoy the race here in Hong Kong. We'll surely connect with Ting fairly soon and get her sense of just how dramatic that appearance was for Meng Guangfu as we continue to see this drone shot of the action unfold on the ridgeline. And I believe this is Ho Ha Ti flying down the racecourse, the third-placed female now on screen, doing her best to stay in contention for a race win, if only she can close the gap on Samaya Buddha and Veronica Leng. So that's the first 3 ladies I believe we've now seen go over the top of the Marn San ridgeline. This iconic location that we're devoting time to here on the live streams because of its sheer beauty and unrelenting challenge for the runners as they try and traverse this section of the trail. You can see some hikers up there just enjoying the view. They've obviously gone up here to watch the paragliders and probably enjoy the race as they know that this is going on at the same time.
So for anybody who's just tuned in, it's part of the course we are showing on screen. It's the Mount Shan plateau part. And it is one of the longest and toughest parts of the whole course of Hong Kong 100.
Yeah, the Mount Shan Ridgeline, an iconic location for anybody who's had the opportunity to come and race here or run here or hike here. And this is Ho Ha just going over the top of the ridgeline now. We mentioned that we saw her earlier on. Here she comes around the corner of this Horse Saddle Mountain. Running right behind one of the male elites at this moment as they both turn the corner and come down together. So exciting to see everybody mixing it up in this race at this around 60-kilometre mark with almost 7 hours down. And we really get a sense of the speed of the ability of these runners to descend so smoothly on this difficult terrain with already 60 kilometres in their legs. Pyramid Hill, as it's called, just in the background there, named obviously because it looks like one, and it's so pointy and steep. There'll be many runners who are quite relieved that the race trail does not require them to go over Pyramid Hill as well. But it's a spectacular spot on this race course. To run down and alongside. With views there stretching all the way into Sai Kung town down at the bottom. We of course started this race in the Sai Kung district of Hong Kong on the eastern side of Hong Kong, taking us all the way into the country park space, around the beaches and up and into the mountains. And now we can look down on the Sai Kung town beneath us and realize just how far we've come in terms of doing an enormous loop around the eastern side of Hong Kong and slowly working our way across the middle of the country park mountain space and towards the finish line in Tamau, Shan. That's now just around 3 1/4 hours away, perhaps, for a record-winning time in the men's division. We have here Ho Ha Ti in the center of screen in the reddish pinkish top. And jumping ahead now to Sha Tin Pass Road, as we see Shen Jiasheng flying down this long, steep descent in the orange t-shirt and black shorts with the poles stashed behind him. A quick wave to his supporters standing there. Straight onto the trail, straight up the stairs and back. Back into the steep trail section of climbing that I personally think is actually the hardest part of this course. That is my pick for the toughest section. You've done all of the mountains we've just seen, but in exchange you get the reward of everything that we're looking at in terms of the views. You then hit Sha Tin Pass Road, you fly all the way down the road, and in the process you smash your legs to pieces, and then you finally get to the bottom of that road and you enter this quite tricky trail section between Sha Tin Pass and Gam San, the Kam Shan Country Park. And this section I always feel is a lot longer and harder than you think it is. You go into it and you think, well, there's no big mountains between Sha Tin and Gam San. How hard can it be? it's just a little bit up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. But I always find this section really quite tricky. It's always quite monotonous and slow compared to what you've just done, because you've just been over this big, big mountain ridgeline. And you know you're still some way away from getting anywhere near Xingmen, which is quite a reward because there's so many supporters there. And that section, I always find it's pretty hard.
I see what you're coming from, but then I kind of disagree with you. I still, again, think that this section where it's showing now running along climbing up the Mount Shan, going to this ridge, and then back to going to Gilwell Camp. I think this section, I find the most difficult part of the course, actually. And yeah, but I see what you're coming at. I see what you mean, though. And then, as we've just seen,
sorry, Charmaine, another of our top leaders coming down the road here now. I think this is, Qingguidu,
yes,
who's been so impressive throughout this race. Also flying down the road and up into the mountain. We can take a look at some of the checkpoint stats and the elevation chart. As we await more of the arrivals into Shatin Pass.
There's the elevation chart.
Just to put things in perspective for us, take us through where we're at right now as we see runners now approaching Shatin Pass. So they've now gone through checkpoint 6, haven't they, in Gilwell? So we're now getting to the last 3 sort of chunks of the race course, you could say.
So after Gilwell Camp, you will then you have to climb up the Tate's Kines and then, and then back down to the Shatin Pass, and then you will then go back to the trails again, passing along the Lion Rocks, just back of the Lion Rocks, where you can see some beautiful city views. I think that's the part where you can actually see the Kowloon side of Hong Kong in the whole course of Hong Kong 100, because from in the beginning in the first half is we're running around Sai Kung, and then at the back is New Churches. But here you see
there's Deng Guomin, also looking pretty solid as he gets the poles out right away and gets straight back into mountain climbing action, having reached the bottom of Shatin Pass Road. Looking very smooth and strong there. This road is deceptively tough, and we'll soon be able to follow the runners all the way down the road with our mountain bike camera team, who have just arrived and in place after doing their work earlier on. Going back to the elevation chart there, of course, after passing out of Gilwell, you have what I described as being this sort of up-down section that takes you to checkpoint 7, Beacon Hill.
Beacon Hill, yes.
And then there's a bit of light relief because you go all the way down from Beacon Hill to Taipo Road, which is the dip in the elevation chart there. And then it's a section of course that I'm very much looking forward to from our live streaming point of view, because we'll start to be able to follow the runners on a motorbike again as they climb out of Taipo Road, up Golden Hill Road, through the Shan Country Park, across Kowloon Reservoir, and up and over towards Xingmun.
And then talking about the checkpoint 7 at Beacons Hills, that's my most loved and hate checkpoints.
Interesting.
Have you heard about what's happening at checkpoint 7 before? It's actually very lively and cozy. If it is still the same, it's actually ran by the local Boy Scouts.
Ah, the Scouts.
Yes, and they are so friendly. There used to be like a bonfire even, and live music there. So all these runners, and I'm not talking about the elites, but then the more amateur runners, they will tend to stay there for quite a while because it's such a cozy area, and then there's a place to actually you can have a lie down as well. So yeah, it's my most love and hate checkpoints.
Yeah, nothing worse than a comfortable, friendly, happy checkpoint in terms of slowing you down if you're in the middle of full-on race mode. We're just going to take some more shots here at Ma On Shan. Before we get ready to move our whole operation further along the race course to catch the next round of lead male and female elites as they start arriving at checkpoint 6 and 7. But what a pleasure it is to share these scenes with the world of the Hong Kong Trail environments. Stunning scenes again here in Hong Kong on top of the Ma On Shan Ridgeline. In a moment, I'll bring you live updates of the current leaderboard once we can get the live tracking up and running again on screen and show you just how close the lead men are to the course record. So if we have a look at the leaderboard right now, this is how it stands after checkpoint 6 and approaching checkpoint 7. This red circle here that I'm showing you is checkpoint 7. So as we approach checkpoint 7, we have, and I'll scroll down them one by one, Meng Guanfu of China, last year's race winner, in the lead, ahead by 4 minutes at checkpoint 6 of Shan, who himself was 6 minutes ahead of his Chinese compatriot Qin Guidu, with just 2.5 minutes between him and Deng Guomin. And then the first European runner, Raul Butachi, in 5th place, currently ahead of John Rayonifa Stingray of the Philippines in 6th place. That's the current standings in the men's division. A couple of other names to mention as we whiz down. Danny Yung back in Hong Kong from Italy. Wong Ho-chung of Hong Kong, of course, Hong Kong's standout runner, running alongside Ludovic Vriens, the Dutch national who also lives in Hong Kong. Two very strong Hong Kong runners running side by side. Just beneath them, Jeff Campbell, also a Hong Kong resident runner, performing very well today in the top 20 of the men's division. And we've got Kazufumi Osei of Japan, Yanlong Fei, a former race winner, also back in action here today, and Arnie Macarenas, I beg your pardon, Arnie Macaneras from the Philippines, performing very well alongside his teammate John Rayonifa that we mentioned earlier on. Special mention here for Alexandre Boucher, the French runner taking part in the Grand Sam, who's also making it onto our leaderboard at checkpoint 5, putting in a very strong performance as somebody who's doing all 3 races, the 33, the 50 and the 100. We can have a quick look at the women's division. I'm going to zoom out the map and we'll see exactly where they are on the race course, having passed over the Marn San Ridgeline. You'll see here Samaya Buddha and Veronica Leng still battling it out for the lead. If I just adjust things slightly, you'll see how close they are together. Ahead of number 19, Ho Ha Ti, on the top of the screen in the female race. Let's zoom out a tiny bit further as the gaps start to widen among the women at this point, going back into the pack of runners who are chasing them from behind. Tang Jingyen looks pretty safe for 4th at the moment, ahead of Anna Lee and Cherling Jie, who have both been very solid all day long and have barely moved in terms of their position. These 3 ladies pretty much held position the entire time for the last few hours. Jumping back a little further, Namala Rai, another very strong Nepalese runner, also in the top 10. Wu Yunyan, last year's Grand Slam winner. And then a couple of other Spanish runners entering the mix in the top 10. Very welcome to have them here. Sandra Sevillano, one of them. And we have to jump back a few more spots. Elizabeth Dangadang from the Philippines. Yet another strong Philippines representation here in the race. And last special mention to a few other top contenders. Kelly Angel from Australia and Yukari Semia from Japan, making this a very international field in the women's top 10 if things continue to go as they are. But they've got work to do to catch up with the lead 3 of Samaya Buddha, Veronica Leng and Ho Ha Ti. Let's get back on the trail now as we see more exciting shots from inside the trail action, as well as more shots from up on the ridgeline in Marn San. But great to be back inside the trail now and see the sun just peeking its way through the trees, illuminating the trail as we see this merry dance of these professional trail runners hopping and skipping and jumping across this tough technical terrain, making light work of what is an incredibly grueling race course across 100 kilometers of albeit relatively fast and relatively runnable terrain. But when you do anything for 10 hours, it's hard work.
If I'm right, that's probably the trails, the rolling bits just before you heading to the Gilwell camp.
Yep, slightly awkward section of trail this, I always think. You keep thinking it must come soon, the checkpoint. Why am I still running? Why am I still running?
Yes.
Why on earth am I still running? Where on earth is this checkpoint?
Getting
And
his poles out.
you always say to yourself in moments like this, is it really worth getting the poles out? I know it's not a big climb. I know it's not a big mountain. And yet, there's still work to do. Yeah, this looks to me like it could be the back of Wong. Wai Hung Nathan Wong, who was running alongside Wong Ho Chung earlier on in the day. Nathan also a very strong local runner from Hong Kong. He's competed internationally many times and has huge potential. Nice rhythm as he goes up the stairs, using the poles to maximum effect. It really does turn it into a whole body motion, doesn't it, when you get the poles out on stairs like this?
And he just makes it look so easy. 7 hours into the race and, you know, at this pace, going up the hills.
Yeah, it's all about just trying to keep that relentless rhythm, isn't it, on these types of climbs. And yeah, Nathan Wong doing a great job there of just keeping that rhythm, pumping those arms. Like you say, 7 hours down, as we can see from our clock counter up there, and it's perfectly reasonable to start adjusting your pacing when you know there's a little way to go. But many of these runners at this point pretty keen to get themselves to the checkpoint. He's doing a nice job of mixing up the pacing here, making the most of the downhills. Like I said earlier, you get the poles out and 2 minutes later you have to put them away again. Always a hard call in these races when you start to get a little tired, knowing what the best strategy is for this. But like he's doing here, if you can just switch them into one hand and they're not getting annoying because they're not too long and they're not hitting the vegetation all the time, then no harm in keeping them out.
And I must say, like throughout the years, the trail or the running products or the trail running products, they just keep on improving. And the poles that they are using right now, or they're selling now, they're actually much lighter than the ones that I used 10 years ago.
Right, exactly right. They certainly are, aren't they? The only problem I find is they break much more easily as a result.
Yeah, that we'll have to talk to them.
That's the only problem.
Yes. Talk about that. I remember I had a friend who was racing a 100-mile race in Europe, and then he managed to had his poles broken just in the start of, just under 10 kilometers. He was, yeah, he was not happy, but he managed to finish the race.
Yeah, it's a bit of a pain, isn't it, when you have to carry a broken pole around a race course. But yeah, we're on board with the mountain bike camera now, which is great to see. We'll start to get some action now as the mountain bike kicks into action as it rolls down the hill, running with our elites down to Sha Tin Pass. Great to welcome you if you're just waking up, particularly in Europe on the western side of the world, to join us here at the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 Mountain Ultra Marathon, the first of the World Trail Majors races this year, and the pioneering race in the World Trail Majors series since it kicked off the series exactly a year ago as we were sat here doing the first live stream for the World Trail Majors series here in Hong Kong. We're back again. It's Richard Kimber here, the drone runner, and
I'm Charmaine Sang.
Charmaine Sang, it's great to have. Charmaine, you've done the race twice.
Yes.
You've now sat through commentary for 7 hours. Tell us how you feel watching it. Do you have flashbacks of doing the race yourself every time we get to a different location?
Definitely, definitely. It's I just want to say that it's a very good day today in terms of weather. The trails condition. It's for a runner myself, I just cannot ask for any better for today's weather and the trail running course. So I am so excited. I see so many footages of so many elite runners. Yeah, it's just very exciting, and I just want to know if, in just a couple of hours, whether we'll have any record breakers for this year.
It's certainly looking possible. We should take a look at the records just to get a sense of where we're at with those, because it's exciting to just take stock, since we are, as you mentioned, in perfect running conditions, frankly, yes. And also crucially, both the men's and the females racing division has a very strong competition at the front end.
Yep.
And so that's, I guess, what could end up pushing one of those runners to get that kind of level, because if they were running on their own without that kind of driving force, perhaps, we're not going to see this record broken. But if we look, for example, at Yopei Tuen's 2020 achievements, 10 hours and 17 seconds. He's always said that he thinks he can break the 10-hour mark. And the question is, when can that possibly happen? If the weather conditions this time are pretty much perfect, and the trail conditions are pretty much perfect, and the competition is strong, and we know that the race course has had to be amended a couple of times, maybe this should be the year. But if it's not this year, will it be possible? He's certainly very confident, but maybe we just underestimate quite how good his time was in 2020.
Speaking of which, if I'm just looking at the tracker, Man Guangfu, who's the lead runner, has just passed checkpoint 7 at 7 hours 05.
Oh.
So yeah, looks like it's 2 minutes.
Very good.
From this course record. So
maybe Man Guangfu 2 minutes ahead of record pace. What about if we have a look at the women's result? There's Xiang Fujiao's record from the same year, 2020. Another very impressive 11 hours and 28 minutes. She's, of course, at the event this year, but not participating. She's supporting many of her friends instead on the course, which is fantastic to see. And just jumping back into the race course, there's Stingray emerging down the road and heading up into the trail to take on his next section of trail action. Stingray, of course, was at one point leading this race early on and certainly has been in the mix the whole time, but starting to lose a bit of ground now in the second half of the race as the mountains start to take effect. But it'd be nice to talk about the record times again and just drill down into those achievements that we were just looking at. We were just looking at Yopei Tuen and Xiang Fujiao's record times. It looked like Yopei Tuen's record could potentially be broken this year. But what about Xiang Fujiao?
From the profile, I think Sumaya passed checkpoint 5 at 5 hours 37 minutes, and from Fujiao's course record,
5:45.
Yeah, 5:45. So she's
very interesting. So we've got a situation now where basically both the men and the women in the race are about 2 or 3 minutes under record pace.
Yeah.
So this is very exciting. We could see records tumble in both of the races this time. Perhaps let's get a bit more information just to help people understand about who these record holders are. We can take Yopei Tuen first of all. We spoke to him a couple of days ago at the pre-race press conference.
你今年的感觉怎么样？有信心吗？
现在状态会比往年还要好一些。
那就好。然后我想问你，为什么喜欢来香港去跑那个奖榜？
因为我喜欢香港的气候，香港港百办的又非常好，非常适合我。
然后就是你在香港跑山的时候，跟你在国内训练的时候，那个有什么分别呢？可以。
我觉得香港的山，它因为走的人多，它比较成熟，路非常的好走。
那就是之前你就是赢过2次了，然后你觉得今年能够在10个小时之内完成吗？有信心吗？
我自己有信心的，当然最后还是要看具体的发挥。
好，最后就是对于跑港百来说，有什么去跑山的可以分享一下？
港百我觉得就是路还挺好跑的，比较容易跑快了。跑快了之后就容易后半程就会比较难。因为我第一年是有退赛的，所以说我就是因为前面跑快了。对。
然后就是在后半部呢，你觉得呢？
对，就是前半部你稍微放慢一点点，后半部分就会比较顺利。
好，谢谢你，加油。
That was, of course, Yope Chuen, the course record holder and two-time champion of this race. And he's back in action, of course, this time again, and still adamant that his 10-hour record can one day be beaten. But it's looking more and more impressive every time I come back and see this race. But by your analysis just now, it seems it's a pretty good shout. It could well tumble this time. And of course, we know that later on, as the runners crest the top of Tamau Shan and they run down the other side, that descent will be slightly quicker this time because the runners are coming down the road and not diverting onto the trail.
That's actually the second changes that the organizer made this year on the course is you basically run down from top of Tamau Shan, 5 kilometers down the tarmac road, and there you go to the finish line. Instead of last year or the year before, you have to go through the Maclehose section, last bit of the Maclehose section, which that there's a hill you have to climb, which is called Wo Tong Gong. Yeah, so it's different. It will be much faster course this time to end the race.
Quite right, and so there's a reasonable chance we're going to see the men's record go. Let's take another look at the women's details and remember that it was, of course, Xiang Fujiao who set that record back in 2020.
Right.
We spoke to her also, didn't we, just a few days ago and got a sense of her expectations for the race. Let's take a listen to her perspective on things.
想问一下你喜欢香港100吗？
我当然喜欢，就是我已经连续参加4年港百了嘛。但是后来从20年到现在，即便我是没有跑比赛，但是我每年都会来到了香港100的现场。
是看到你去 support 你的那个队友，对吗？
对对。
那你觉得那个你作为赛道的记录保持者，对于今年的比赛的选手，你觉得跑步这个策略应该是什么？
我觉得其实对于跑这种100公里，甚至更长的这种比赛的话，前面一定要就是按照自己的节奏慢一点点，然后后面如果说你有体能的情况下，再去加快速度。因为其实今年的天气我们看到还是蛮好的，就是20度左右嘛，我觉得是很好创造成绩的。因为大家以前都觉得港百很闷热、很湿热，其实今年天气还挺好的。我在想，我这赛道记录有可能今年会被打破哟。
好啊。那你觉得香港的山和你平时训练的地方有什么区别吗？
虽然说这个山的海拔高度跟我平时训练的都差不多，但是唯一不同的就是因为这里可以看到海，太美了。
美了，
对，
一边跑一边欣赏。
对，
那我还想问一下你自己本人也是在西部100取得这么好的成绩，那你怎么去看待现在女性跑者、越野精英跑者在整个越野圈的影响力呢？
其实我觉得女性的成绩它会在慢慢的越来越好，尤其是我们看到，比如说就 Coulterly 或者说Katie 他们的积分很高嘛，然后也能看到他们在很多场比赛就是在整体排名当中都能进到前10名，包括我也是。
是，太棒了。
就是我在国内比赛，我经常会进到就是男子组前10名，甚至是前3名，所以我们的现在女性的水平也越来越提高了，而且就是在整体来看，就像比如说国内现在女子运动员在国际上的那个积分排名，它就是更靠前，男子的话竞争还是会更加激烈的。
是的，是的，好啊。
Welcome back to ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 live stream. I'm Shan.
And I'm Richard Kimber, the drone runner here, taking you through between this 3:18 p.m. local time and the end of the race. Some 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours from now, depending on how fast you're running in the race course. Of course, it's been a spectacular journey so far, seeing the elite runners take on this challenge of 103 kilometers through the mountains of Hong Kong. We've seen really high-octane competition between the lead men and individually in the lead women's race. And those gaps are starting to narrow. We've seen already that there's a reasonable chance we could get at least one of the women in the top 15, possibly in the top 10. Could get two of the women potentially in the top 15 and top 10. if Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam keeps pushing strong, we could have 3 women in the top 15.
Yes.
So really exciting to see this all progress as this race course starts basically just to get harder and harder and harder. This is really the hardest thing about this race is that it just never gets easier.
No,
it starts off quite comfortable, and then the hills just get bigger and bigger and steeper and steeper.
Yes.
And that's kind of where we're at right now. So the runners, Charmaine, have just gone through checkpoint 6, haven't they?
Yes.
Approaching checkpoint 7 for the men.
Yes, correct, yes. So we'll be expecting some footages afterwards from checkpoint 8, but yeah. Now we see, Ho Ha Thi. She's climbing up, probably just as she got to approaching Gilwell Camp, if I'm right.
That's right. This is the 3rd-placed female in the race. Ho Ha Thi of Vietnam, 3rd-placed female. You can see her ITRA score there, 763 from Vietnam, a relative newcomer in the international trail racing scene. She only started running really during COVID. And here she goes, potentially staking her place for a podium in one of the most competitive races we've seen in Asia in recent years. An amazing achievement if she can pull this off.
I mean, for such a short time that she made so big achievements. I mean, like she's ranked 5th Asian female trail runner now. So that's pretty impressive just in a couple of years.
Absolutely. Clearly a very, very tough competitor, and it's reflected whenever you chat to her about the challenge of taking on these types of races with strong competition. She just relishes it. I'm sure we'll take a listen to her interview in a moment and we'll understand her perception on this whole experience of being an international trail runner. But she's not fazed by it at all. She just wants more competition.
Yes.
She wants more challenge.
That's right. We'll see. We'll see her her interview.
So here she comes, just dancing down the steps in this slightly tricky section that I always feel it's quite easy to make a mistake on when you're running, particularly if it's wet and slippery. Today, much drier, which you mentioned earlier, is definitely benefiting the runners. But considering she's never really had much experience in Hong Kong, she's doing an amazing job of running a very consistent and solid race when you haven't had much of a chance to recce the course. And let's take a listen to this video interview and we'll really understand the scale of the challenge that she's facing.
Ho Ha Thi, welcome to Hong Kong. This is your first time racing in Hong Kong. How are you feeling?
Yes, my first time be in Hong Kong, and I'm so excited and so happy.
And do you know much about the race course, about the Hong Kong trails?
I'm sorry, I didn't know anything.
Have you had a chance to go and see the trail yet?
No, I don't have a time. I'm prefer to read.
And you've had an amazing running year. The last year has been very impressive for you. How are you feeling coming into this exciting race with many competition, lots of strong runners taking part?
I love to running with the Chung runner, and I love to running with the elite around the world to show how how power I am, and running with elite I learn many things, so I don't worry about that. That make me stronger.
And tell us about your training in Vietnam. Where do you normally go training?
Vietnam right now, in my hometown, really cold. Only 0 degree or 1 degree, snow, raining, foggy. And in here, much better. The perfect weather for me.
And do you train in the high mountains in Vietnam?
Yes, I training in the Sapa. That's a mountain like 1,500 altitude.
And I just have one final question for you. You're very famous at the finish line. You always have your special hat. Have you brought the hat with you this time?
Yes, I bring every race I race in the finish line. I love to wear the non la from Vietnam.
All the very best for the race. Please enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much.
That was, of course, Ho Ha Thi, the third-placed female who we were just seeing running on the trail a moment ago. We'll try and get back to that footage on the trail as soon as possible. It's always a challenge doing live streams when the signal is buried inside the trees, but we're running alongside her the whole way, and we'll see her very soon.
So from the interview of Ho Ha Thi, she is actually training a lot on the high mountains, and I think she's actually born and raised in some of the high mountains as well. I think I'm just wondering if that's the advantages of some of the runners.
Quite possibly. I mean, when you have that in your doorstep training every day, of course it gives you some level of advantage. She says that the mountains around her local area around 1,500 meters. So, I mean, by Hong Kong standards, that's decent.
Yes.
Even if it's not massive by international standards. But she's certainly just built strong, I think. When you see her race, she's a very powerful runner, not like some other runners you see who are naturally very potentially like graceful or like athletic almost. She seems like really a strong competitor. And one thing that really struck me when I saw her racing in Korea recently at the Asia Pacific Trail Running Championships is she would arrive at a checkpoint, and just like we've seen with the elite men today, she would arrive and she would kind of wrestle her way out of the checkpoint. Like she would get to the checkpoint, grab the things she needed to go, and she'd be pumping her arms to get out of the checkpoint as soon as she can. She's back on the trail now, looking a lot more balletic, really. Oh, mind the dog. As she hops down the trail. But I was really inspired by her like total commitment to racing. And
you can feel her energy, as you just described. I can feel her energy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was funny because I was talking to her manager the other day about her attitude towards racing, and he was saying, if anything, the problem is that she needs to just learn to relax more and calm down and not power into checkpoints as she often does, and power out of checkpoints as she often does, because he felt like potentially it's a bit of wasted energy,
That's probably her strategy, to scare maybe one or two of the male runners.
Well, it certainly works, because
I'm only kidding.
She's really an impressive figure on the racetrack, and if you ever wanted to have somebody on your team in a trail racing environment, I mean, goodness me, if you could have her on your team, you'd take her straight away. Anybody like that with that kind of racing mentality, she's incredibly like smiley and fun when you interview her and so on. But I always sense that there are certain competitors you meet in the world of sports and in trail running who they're just going to dig deep, even if they're struggling. And if it was a bare knuckle contest to get to the end of the trail, they're going to give it absolutely everything. And it's really exciting to be around people like that and to be able to commentate on people like that. And so fantastic to see her in action here today. And I keep saying it, but it is incredible. She's never raced in Hong Kong before. She's never been to Hong Kong before. She's only been here for 48 hours or so before the race began and had no opportunity to get out on the course. So everything she's doing, every step she's taking is a step she's never taken before in terms of this race and in terms of competing on the international stage here on trails she's not familiar with and so on and so on. So yeah, truly exceptional that she's dominating so many runners in this race, either from Hong Kong particularly or from the Chinese mainland, who are so much more familiar than her with this event, with the race course, with the strategy, with the nutrition of running at this time of year in Hong Kong and all of these things. And she's just demonstrating her versatility to turn up basically at the last minute and do such a strong performance.
Yeah, and I think like it's always difficult to run on a course that you have never been before, and for these elite runners, they are well trained to every kind of possible condition. So it's so amazing to see her doing so well.
Certainly is. This again, the third placed female. Okay, Ho-Ha-Ti here pushing through on this section of trail, looking so strong and so solid, and we're excited because we're just getting word that we can soon go to checkpoint 8, where Ho-Ha-Ti will at some point soon arrive, and we'll be in a position to talk to the course record holder in the women's division, Xiang Fujiao. We're standing by now to hand over to Natalie, who's on course at Xingmen at checkpoint 8.
Hi everyone, we're at CP8 Xingmen Reservoir, and here we have Xiang Fujiao. Hello. He is basically Chinese top female runners, and he's been doing so well. And well, we got some volunteers at back. And she's here basically today supporting her teammates. Who are you supporting today?
Meng Guangfu and Li Anna. Now Meng Guangfu is the first place. Yes.
Yeah, he's doing really well.
He's
right?
coming soon. And I think maybe he will break the course.
Do you think he will break the record? Wow.
Yes, because at the checkpoint 5, she's before the records about 5 minutes, and I think this year the female is also will break the course. At the checkpoint 5, I check my course. The female is before about 8 minutes. So it's very interesting. Maybe next year I will come again
because it's very competitive, right? Yeah, I saw Meng Guangfu at CP5 as well. He's looking so strong.
Yeah.
He just flew past the CP without really stopping, and he had about 5 minutes lead ahead. So yeah, I think and I hope that he will break the record. That'll be really exciting. And what else have you learned from him? Did he say anything to you when he was at the checkpoint before, when you saw him?
I saw Meng Guangfu is because I passed the Meng Guangfu. I take some food for the supporters. So I lost the Meng Guangfu.
You lost him? It's okay.
Yes, but I saw Anna. Anna is relaxed and maybe she feel a little collapsed, but it's okay. I think Anna will maybe better than Anna now is 6th place. I think maybe Anna is 更好 maybe.
And how is Anna feeling? Was she feeling strong? Was really feeling great?
Now is feel good. Yeah, no problems as.
That's good. And as the record holder of this race, and which was your favorite section of this course? Like, do you have a favorite?
About 50 kilometers. Ma and Shan is my favorite.
Shan, yeah. I think some of you might have saw the Ridgeline drone footage. It's so beautiful. It's just glorious today.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, 因为我们有横派, we have the drone up there.
Yes.
I think so the viewer actually saw it. It's really beautiful.
Yeah.
And how about the beaches in Taiwan?
What?
The beginning of the section, when you go through the mountains, you see the ocean on the right. Do you like it? Because it's kind of like some of our runners' favorite part as well.
Yes.
Yeah. 那个海滩在右手边，在西湾那一边，你喜欢吗？
Of course I like. Today, in the morning, I run the course apart about 10 minutes, 10 kilometers.
You ran the course in the
yeah,
morning?
I run to the beach, yeah, then back.
Very nice. Today is such a nice weather.
Yes.
So, going back to you, you've been just doing so great. Do you have any plans for your next kind of like racing season?
This year, I will. The first race is Xiamen by UTMB. The next maybe Yunqiu Mountain. I will run
in China.
Yes, and
how long is the race?
I will run 50, and Yunqiu Shan I will run 100 kilometers. before Western States. After Western States, I will run UTMB. CCC is different. I always run UTMB, but this year maybe I will run CCC.
Great. Sounds like you have a really packed schedule. Best of luck with your future race. Thank you so much.
Thank
Going
you.
Back to your
I will
studio.
come Hong Kong every year.
Oh, that's so nice. Going back to your studio.
Wow,
you, Natalie.
What an honor. Thanks so much to Natalie and and thank you so much to Xiang Fujiao, of course, the course record holder, the legend. Amazing. What a talent she is. And I've filmed her a few times. I've run against her, if you can call it that, in the middle of a race a few times. And I don't know if you've done the same. Have you raced in a race with her?
I don't think I have, but can I just mention something? Like, it's just so amazing, like how trail running's is so diverse, and in terms of like the runners, the body builds I'm talking about, because I saw Xiang Fujiao many times, and last year in Hong Kong as well, I think I saw her supporting some of her teammates, and also how hardy, because what I'm talking about is that I always wish that I can run like her or them, because I'm so petite myself like them. And I remember reading How Hati's profile. She got rejected from getting into a university to study physical education degree in her country, just because she is just under 153 centimeters. I mean, yeah, that's it's incredible to see, like, small people running on the trails, and they're still making so good achievements. Yeah, so I wish one day I can do that.
Well, I'm sure you can. You've got a very strong track record yourself. But, I mean, you're totally right. We're just, by the way, looking at shots going through the Gamsan Country Park.
Oh, that's where the monkeys are.
Very correct. A very pretty section of the race course. We've got both drone shots and motorbike shots there. And, of course, just jumping back now to the bottom of Sha Tin Pass Road, the one and only Wong Chung heading straight up into the mountain after coming down the road very smoothly, I'm sure. Back
strong.
Then to Gamsan now. And we're tracking here this long road climb that leads out of the mountains from Sha Tin as the runners start to weave their way up towards the Xingmen Reservoir at the very end of this road section. We've got motorbike down there filming the runners, and we're obviously up here with the drone shots as well, just for some real excitement of what it's like to be edging your way towards the finish line on this race course. Going back briefly just to Xiang Fujiao, yeah, I mean, I do understand completely what you're talking about with regards to different body shapes and sizes and so on, and I can say that with conviction because I'm probably at least 1.5 feet, so that's, you know, at least 50, 60, 70 centimeters taller than
me,
Fujiao.
yes.
Well,
taller than me as well, yes.
But I mean, I've raced against her a couple of times in long 100K races, and obviously been beaten up by her in the competitive sense of the word.
Maybe it's because we're closer to the ground.
Maybe it's just because she's a better runner than I am. But what's interesting is I'll be running with her, for example, for 20 or 30 or 40 or 50 kilometers, and I'll be thinking to myself, I'm amazing. I'm running at the same pace as Xiang Fujiao. This is amazing. I'm so proud of myself, and I feel like I'm making progress as a runner. And then slowly what happens is she just does not slow down.
No.
And I do. And that's the difference. I feel like at any point I could go faster than her when I'm running with her. I always feel like I could go faster than her. But she just never slows down. And that's the big problem. And if you're not smart and not an experienced racer, perhaps like me, you do slow down.
Yes.
You do make mistakes. And if she does not, of course, there's only one winner in that race. And speaking of which, here's another fantastic female runner that we're watching now, the female leader of the race, Sumaya Buddha, who herself has not appeared to slow down at any point during this race. And even though, I mean, if you look at this, she's running down a long, steep, very runnable section of road. And you look at this, and of course, granted, she's been running for 7.5 hours, obviously, amazing. But you look at it and you think, I could run faster than that if you're a semi-competitive trail runner. But the point is, she's then going to continue running at this steady, solid, incredibly competitive pace for the next 2 or 3 hours, even though she's running up a 400-meter climb, a 500-meter climb, a 600-meter climb. She'll still just be this relentlessly mechanical, impressive pace, which is what I've experienced with elite level female runners. And many of us who are trying to compete with them just find that we've burned ourselves out, we push too hard, we can't get that pacing strategy right. And it's the one thing that I'm always really inspired by with Xiang Fujiao particularly, and of course more and more of the other elite runners in both the male and the female division, but especially these elite female runners. They're so much better, I would honestly say, than a lot of the sort of non-elite or sub-elite level male runners, of which I'd consider myself to be one at the bottom end of that category. But like of those kinds of runners who we routinely end up, I would say, screwing up the race.
Yes.
Whereby we're kind of in a decent position, then we just can't stick it out and hold it. And we really have to dial back our pacing, and then we can start to actually improve. And I think that's what they're teaching us every time we race against them.
That's right, that's right. And I mean, like, for these elite runners, they put so many hours in the training, like maybe like running every single day. That's, you know, on different terrains. And I mean, Richard, you don't have to be so hard on yourself. If you had put that many hours, maybe you can you can probably do the same, if not better.
Maybe. I think it's all about racecraft, honestly, race strategy sometimes.
Yes,
I think
yes,
it's having that confidence and the knowledge and the experience to pace it properly and know your abilities better, so that you don't end up in that situation where you feel like, for example, I could go a bit faster here, I could go a bit faster there, and then finding that, you know, 6, 7, 8 hours later, no, you can't. But a great learning experience, and really always humbling and inspiring, which is why these races are so much fun, and a great learning curve. So fantastic to have her here. Fantastic that she comes every year to support, as she just said she does, even if she's not racing. She said she did the race 4 years in a row and has since been back every year despite not actually running in it, which is, you know, amazing to see. And we just saw Samaya Buddha there running down the hill, and it won't be long before Samaya reaches Xiang Fujiao at the Xingmen Reservoir. And it may be at that point that we'll really get a true sense of whether Samaya is on course for this course record, and she'll run presumably right next to and right past the woman who holds that course record when she crosses checkpoint 8. So yeah, it'd certainly be interesting to get back to talk to Fujiao again at that point. Right now, though, look at this, another breathtaking cityscape in Hong Kong as we fly back across the Kowloon Reservoir towards the city in the distance. A particularly beautiful spot that I was keen to make sure we could talk about on this live stream, because it's actually very rarely filmed in this way, and it's not necessarily an area of the racecourse that people pay attention to, because it's basically one long road that connects two big sections of country park space, and is often neglected as a beauty spot because of the fact that it's one long road as opposed to trail. But I've always been very fond of this section. It's very accessible. The drop-off on either side of the reservoir here is really stunning. And I think as we're curving around here with this drone shot, we can see the runner crossing the reservoir right now. And what a sight as they curve around and head up past the water across this central bridge and make their way, as you pointed out, Charmaine, into monkey territory. It was funny, there were a couple of runners we spoke to who said this was their least favorite part of the course because of that fact. But let's cut back now to race leader Samaya Buddha. High five there from one of her many fans on the race course. Number 11, she's been leading for at least the past 3 hours, really, albeit in a battle with Veronica Leng. But off she goes into the trail and up the stairs. And not far behind on the same section of road. How exciting. Women's second place runner, Veronica Leng, also looking, oh gosh, I thought she might have pulled a muscle and got a cramp, but in fact, just taking care as the cars come up this road. A good move. She can only be, Charmaine, what, a minute behind? 2 minutes behind, max?
Yes, I'd say so. Oh, actually, maybe a minute behind. I mean, now
actually,
she's...
you're right, this is the lower part of the road, isn't it?
Yeah.
How exciting. Not much to choose between these two runners at all. Here she comes. She's going to take a little left turn there. A great opportunity to have another camera option. There's our mountain bike camera behind, just taking pause as we pick her up on our camera at the bottom of the trail. Veronica Leng, hats off to you. ITRA score 7:04 out of Slovakia, based in Hong Kong. Second place in this race a few years ago before she had a baby, and off she goes again up into the mountain, looking like she could at the very least get a second place again. But still anything to play for in this battle up at the front in the women's race, and possibly a course record in the process. We'll see. But Veronica Leng looking very, very strong and efficient there. Shortly behind Samaya Buddha of Nepal.
Yeah.
Looking at that footage from a purely analytical point of view, not much to choose between them, I'd say. Neither of them were flying down the hill, it's fair to say.
Yes, they were.
But they were also looking pretty consistent and stable. They didn't look like they were in trouble. They didn't look like they needed particularly a whole lot of help.
No, not at all.
Looked pretty smooth, maybe suffering a little bit after what's been a long day out already, but it's pretty hard to tell from that shot who you might put your money on if you were trying to guess who would end up being the victor. So, yeah, exciting times. Sometimes at this stage in a 100K race, when you see two runners side by side like that, it's sometimes kind of obvious who's in a good place and who's not.
Yes, yeah, but looking from Samaya's and Veronica's running form, I think they're still going very strong. So now we are seeing footage of the roads going up the Golden Hill, where all the monkeys are. I'm just wondering if the elite runners who haven't been to Hong Kong, if they had been warned about these sections that they can get attacked by the monkeys.
Yeah, the monkeys do tend to like to grab some supplies these days if you're not stashing them away in your running vest very efficiently. If you're holding, obviously a banana is the joke, but I mean if you're holding a banana or you're holding something in your hand that looks a bit attractive, they're not too afraid now to come and take a swipe at it. So it's an entertaining part of the race course, that's for sure.
Have you ever get attacked by a monkey?
It's not too bad, actually, I wouldn't say. But I have been in actual competitive races where I've been running alongside or just behind, for example, a runner who has kind of, not, I wouldn't say be attacked, but they've been kind of, the monkeys jumped up at them. And the runner's been suddenly quite startled by it and slightly terrified. And oh, speaking of animals, there's an even bigger monkey.
Yes.
At Xing Mun. Yeah, who said Hong Kong had no wildlife? Monkeys on the way to checkpoint 8, and there's a cow wandering around in the middle of the barbecue site. So, yeah, and the runner's suddenly been startled by this monkey jumping out of the tree and landing on the trail or something, and they've, you know, tripped and fallen, and the whole race ends up, you know, turning into a bit of a wildlife shoot. But that's what makes racing so fun. And
more wildlife.
Look at this.
Oh, very smart.
Okay, shot of the day, everybody.
Yeah.
Forget the trail running, forget Ma and San. We have a new winner for shot of the day. Congratulations to the cameraman at checkpoint 8. I salute you.
How on earth can the cow, does he know how this thing works, the water tap? Does he push the water tap by itself?
You want to see what happens when he gets his octopus card out and uses the vending machine.
Yes. Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. He's going to go and get some Pocari next.
Yeah.
Look at that. I don't think I've ever... Have you seen that before?
I have never seen that before.
In
no.
all my years?
No. Never.
Unbelievable.
Good job, cameraman.
Look at that. What a sight.
I remember this section, actually, I have a horrible story supporting one of my friends around Shing Mun, because there is not just the Golden Hill where they have a lot of monkeys. Actually, around this, basically around this area, there are monkeys. Of course, the cow says, he's saying hello, hello. So I was supporting this friend who's in a race at Shing Mun, and then it was towards the evening, and I was holding, you know, some of the food waiting for my friend to arrive. And then I wasn't attacked by the monkey, actually. It was very dark at the time, and then there were dogs. And then one of the dogs, it just keep on, chasing me from behind. And I got so scared at the point that I ran my way out from the support point into the female toilet. So I was waiting and waiting and waiting. Oh, so here we can see on the screen, up on the screen, Shang Fu Zhao course record.
Yeah, certainly worth being careful out there if everyone's going out for a run or a hike. There's some monkeys up there, of course, well spotted. Certainly, it's like an endless zoo adventure going running in Hong Kong. Let nobody tell you there's no wildlife here.
So here's the...
I don't believe it. Let's see what's happening at checkpoint 8 as we see the rails race leader.
Whoa.
In he comes, Meng Guanfu. Now, okay, checkpoint analysis time. Men's race leader, checkpoint 8, 86 kilometers into the race.
14 or like 17 more kilometers to go.
Look at him go. He's got 3 people feeding him. Coca-Cola, maybe it was Daojung, is it soy milk? And the canned congee again. The ice is going onto the backpack. There's ice on the forehead.
It's the first time that I see him sitting down.
Correct, very good spot. Yeah, exactly right. He's got somebody refilling his bag. Another ice pack. Quick wipe of the face. We've got the shot clock. I'm looking at maybe 1.5 minutes so far. Another can of Coke. Another swig of congee. One bottle of water in the hand. Someone's already refilled his bag and off he goes. What do you call that? 30 seconds of sitting down?
Yeah, 30 seconds,
90 seconds. Oh, still not out of the checkpoint though. He's washing the legs. Cooling down the thighs. And off he goes.
Wow.
Men's race leader, Meng Guanfu. If you want to know how to win a trail race, watch and learn.
Definitely, definitely.
And off we go. We'll see if we can keep up with him around the reservoir. What do you make of that, Charmaine? How do you rate that in terms of checkpoint efficiency? Is it
it's like 5 out of 5.
5 out of 5.
In terms of efficiency. I mean, looking at these elite runners, how they flying through all these support points. Last year at Shingmun, I think that's because that perhaps it's because that they know that it's the final push, 3 pushes till the finish line. So they tend to spend like some time just maybe sitting down, having a few seconds, replenish themselves with food, all the nutrition they need, and also the drinks. So, and then get themselves onto the course and race and doing the final 3 pushes to the end of the race.
Yeah, I would say in my experience of filming or commentating on this event, this is a very important checkpoint. If you can get the Shingmun checkpoint right, don't stay too long, but do not stay too short. You're really going to stand a very good chance of doing well. I've seen people spend way too long at Shingmun, and I've seen people go through Shingmun too quickly, and it's ended up burning them because they've struggled to realize that the last 20 kilometers is a lot tougher than perhaps they remember. And so getting this one right is really crucial. Meng Guanfu's still eating half of the stuff that he probably would have been eating at the checkpoint if he was a normal human being. But he's such an amazing athlete. He's eating on the go. And the last thing he wants to do is lose any time to his rivals in 2nd and 3rd place by giving them an inch. He's still got the poles on his back, of course, because he's about to climb Needle Hill, perhaps the hardest climb of all at this stage when you factor in all the miles that he's done already.
So 86 kilometers is at. So I'm sure in a minute he'll be taking his poles out and then starting to pace himself nicely and climbing up those steps yet again on the trails of Needle Hill.
Absolutely. What a performance from him. He's still got the, I think is that an ice pack that he's just putting on the back of his neck there, I think, or at least he's trying to cool his body down, cool his neck down. Very effective, of course, to try and put ice around the main arteries, the carotid arteries around your neck.
Yeah.
Very effective, just like with the top of his thighs, the top of the quads, another very effective way. And if you hold the ice pack in the palm of your hand, there's a few studies I've been reading that say that that could be the most effective way to cool your body.
Yeah.
He has to turn right here and go around this road section. Sometimes we all go up the stairs, don't we, in other races, and save ourselves, not much time, but save ourselves 500 or 600 meters of work. But in this race, you have to take that right turn. Round he comes, and any moment now he'll see that trail entrance gate with the volunteers there doing a good job to direct him, and there he goes, McElhoe's trail, back he comes, and Jayo, Needle Hill awaits. I have a few theories as to why Needle Hill is called Needle Hill, and none of them are very nice. They're all painful.
So it would be nice to pull up the Yao Poi Chan's course record up on our screen, and then we can just sort of compare, because I saw from the dot trackers that when Mang Guangfu checked in at CP checkpoint 8, which is the Shengmun checkpoint we just saw from the footage, it was 7:50.
Yeah, let's have a quick look. Very good point. So 7:49 for Yo Pei Tuen into Shingmen, and we were probably around the same time exactly.
Just a few seconds off.
For Mang Guangfu coming through at the same point. So gosh, we're really getting quite tight, aren't we, at this point in the race?
Yeah.
It's anyone's guess as to whether or not he can pull this off, but he's certainly on track, and I'm sure he knows that he's certainly on track, or at least he knows he's kind of there or thereabouts. I wonder how much intel he has right now from his support team. They didn't really have time to have much of a conversation, did they?
Nope.
But
not even enough to say hi
yeah.
and bye.
But certainly he's really, I mean, he's got a very good chance, hasn't he? If only he can keep moving like this. But I would not bet against him at this point in the race, knowing that we have that downhill at Tamau Shan in his favor. But, oh, fantastic to see him race through the checkpoint in that way. Fantastic to be on board with him on the trail in this way right now as we take on this climb, and our camera is waiting in position at checkpoint 8 for the second place runner, who I think, if I remember correctly from the dot tracker, should be Shan Jiasheng, is it now? He's moved his way into second place very impressively, having been somewhat more off the pace earlier on. Yeah, we're hearing that there might be a 5-minute gap now between Mang Guangfu and Shan Jiasheng, although Deng Guomin and Qing Guidu also really not far behind. This is a very interesting battle for the second placed men's position, as Mang Guangfu down, hands on his knees, bending forwards, willing his body to keep moving up this brutal Needle Hill climb. I've always found this climb to be one of the hardest, simply because it's just unrelenting and constantly steep, and there's almost no let up.
And it's, in fact, I would say it's a little bit less brutal going up this way rather than the other way, as the runners are now going to descend from Needle Hill. Because if you're going climbing up Needle Hill from the other side, it's actually just straight, steep flights of stairs all in one go. But for this part, it's actually it's 3 different layers, relatively less steep than the other side.
That's right. It's certainly very steep in it going down the other side, but perhaps a little bit of a less time-consuming descent or ascent. At least this one just seems like it goes on forever, I always think.
Yes.
But yeah, there's no easy way up or down Needle Hill. But here, Mang Guangfu, he's not really taken a backward step. He's been moving solidly the whole time as we try and keep up with him. And good job for the team who have been working hard all day, keeping up with the runners. He's powering his way up, again, leaning forwards, hands on knees, willing his body up this trail putting all of his weight forwards into the trail rather than standing upright or leaning backwards, which only makes it harder, really.
That's a very perfect video clip for students to learn how to power themselves up all these steps.
Yeah. But I always think with this kind of thing, I mean, you can practice this in your training, and of course you must, but everything feels easy, doesn't it, when you're going out for your first hour of hill climb training or something like this. But he's now approaching 8 hours of highly elite level competition, and trying to maintain that clarity of mind and focus to keep making sure your technique is solid is so much more difficult when you've got 8 hours in your legs.
Yes, I totally agree. So I think he just finished almost like the first layer of the steps.
That's right. There's a little sort of plateau, isn't there? Like a flat section about halfway up, which is fantastic. But then I always, of course, worry that you lull yourself into this false sense of security that you're nearly at the top, only to find that there's still some way to go yet.
Yes, that's exactly right, Richard. I remember like when you going up this part of the course, up to Needle Hill, it's when you go up to the second layer of the steps, you thought that you have reached the top, but actually no. And you really couldn't see the summit of Needle Hill until you finish that second layer, and then suddenly, wow, you found yourself you have to climb another flight of stairs before you reach the top.
Yep, that's right. There's no real let-up, is there? We just saw in the women's race the battle between Sumaya Buddha and Veronica Leng as they came down Sha Tin Road and began heading into the trail towards Xingmen. And in the men's race, that battle is now looking like it's becoming a little bit of a one-man show, because we were looking at Meng Guanfu and John Ray Onifa, Stingray, back at checkpoint 4, which now seems like a distant memory. They were running side by side, weren't they? And they almost were racing out of the checkpoint together. But we've got this camera, which is so useful to have, pointing at the arrival into checkpoint 8 on the right of screen, and there's no sign currently of anybody coming through. Just a waiting game over there, and every moment, of course, that we wait, every step that Meng Guanfu takes, are more meters and meters and kilometers, we can even say, that he's basically got now between him and the runner in second place. So very impressive performance. And here he comes. Just as I say that, of course, the commentators curse, but into Xingmen, who have we got coming in now? This looks to me like Qinggui Du. CP8 Xingmen, nice work on the graphics. Thank you. 86 kilometers. In they come. Good drama here at checkpoint 8.
He's
8 hours and 1
stopping.
minute. Hang on a minute. Is that it? Really?
Seconds.
Incredible. Look
Wow.
at that. Well.
Wow.
Yeah. 很厉害. Really impressive. Look at that. He's certainly still...
It almost looks like he didn't fill up the water bottle. Of course, obviously, he just swapped a water bottle from the supporter. But, I mean, he didn't stay there for more than 2 seconds.
Quite right. Very impressive. Look at that. There's still some fight in this race now. If Qinggui Du is running like that in second place, somebody, of course, I'm sure is telling him how far behind he is.
Yeah.
But that's a statement of intent right there, I would say. He's clearly not settled for second place, we can say.
No, yeah,
he still knows there's 20 kilometers of very tough trail racing ahead. So, yeah, Meng Guanfu maybe has no idea, of course, that just 15 minutes earlier,
I mean, it's always
he ended
stressful.
up taking a minute and a half or 2 minutes, I would even estimate, back at that same checkpoint.
I mean, how would you feel like if you were like the first man in front, and then you never know that who's going to come after you from behind. Like how far are they from you? It's pretty stressful.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge, and it's funny because, of course, that never happened to me before because I've never been the first place male until exactly a year ago. I was doing a 100K race, and I was indeed the first place male at around checkpoint 5 or 6. I should mention, of course, Meng Guanfu wasn't there. Neither was Ting Guidu, neither was Shen Jiaxiang, neither was Liu Peituan, neither was most of the people in this race. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't.
But still, you were the first.
But anyway, I was in first place at around checkpoint 5, checkpoint 6, and it's a good question. It's a very strange experience. You keep questioning yourself. Should I push harder? Should I hold back? Should I take longer at the checkpoint? Should I just be more aggressive?
Yeah.
Because you keep thinking, how do I want my second place guy to feel? Do I want to make that second place runner feel completely demoralized by the fact that I'm just going even harder?
Yeah.
Or do I want to be sensible and just dial it back and keep going slower and slower and slower until I reach the point where they're almost kind of catching up on me, and then I kick off and I put the boot in that way and I really demoralize them that way. As we see Deng Guomin come in to
third place.
Checkpoint 8, Xingmen, not far behind Xin Guidu. He's run a slightly
1 minute maybe?
Yeah, maybe 1 minute, although it doesn't look like he's running out nearly as quickly, which may or may not serve him. Let's see how things progress. The camera's on the move. Let's go and get a closer look as to what Deng Guomin's strategy is as we see in real time how he's approaching the checkpoint. And there's more action coming in. This must be another runner. It must be Shan Jiaxiang. Otherwise, why would there be so many cameramen? Of course, it's Shan Jiaxiang, the poster boy, if you like, of Chinese trail running, standing almost next to where Deng Guomin was standing. Of course, they're teammates on the same sponsor, which probably explains that. But a busy time for those support crew supporting both runners at the same time. They're almost high-fiving. One of them arrives, one of them departs.
That's right.
But
so
yeah, he's also sitting down, just like Meng Guanfu did.
Yeah.
He's also looking like he's going to take on some calories. Interesting comparison. It's at least one energy gel of some kind going in there. As we're still right on the trail here with Meng Guanfu on the right of screen. What drama here. We can see one man sitting down while another one is powering up the mountain in very simple terms, but not for long. Look at that. Shan Jiaxiang almost like he knows what's happening, almost like he's watching the live stream on his phone while he's running out. He knows that every moment that he stays sat on that bench, Meng Guanfu is powering up the mountain. And even as we speak, more action on the race course at the 8-hour mark. We've got Ho Ha Ti cascading down Sha Tin Pass Road, dodging umbrellas as people take shelter from the lovely sunny day here, wagging her finger. I wonder what she's saying to herself. She's got in her sights perhaps another male elite runner ahead of her who she's about to potentially overtake. She's still on a mission. Can she claw back some time and potentially even challenge for second place? Although we've seen Veronica Leng and Samaya Buddha passing through this same section, I would say at least 20 minutes ago now,
yes,
surely. There's a bit of a gap, isn't there now, between the first two ladies and her. But look at this, on the left of screen, Ho Ha Ti of Vietnam, third place female. On the right of screen, Meng Guanfu, the race leader in the men's event. Meng Guanfu now almost cresting the summit of Needle Hill, I think. And Ho Ha Ti almost at the bottom of Sha Tin Pass Road. Fascinating to see these contrasting images of flying downhill and powering uphill. But of course, Ho Ha Ti has to follow literally in the footsteps of Meng Guanfu in just around 90 minutes' time. Or perhaps an hour if she can keep up this pace. But here she comes. Lovely to have this shot tracking her down to the finish line. She's clearly making up time on the runner ahead of her. Left turn here. No need to go to the noodle shop this time. Past the car and into the trail. Look at this gap getting shorter every second between her and the runner in front. And here she comes. There's our mountain biker. Nice job filming her coming down the road. Straight into the trail. Straight up the stairs. And off she goes. Very smooth. Jumping ahead now to Xingmen Reservoir, checkpoint 8. Shan crossing the reservoir. Lovely shot here, tracking him in close up. ITRA score 913, ladies and gentlemen. 900 plus runner in this event today alongside Meng Guanfu. Anybody over 900, as we've mentioned earlier, is a true superstar of international trail running. There's a handful of runners from the Chinese mainland with scores over 900. It's great to have them here at the race with us today as Meng Guanfu, another of those runners, 924. Continuing to pump his way up this hill. Can you believe he's still climbing up Needle Hill? It's just a measure, isn't it, of just how long and arduous this climb is. As our men's race leader, Meng Guanfu, continues to push and push and push and pull and pull and pull with the poles, working in tandem with the quads.
So there you can see ahead, I believe that that's the third layer I'm talking about, the final section of the course to the summit of Needle Hill.
That's right. That's a very nice way of putting it. It is indeed like the third layer, isn't it? You keep thinking you've made it to the top, and then there's another one, and then there's another one after that. Yeah, certainly a relentless climb. But Meng Guanfu doing a great job again of making it not necessarily look easy. He's clearly giving it all he's got, but he's still, as I mentioned before, looking like he's completely committed to this cause. And I'm reminded by our director here to give some props to our cameraman, who himself, I'm sure, has put in a solid shift of at least 30 kilometers or more, possibly more today, and is still powering his way up the mountain without poles and with a heavy backpack in order to be able to give you these shots that we're seeing now. So kudos to him as he continues to keep pace with one of the world's greatest ultra-distance mountain runners, and certainly, by any reckoning, a potential double champion of the Hong Kong 100 today if he can keep on moving in this way up to the top of the infernal Needle Hill for anybody who's suffered. And if you don't believe me, take a look at this. If it's not obvious what he's climbing up from the shots we've seen so far, this might give you a better idea of just the scale of the challenge for the runners as they approach this point in the race, having already done, of course, more than 85 kilometers. This is what greets you. Amazing to put this in perspective. There's that crest, that little plateau that we mentioned before you enter what Charmaine has gracefully called the third layer of the climb. Yeah, this is a particular favorite of mine, Needle Hill, really, for a hike, but perhaps not for a race.
That's for sure, yes. And again, don't bring any new friends.
Yeah, very good advice there. Very good advice. This is certainly an adventurous first hike in Hong Kong if you're a newbie in town. Yeah, Meng Guanfu really pumping the legs, using the arms, leaning into those poles, checking his watch there. I'm not sure whether he's worried about record time, whether he's worried about the runners behind him. But yeah, you can see him just leaning into this, giving it everything he's got, putting his full weight into the poles and into the trail. Even if it looks a little bit ugly with his arms kind of flailing to the side a bit and his elbows out, which arguably is not the best technique. He could be keeping things a bit tighter, but there's the famous crest of the summit. The poles go away. Up and over the top. And this descent is not the easiest, I would say, especially for a cameraman. So let's see how he goes.
Pretty sharp.
Yep.
So after this descent, there will be some tarmac road that Man Guangfu and the other runners, they have to run up to grassy hill. And then after that, there'll be some more trails before summited the highest point of Hong Kong, Tamau Shan.
That's right. Look at that spectacular view coming over the top of Needle Hill on the backside. You can see that winding road that Charmaine just mentioned that curves around to an area called Lead Mine Pass that then leads up into the mountain range. You can just see in the distance on the left of screen that takes you, as she pointed out, to the back of Tamau Shan, with the city down on the right.
And for those who don't quite know the Hong Kong trails, and certainly this section of Macclehose is actually this three combo, I would say, the Needle Hill, the Grassy Hill, and also the Tamau Shan. It's often a training ground for a lot of runners. And sometimes they will just do like a timed trials, you know, just to see how fit they are. Have you done that yourself, Richard?
Yeah, this is quite a popular kind of proof of fitness, isn't it, to try and do this section. It can be a little bit demoralizing. But yeah, it's certainly a good way of assessing your fitness level. Just watching Meng Guanfu, the race leader, dance his way down Needle Hill on the left, while on the right, another of the top contenders in the race this year. This is Ionel Christian Manole of Spain, who's coming into checkpoint 8. Taking his time, certainly cutting a very different figure to the one we saw of Meng Guanfu, who just launched himself out of the checkpoint alongside Ting Guidu, his mainland Chinese compatriot, who barely stopped at all. In contrast now, of course, we're seeing a much more conservative strategy from some of the runners who are only 4 or 5 places behind them in the overall rankings. But in terms of their apparent level of comfort at this point in the race, they seem some way off, don't they? The pacing and the power of the front 2 or 3 runners.
I mean, 86, 87 kilometers, a lot of the course. These runners, I'm just so amazed how they can still run up those steps. Here you see Man Guangfu finish the descent of Needle Hill. Now that's the tarmac road that I'm talking about. So we'll be just going up and down, running this tarmac hill road for 2 or 3 kilometers. He's looking his watch.
That's right, the poles are back in his hands. You won't need those immediately for a little while, in fact. This section of road is smooth sailing, really, for him. he really could pack those away already for at least the next 15 minutes or so. Meng Guanfu, the race leader on your screen in the men's division of this Hong Kong 100 race. And fantastic to have Qin Guidu on the right, attacking the very same mountain that Meng Guanfu has just crested. Qin Guidu, of course, who powered through the checkpoint in Xingmen like a man on a mission to try and reduce the gap between himself and the leader. Qin Guidu may be slightly disheartened to know just how hard Meng Guanfu is pushing right now. I'm sure Qin Guidu is hoping that perhaps ahead of him, Meng Guanfu is entering a period of potential baojiao, we could say in Cantonese, couldn't we?
Yeah.
But in fact, it looks like nothing of the sort. There's not much indication that Meng Guanfu might explode, as we can say in Cantonese, or might struggle.
Yeah.
It looks like, in fact, he's just as determined as Qin Guidu to maintain this gap, or indeed put more time on it. So a really impressive battle taking place between the first and second place men, even though they're not that close together, frankly. There's a good 10 minutes at least, 15 minutes, I would say, and possibly even longer between the two of them right now. It's really impressive to see the two of them pushing as hard as they are.
So you can see now Meng Guanfu using his pose.
There he is, race leader up on your screen here, Meng Guanfu. The imperious figure of Meng Guanfu, ITRA score 924. Back for a second time in this race, having won it last year, and looking every bit as determined this year to repeat that feat.
For those who doesn't know, he won last year with a time at 10 hours 16 minutes.
And here you can see the sheer scale of Needle Hill that Qin Guidu and the rest of the men behind him need to scale. And on screen now, the people's champion of the Philippines in so many ways, John Ray Onifa, Stingray, taking some time for some fuel and recovery with his Team Philippines Filtra teammates. All he wants to do is keep moving by the looks of things, but his teammates telling him, come on, eat some more, drink some more. But he's determined to keep pushing on. His quick cadence, his signature stride, launching himself out of the checkpoint as we look up at Xingmen and Needle Hill, where he is about to find himself facing the significant challenge of getting up and over that mountain. Stingray still going strong. I'm still seeing messages of support on our live chat for him. Well deserved as he continues to fight. Rest assured we'll be heading back to the female race shortly once we've made the most of these exciting shots that we're getting from Xingmen with the lead men. It's not long now before the women will indeed arrive at two of our key filming locations, the first of those being Gumsan, the Shan Country Park, and Golden Hill Road, where we have our teams waiting for the lead females to arrive. They'll be coming through there in just around 10 minutes or so. You can see the drone shot just appearing there briefly on screen in Gumsan. There it is on the bottom right of the screen, looking as majestic as ever, Kowloon Reservoir. While on the left of screen, the sun peeking through the trees at our race leader, our overall race leader, last year's race champion, Meng Guanfu. And here we have the backside of Needle Hill on the right of screen as the drone slowly circles around this summit, which all runners leaving the Xingmen checkpoint 8 need to crest and overcome. Meng Guanfu did that around 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago even. So far, nobody else has made it over the top. He's really establishing himself at the moment as the outright leader of this event, with no real sign of anybody trying to take that away from him. I think that could well have happened if he'd slowed down after the checkpoint, based on how Ting Guidu attacked the checkpoint, and here he comes now.
Maybe the second male making the way to the top of Needle Hill.
Yeah, I think so. He's had a spectacular race so far. Cannot take anything away from him, as we see this another epic drone shot from our day of race coverage today, cresting over the top of the mountain. I'm seeing more chatter online about talk of Meng Guanfu trying to beat the record. More and more people becoming attuned to the fact that this could become a reality here. Lots of excitement. There's the marking on the floor illustrating the right turn. Be terrible for anybody to make a mistake at this late stage in the race. It's good to have nice clear course markings from people like yourself, Charmaine, who went out on the course to make this possible. So good to
All the volunteers.
acknowledge all the volunteers' efforts, and Sanfusai, Sanfulei Data, everybody who's been involved in doing that.
So you can see more tarmac road.
Seeing messages of support come in for Meng Guanfu. Almost done, says one of his fans. Well, not quite almost, but certainly getting there. And certainly looking incredibly impressive. There's a nice angle looking down on the Needle Hill climb. You see these stairs cut into the mountain.
I believe this is...
As the runners
Guomin.
continue to push their way up. That looks like Dan Guomin, I think, in the orange shorts and white t-shirt. Our current third placed.
Look how fast he is going up those trails. Feels like he is still fresh on the legs.
Yeah, we've got runners moving around the race course on our live chat. It's great to have people so involved in the event. Praise too for the camera crews who are powering their way up the mountain with these runners to bring us the footage that we're witnessing, and to the drone teams who are carefully and skillfully helping us track the progress of these runners up these brutally steep climbs. Somebody's estimating that we'll see a new course record today of 9 hours and 55 minutes. It's looking possible. Now, for all our viewers interested in the female race, I can tell you we'll be coming to that very soon. We've got Samaya Buddha and Veronica Leng running neck and neck through the trails towards Taipo Road, or the Gamsan Country Park. I can just give you a quick update on that one as we squeeze that drone shot down into the bottom corner and we zoom in on some of these red markers. Just give you some context about the overall race. Here is the lead female, Samaya Buddha, who we saw powering down the road at Sha Tin Pass around 45 minutes ago. That section of road is all the way back here now, if we try and track across the map. So whizzing back over to where she is now. Here we go, Samaya Buddha, number 11 on the race course. Number 14, there's nothing between her and Veronica Leng. Nobody between them. They're sticking together like glue as they continue to work their way around this race course. And the distance there, I would say 10 minutes, 5 minutes even, not much.
And just behind Veronica, it's Wong Chung with bib 122.
Very well spotted. You're quite right, Charmaine. Indeed, that is Wong Chung. So just a measure of how strong these two female runners are. They're both knocking out of the water at the moment. Hong Kong's strongest runner in recent years, Wong Chung, as they really continue to demonstrate the sheer prowess of top female elite level running. They're about to come down out of the trail as you follow my cursor on the race map towards Taipo Road, where they will cross the road and then start to work their way across the reservoir onto this long climb that takes them up through the Gamsan Country Park and towards Xingmen. So that's the situation with the women in the race. We'll be joining them shortly when they get to the reservoir, no doubt fairly close together. Or if we hop back here, Ho Ha Ti starting to struggle a little bit based on our GPS tracker. The gap between her and second place Veronica Leng here, number 14, is starting to widen by the looks of things. I hope she's doing okay. She's put in all the hard yards so far. She just needs to hang on really and try and make it to the finish line to secure a very well-earned third place. The moment that looks fairly safe. If we zoom out, we can see Tang Jingyan, a very strong competitor from China, in fourth, but the distance between her and Ho Ha probably too much to bridge at this point, unless Ho Ha really has some problems later on. Great to check in on this as we try and assess the latest in the race action. We can see here working their way up the road. We also have Mankumar Rokamagar of Nepal already halfway up the hill in the Gamsan Country Park. And then Raul Butaci, the Romanian runner based in Spain, and Daniel Jung, the Italian runner, close behind him as they all approach this road crossing, including a special mention here again for Ludwig Vriens, who is putting in yet another incredibly solid performance at this race, where he's demonstrated time and time again that he's Mr. Reliable when it comes to the Hong Kong 100. Doing it, I believe, his 9th time this year, and showing us every single time that this course is really one that he favors. Zooming out all the way, just to give you some bigger level context about the race, you can see we began all the way here in Pak Tam Chung earlier this morning and have since worked our way all the way around the reservoir, all the way through the mountains of Sai Kung and the coastal trails. And here we are now approaching the business end of this race with Mr. 100 Guangfu Meng, or Meng Guangfu as he is better known, leading the way. Let's jump down to Gamsan Country Park. I can see a famous face now crossing the bridge there. It'd be great to check in on the action. I believe that's Wong Chung there crossing crossing the reservoir, his green shirt and black cap, jumping out to the camera as the drone sweeps up and catches him, making his way towards Xingmen, where we've seen so many of these top elites in the male division already arrive and leave.
There you see Wong Chung. On the tarmac road going up on the Golden Hill.
And now we have that motorbike shot of Ludwig Vriens. Nice and smooth. Here he goes, pumping those arms, pumping those legs. Very, very solid rhythmic running from the Dutchman based in Hong Kong. Smooth as you like. Doesn't look phased at all by the 80-odd kilometers that have gone into his legs at this point. Very nice rhythm, relaxed shoulders, nice and steady. Looks like he's still smiling, interacting with the cameraman, who he'll know well, of course. That's Jose on the back of our motorbike there as they move up this long road climb. Nice to see a bit of chit-chat here between the runners and the cameraman. Great to know that he's still looking smooth and still smiling. Great job, Ludo. To anybody watching in the Netherlands, any friends and family back home for him, bravo, sir. You're doing fantastically well. Look at that. A picture of health, frankly, with still 20 kilometers to go after 8.5 hours out on the trails. Very impressive. Still clearly very with it and cognizant of his race surroundings. He was, of course, part of the Oxfam Trail Walker course record-setting team back in November. It was a joy to support him and his team as I ran alongside them for a couple of hours. Their team spirit was second to none. Their ability to stick together as a team was really impressive, and I don't think there was ever any possibility that they were going to struggle in terms of maintaining that team dynamic. So really impressive, and very happy to see him out now doing so well on his own. Some monkeys there crossing the road, making way for Wong Chung. Nice to know they have some respect for Hong Kong's greatest trail runner of modern times, following in the footsteps of Stone Zhang, who will be riding the motorbike alongside him. What a combination as we get more great action footage from the trail. Chung also chatting, no doubt, enjoying the fact that he's running alongside the man who really forged the path that Wong Chung trod. I remember well hearing from Stone a long time ago, Sang Siew Kern. I remember hearing him tell me all about Chung and the fact that Chung was potentially the next big thing in Hong Kong trail running. A former firefighter, of course, Chung. And wondering if anybody could emulate Stone's successes. And then a few years later, of course, Stone is exactly right. And Chung starts going to these races in Europe and so on, and putting on such a strong performance, inspiring all of us back here in Hong Kong to believe that our training here can really help us compete with the best. Yeah, some lovely shots here. Wong Chung, as you can see here. ITRA score 8.02. Incredibly solid performer. Certainly a big jump in the ITRA rankings between 800 and 900 in terms of your real elite level performance. But Chung perhaps not raced as much as he would be used to in the last 12 months, which is why perhaps his numbers are slightly dipping these days from his peak or his heyday. Yeah, so exciting to see. One of Hong Kong's greatest taking on this long, steep climb towards Xingmen. He'll no doubt be looking forward to getting up and over this long uphill road and working his way down to the reservoir to be met by his support crew. But yeah, still smiling. You've spent so much time running with Chung in the recent years, coaching alongside him in his Peak Hunter team.
I wouldn't really say that I run alongside with him. I wish I can do that, but yes, yeah, I learned a lot from him around 10 years back. He was coaching as he was building up his own running club, and apparently it's the club's 10th anniversary tomorrow.
Wow.
Yeah. So there'll be a big celebration, no doubt.
Yeah, certainly impressive to see him still running so strongly. He's won a few local races recently that are shorter and certainly less demanding than this one, and ultimately, of course, also less internationally competitive. So he's still very much a force to be reckoned with on a local level.
Chung is so close to the runner who's in front of him, as you can see from this drone view. I'll say 1 or 2 minutes behind.
Yeah, the gap is certainly not large, is it? And we're scouring the roads now to try and catch sight of Samaya Buddha and pick up where we left off with covering the women's race. She too not far ahead of Veronica Leng.
This is the tarmac road section up Grassy Hill.
That's right. I believe this must be then Tsingwedu, just in the top 5 of the men's division, top 4, I should say, really, as he's presumably gone up and over Needle Hill himself, now pushing on towards Leadmine Pass. Okay, as we come back to catch up on the latest. Wow, it's been a really breathtaking past hour or so watching the runners go through the Gamsan Country Park, the Shan Country Park, go through Kowloon Reservoir, weave their way up the Golden Hill Road towards Xingmen, and then go up and over the mountain towards the reservoir there at checkpoint 8. And interesting to see the contrasting styles of some of these male elites as they've reached checkpoint 8, knowing that they have support crew there.
Yes, and yeah, it's so much to learn from these elite runners, how they go through all these checkpoints. As I said before, some of them, they know exactly, or I mean, like all of them, they know what they have to do, and some of them take, you know, just a few seconds, and some of them, you know, just taking longer because they knew that they still have this 3 climbs that they have to do at the end. So it's amazing. I always like watching all these footages from all these elite runners, and you know, trying to learn a bit here and there, you know, trying to improve my skills.
Yeah, we've certainly seen some very powerful checkpoint behavior, should we say, of runners coming in and wasting no time at all just to grab and go, even when they're in positions of relative comfort, honestly. I mean, Meng Wanfu probably had a 15-minute lead at least coming into checkpoint 8, but still seemed determined to keep moving out of it.
Yep.
And the runners who came in behind him, to their great credit, even though they probably might have been told when they arrived that they were some 15 minutes behind, didn't see that as an opportunity to just relax and slow down and worry about who's behind them. They seemed even more keen, didn't they, to get out
determined,
and try and reduce that time gap. So, yeah, highly exciting checkpoint for the men then going into checkpoint 8. Of course, we're looking forward to seeing how the women perform exactly the same task, because we'll shortly be catching up with them. And here is indeed the lead female we've been waiting for excitedly. This is, of course, Samaya Buddha, our race leader in the female division. She's been the race leader for at least the past 3 or 4 hours, but only by a hair's breadth in 100-kilometer racing terms, because Veronica Leng in second, I can see on the live tracker, is only really basically down the road now.
She's closing the gap.
It's really, there's not much to choose between them. And I can't wait to see them arrive at checkpoint 8, because we both know that's an important checkpoint in terms of deciding the future of the race, based on how your supporters help you out, how much aid you decide to take, and how much you set yourself up for the next 20 kilometers, whether it's going to be a real fight for you to survive because you kind of push the envelope a little bit, or whether or not you're going to allow yourself a chance to recover properly. We can see the motorbike crew there just whizzing back down to try and catch up with Veronica as we track Samaya with the drone and try and coordinate as best we can the most coverage we can of the women's race. Now they've arrived in this same location. So here comes Samaya, looking nice and smooth as she works her way up through the middle of the road there. On the right of screen, just quickly, you've got Raul Butaci, who we've been following all day long, the Romanian Spanish-based or Spain-based runner heading out of checkpoint 8. But focusing back for a moment on Samaya, she's looking solid. She's taking the inside line of the road. She's racing smart. She's not started to lose her sense of location and place, which can so often happen when you're in the middle of a long race and you start to drift a little bit from left to right on these kinds of roads. Racecraft indeed. She's keeping on the inside line. She's taking the right-hand side. She's now going to switch, I'm sure, across the middle of the road to take the left-hand corner. And there she goes, exactly as I suggested. Bang on cue. What a professional. Taking the shortest possible route she can to get to the top of this road. And I love watching this kind of thing, knowing how exhausted she must be with nearly 9 hours in the tank in this race, and admiring the fact that these runners are still thinking so clearly and they're still pushing so hard. Completely unfazed by the monkeys, completely unfazed by potentially the pressure of the situation she's under, with Veronica, as we can see on our live tracker, really not far behind her on the road.
And she hasn't stopped. I guess maybe she knows that Veronica is just, you know, minutes behind her.
Yeah, I wonder how much intel she's had at this point, because there's no obvious support station around the Taipo Road area after she came out of the trail. And it's hard to tell in the trail, isn't it, often how far ahead or behind you are, because you just don't have a line of sight. There's no visual to give you any indication. On this road, if she were to stop and turn around right now, because of the nature of the road, she might actually even see Veronica in the distance, which is, of course, very easy and clear for her, but not easy for her at this stage to get a clear sense of her relative position.
There on the right, the Nepalese.
In fact, I believe is that Ani Makaneras? I need to check on the. Oh no, that is, as I was correctly identifying earlier in the race, that is Mankumar Rokamagar of Nepal, who we've been tracking from behind, I beg your pardon, on some of the trails in that yellow vest. Strong shoulders, strong legs of the Nepalese runner, taking some time at checkpoint 8 with his support crew. There's lots of Nepalese runners to support coming through in the next hour or so, but he's not wasting too much time. Off he goes, keen to secure his top 10 spot. Switching back now our attention to the left of screen with Sumaya Buddha, still looking strong and stable as she continues up the road. As we see on the right of screen, the Nepalese runner Rokamagar leave the checkpoint.
There, I think on the right, you can see.
That looks like Tingwedu heading down.
Heading down Grassy Hill.
Heading down Grassy Hill. I quite like coming down this hill, and I hate going up it. So it's a really nice descent here for him, knowing that he's edging ever closer to the finish line. Meanwhile, Sumaya still nice and steady as she approaches Oh, now she's turning around and having a look. Maybe it's the dogs that have given her a fright, because the dogs look like they're barking. 1, 2, 3 of them. Yeah, that's reasonable. Four possibly sort of wild stray dogs on the road here. Like you mentioned earlier, Charmaine, there are really a few areas on the trail here where it is possible to get a bit startled by some of the wildlife. Yeah, I think that caught her by surprise, and looks like she's handled it very well. She's back on track, running smoothly towards the summit of the road. Even though she's got 80-something kilometers in her legs, I think the dogs are making a mistake if they think they can keep up with her, especially when she reaches the trail and starts climbing up and over to Xingmen. But looks like they're giving it a go. Perhaps they fancy a podium place as well. But yeah, beautiful shot really in terms of capturing the diverse wildlife in Hong Kong. You've got monkeys scrambling over on the right side. You've got the dogs coming down on the left side. There's certainly a lot more wildlife than people probably give Hong Kong credit for, as we see Sumaya just smoothly easing her way towards the high point of this road, where she will then be able to descend at speed towards the turn into the Xingmen Reservoir section. On the right of camera, we see Tingwedu now getting off of the trail and running down
to Lead Mine Pass.
To Lead Mine Pass, exactly right, Charmaine.
So after you pass Lead Mine Pass, there's no return. Just that last bit, last push, last summit of the course. So it's a good 10 kilometers till the finish line.
Yeah, we're just getting word on our team updates that Meng Guanfu, the lead runner in this race, has already passed through checkpoint 9 at Lead Mine Pass. He is one checkpoint away, if you can call it that, from victory in this event, with still just over an hour to go until the golden 6 p.m. cutoff time that we've assigned as our guide for the course record, which we know to be just a fraction over 10 hours. And therefore, if he can come in at bang on 6 p.m., he's basically secured the record.
So looking at the split from last year when he won the race, it took him 1 hour and 1 minute from Lead Mine Pass to the Tamau Shan, the finish line.
Look at that analysis. Thank you so much, Charmaine. You can't get better than that. 1 hour and 1 minute, and he's got 1 hour and 6 minutes to do it this time, if he's just gone through checkpoint 9.
It's looking very possible that he's going to break the record because this time of the route change as well. He does not need to go up a little hill, the Wong Tonggong, as he descend down the Tamau Shan. So, yeah, looking good. Looking very promising.
Yep, this is indeed the final hour of action, really, in terms of deciding who the overall race winner will be. We've got Meng Guanfu just passing through checkpoint 9, Lead Mine Pass, as we see this glorious drone shot come back across the race course, showing us the Kowloon Reservoir. 1 hour to go for Meng Guanfu. The battle now is really on for the second and third placed men. Still some uncertainty really about how exactly that will play out, and crucially the battle is on for the first place women. We know the gap between Sumaya Buddha and Veronica Leng is marginal at best. We've just been filming Sumaya working her way up the road. And we're getting our camera teams in position at Xingmen Reservoir to collect her and to collect Veronica arriving at the reservoir at checkpoint 8. Highly anticipated next section of filming time as we see just exactly how Sumaya and Veronica will cope with coming through that incredibly important checkpoint. Okay, as we come back and have a recap, we can certainly try and update you on the overall positioning of the relative races that we've been enjoying so much, and we can do a bit more analysis perhaps with some more of our various graphics to help you understand the latest situation. I'll first of all just zoom out a touch on my race map and refresh things so we get a clear sense of what's going on in both events. First of all, this circle on the left is the finish line. This number here, number 100, is our race leader, Meng Guanfu. And if I zoom in enough, you'll see this crown, this trophy here, is our two-time winner, correct, our two-time winner and course record statistic, Yo Pei Tuen, from 2020. You can see with eagle eyes the ghost racing detail of Yo Pei Tuen at 10 hours and 17 seconds, suggesting, at least according to this data, that Meng Guanfu is very much on track to beat that record if he can only keep going. Shortly behind him, Ting Guidu, who we've seen running so strongly just now over the top of Grassy Hill and onto the road. And shortly behind him, Deng Guomin, who's been running so solidly all day long and was probably one of my picks for the podium earlier on in the race. So happy to see him doing so well. As we jump over to the women's race, I want to zoom down now into how big this gap is between Sumaya Buddha here, number 11, who we just filmed coming up Golden Hill Road. And this is what, 2, 4, 6, 800 meters, possibly a kilometer at maximum to find Veronica Leng doing so well to make sure that this gap does not get any bigger as she continues to push in second place. Zooming out a little further, that gap now between second and third is really still getting wider, suggesting that Ho Ha Ti in her first ever race in Hong Kong may be starting to struggle. And we almost start to wonder if somehow Tang Jingyan could close that gap, although it's a hard ask because that gap itself is probably a good 15-20 minutes. But anything could happen with so much racing still to do in what is effectively a very steep and highly challenging last 20 kilometers. If we take another look at the elevation chart, we'll get a clear sense of just how much more racing there is in this race, because we'll be able to see from that elevation chart just how much uphill there still is in this race, even though in terms of distance there may only be about 10 kilometers. I can bring up a bit of an elevation chart here just as a reference, but you can see the section that I'm referring to. We're just coming through this 80-kilometer mark. They've come down to the bottom of Tai Po Road. They then climb up. You can see even the altitude data here. Up again to the top of Tai Po Road. Down to Xingmen. Up again to the top of Needle Hill. Down again, and then up again to the top of Tamau Shan. And then finally, only at this point, at around the 100-kilometer mark, do they get to reap the reward of all of that effort, and they fly down to the finish line. So a real indication here of how much more racing there still is in this race, even though it might be 4/5 or 80% or thereabouts of the way into the total distance covered. Still an awful lot of climbing to do. Yeah, and we're still seeing drama in the men's race too. We're just learning that there's still a fight going on really from second placed Qin Guidu, who we saw power out of the Xingmen Reservoir checkpoint. We're hearing that he's really putting his foot down in an effort to try and close that gap on Meng Guangfu. So all credit to Qin Guidu here on my screen that I'm highlighting, because he's really continuing to push so hard and keep things moving. Let's pull up our elevation chart and our checkpoint stats, and we'll get a clear sense of just how much more running there is still in this race. There's the stats we're looking for. You can see that Xingmen Reservoir is...
The lead female and male runners, they passed, or I should say all the female runners, they have just passed checkpoint 7, and they are approaching to the Xingmen checkpoint 8, whereas the lead runners, the Meng Guangfu and other few runners behind him, they are making their way to Tamau Shan. And from checkpoint 8 to checkpoint to the finish line, it's a good 17 kilometers. And in between these 17 kilometers, there's a checkpoint at Let Man Pass. So as you can see, the elevations, the numbers in terms of the accumulated or the elevation meters. So as you can see from checkpoint 8, there's a fair bit of climb to Let Mine Pass. That's 596 meters. And then from Let Mine Pass to the finish line, that's another 735 meters. So, and there on the screen, you see the course record holder, Yao Pui Chen, back in 2020 when he finished the race, just 17 seconds off 10 hours. He ran 1 hour, 1 minute from Shengmun to Letman Pass, and then another 1 hour, 9 minutes to the finish line. So what I can hear is that the two lead male runners, Man Guangfu, and the second male runner, Chen Guanju, they are Chen Guanju is catching up Man Guangfu.
Yeah, it'd be tremendous if that gap continues to close in the final stages of the race. Almost impossible to imagine at this stage, surely, that Qin Guidu could somehow close the gap enough based on how wide it was when they left the Xingmen Reservoir. But it's not that dissimilar to what happened last year when Meng Guangfu managed to overtake Yo Pei Tuan in, roughly speaking, the same spot as they arrived that climb up to the top of Tamau Shan. So, it'd be unbelievable if somehow the same thing happens in reverse, but this time to Meng Guangfu for another of his Chinese running compatriots. But I mean, that's the sport of long-distance trail racing. You know, anything can happen, even when you feel like the race is somewhat wrapped up. All it takes is one bad spell, one injury, one turn of the ankle, one anything, and a lot of fire in the belly in the form of the person behind you. And things can turn on a dime, as they say. So we'll still hold our breath, really, for the men's race and see just how much more racing there still is in this race. But yeah, highly exciting to see how this all pans out in both the men and the female, since there's still so much running to do.
So as I said earlier, there's this second change of the course, which is there's no need to run along the macro holes section till the finish line. So it's straight down from the summit or the top of Tamau Shan all the way 5 kilometers on tarmac road to the finish line. As you can see now on the screen, we have Dan Guangmin, who is climbing up back to checkpoint 8, we can see Changfu Zhao there.
And here we have finally the moment we've been waiting for. Samaya Buddha arriving at checkpoint 8. Hold your horses. Let's see what's going on. We've got to capture this moment as she starts running off towards the Xingmen Reservoir. Exciting times to capture this moment with the female race leader now getting in on the action. Her support crew running behind her, helping her to navigate, letting to make sure she can get across this section safely without any trouble or navigational problems. Her team manager there, Ryan Blair, right alongside her, filming her, encouraging her, willing her to keep pushing and keep going with extra words of advice in an effort to try and ensure that she can hold on to her lead. But we know not far behind is Veronica Leng. Fantastic to be running alongside her right now. Ryan just pointing up at the mountain there, reminding her it's not too far to go. She can probably see the summit of Tamau Shan from where she's running. Little words of encouragement can go a long way at this stage in a trail race, particularly a long trail race. And Samaya Buddha, ITRA score 792, pushing on 800, and she may well go past that score after this race if she can secure the victory. making the whole of Nepal proud with her performance here, just as her sister Ramaya did yesterday in the 50-kilometer race. And as Charmaine pointed out, possibly the first time ever in history you'll have two siblings doing so well back-to-back in a 50 and 100k race. As we just temporarily switch to see Dang Guo Min, you can see the salt from his sweat and effort today baked into his shorts as he continues to push towards the backside of Tamau Shan. Let's try and get some more action from Samaya on the course as well. We don't want to lose track of this effort that she's putting in to secure the female victory. So we've got Samaya on the left. We've got Dang Guo Min in third place, we believe, currently in the men's race on the right. Great to have these images side by side now as we enter the final stages of this race in the elite level.
Just looking at the statistics just now, Samaya passed, let mine pass at 9 hours 05, if I'm right. And looking at Shang Fuzhou, the record holder, she passes Sheng Mun at 9 hours 13 minutes. So it looks like Samaya, it's a few minutes ahead.
Samaya, ace job there with a capital A. What a performance. She's looking like she's going to obliterate the women's record as well, if only she can keep moving in what clearly is the toughest section of this course with, as you mentioned, Charmaine, at least another 800 meters of elevation to go in this final chunk, including the devilish Needle Hill right before her that we've seen so many people struggle with. But she's done an ace job so far. She'll do an ace job all the way to the finish, I'm sure, as she tackles this next big summit in the race course. We just saw Dang Guo Min there on the right of screen already working his way up the mountain as Samaya gets another pointer to make that right turn. And we're getting word that Veronica Leng is just about to arrive at checkpoint 8. And what's our stop clock, do you think, on that gap now, Charmaine, as we see Samaya almost bent double trying to pull herself up that relatively innocuous climb on the corner just to try and keep herself moving. So great to have the camera right alongside her to capture the women's race leader, just like we did with the men's race leader as they take on the climb up Needle Hill. Looks like she's got a hiker pacing her at the moment, but I don't know how long that hiker can survive, even though Samaya's already got 85 kilometers in her legs. We'll see.
Working her legs, climbing up those steps of Needle Hill. First layer.
That's right, incredibly powerful performance from Samaya, really demonstrating the strength in depth of Nepalese runners here in Hong Kong. We've seen, of course, her sister win the 50-kilometer race just yesterday. We've got two other standout performances from Nepalese runners in the race, both in the men's and the female division. We've seen Mankamau Rokamagar in the men's division put in such a strong performance. He's currently in the top 10. And Nirmala Rai of Nepal also doing so well in the women's division, not that far behind Samaya at this stage, of course, in terms of positional placement, but some distance behind in terms of timing, as Samaya and Veronica and Ho Hati of Vietnam have really done such a solid job of putting down a benchmark of what female elite ultra-distance trail running can achieve these days, overtaking so many of the elite men in the process. And Samaya, as usual, just looking like she can power on for hours more. If this race was 150 kilometers, not 100 kilometers, you wouldn't bet on her slowing down.
And then as you can see, as she was climbing some of the stairs, she was trying to take the side of the stairs instead of like in the middle, trying to save some of the energy for the end, towards the end of the race. Now she's back on the middle of the steps. Still managed to run up.
Yeah, incredible performance. Just like with Meng Guanfu in the men's elite race, coming through this exact same spot. She's leaning all the way forwards, almost like a professional rugby player getting down ready for the scrum. A prop forward, you could say. Of course, no prop forward I know could ever make their way to the top of these stairs in the manner that she is right now, but she's almost looking like she's getting down for a scrum time. Incredible to see this kind of effort pushing your way to the top of these steep, steep climbs. We can see Dang Guomin with the poles out on the right of screen, third place male in the men's elite race. Samaya doesn't even have poles. She's dragging herself up just with sheer willpower alone to secure this victory. Looking over her shoulder there, perhaps still concerned that she may be losing ground on Veronica Leng behind her. And rightly so.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe somebody's giving her some word that she's only a couple of minutes ahead. Yeah, superhuman effort here from Sumaya, pushing to the top of Needle Hill. Dang Guomin on the right of screen, almost getting to the point now where he's coming up the backside of Daimo Shan, the highest point in Hong Kong. We'll soon be getting some pretty extraordinarily epic footage from the top of that mountain, I'm sure. Once we get to the top, we've got motorbikes there, we've got drone filming teams there. Right now, just trying to do our best to keep up with Samaya, our cameraman there, who's not just had to run 80 kilometers, but has put in a solid shift of his own, is doing his best to try and help us just see the sheer effort and willpower that Samaya is having to use to drag herself to the top. We saw those drone shots earlier of Needle Hill that we all know and love here as a training exercise in Hong Kong. Meantime, the backside of Daimo Shan, it said in Cantonese. Big Hat Mountain is the literal translation, isn't it, Charmaine, of Daimo Shan? Another great mountain name, the Big Hat Mountain. As Dang Guomin crests the summit of that, you can just see the sun starting to set on the left of screen. What a perfect end to what's been a perfect day of trail running for him. We started at sunrise over the beautiful East Dam Reservoir in eastern Hong Kong in Sai Kung. We're now approaching sunset on the backside of Hong Kong's highest mountain. And for anybody watching who's wondering what Hong Kong is all about, for those of us in the running community, this is it. It might look like a slog up a mountain, but really this is our playground for those of us in the running community here. We spend most of our days up here and not many of our days down in the city worrying about finance and taxis and all that nonsense. It's all about getting out in the scenery of the mountains, and look at the way that these athletes are crushing these mountain climbs. Samaya, number 11, leading the way all day long. The camera's focused on her for the last 3 or 4 hours as she's pushed her way, powered her way, willed her way into securing the lead in this highly prestigious race. Dropping cameraman after cameraman after cameraman along the way as she's basically burned everybody out for more than 9 hours of solid mountain trail running.
So you can see how some of these elite runners, they change their running form as, you know, at different sections, climbing different sections. And especially now for Samaya, it's almost 90 kilometers in her legs. She kind of like used a different form to climb herself up to the Needle Hill.
That's right. Like we've mentioned before, she's not even needing to use the poles. We've seen many of the elite men use poles up this climb. We saw Meng Guanfu, the current race leader in the men's division, using poles and really leaning completely into them just to drag himself up this mountain. Samaya really just making it look significantly easier in some ways, although it's clearly taking its toll. But she's never really showed any signs of stopping. I was commentating on the Asia Pacific Trail Running Championships in Korea a few months ago, and we saw Min, the very highly respected mainland Chinese runner, in the lead in that race with one large mountain climb to go. And so brutal was that last mountain climb, he ended up sitting down and lying in a stream for a few minutes just to try and revitalize himself, even though he was in the lead with about 7 or 8 kilometers to go, just to try and keep himself moving. And the fact that we're not seeing anybody quite in the well of despair in this race is a testament to their ability to keep pushing and pushing hard. Deng Guomin then on the right of screen. The poles are out, cresting the back of Daimo-san. A super solid run from him all day long, it must be said. Lives just across the border in Shenzhen in southern China. Knows these trails very well, spends a lot of time in Hong Kong. Looking very smooth, looking very steady. Perhaps knowing that he's kind of got third place sewn up if he can keep moving, and perhaps realizing that it's not too smart to try and mount a charge at this stage in the race.
Yes, exactly. So he knows these trails very well, as you said. There's another big climb towards the top of Tamau Shan. Some very steep tarmac road that he has to climb up. But right now he's running along some of the relatively softer trails.
Yeah, such a beautiful section this for so many of us who enjoy going out into the trails, and a perfect section for filming, especially at sunset or sunrise, but not the most accessible if you can't get yourself to the top of Hong Kong's highest mountain in the first place. But a real joy to be able to run with the elites here today in this live streaming capacity and bring some of these visuals to viewers across the world who are perhaps tuning in, not really knowing just how green and how verdant so much of Hong Kong is, being, of course, 70% country park space, 30% only city space. As we get this great drone angle now looking down onto Veronica Leng, we can bring the graphics up there for her name and ITRA score and her second place credentials in this race so far. She's been battling all day long with Samaya, who we just saw further up the mountain. And here she begins her own struggle to the top of Needle Hill. I don't think it's possible for anybody after 80 kilometers to do anything other than struggle to the top of Needle Hill. Many of us have struggled to the top of Needle Hill after 5 or 6 kilometers. But for these elites to be doing it after more than 9 hours, as you can see on the top left of screen here, is yet another measure of just how much this sport tests the willpower of the very best of the best. Samaya there in first place, further up that exact same mountain, continuing to pump those legs, showing no sign of slowing down. Then on the bottom right of screen, Veronica Leng, the Slovakian who's based in Hong Kong, doing her very best to close that gap.
Yeah, both of the female, as you can see, the two lead runners, they are not using poles at all.
Very good point. Indeed, they're not. They certainly got the option to, I'm sure, with the level of support that they have at the previous checkpoint in Xingmen, but seriously committed to trying to just keep moving as fast as possible. And perhaps in the back of their minds, they feel like at this stage in the race, the poles will only actually slow them down if they think of it too much like consistent running, when actually all they want to do is just power, 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 knowing that they've only really got 2 big climbs to go. So highly impressive, traveling as light as possible, putting all that weight into the quads, as you can see there with Samaya still leaning forwards, still taking every chance she can to keep pushing whenever there's even anything remotely flat in terms of the gradient presenting itself.
So I would believe that Samaya may be reaching the 3rd layer, as I said earlier, of Needle Hill, whereas for Veronica, she has just begun the 1st layer of steps of Needle Hill.
Yes, I think you're exactly right there, Charmaine. There's certainly a gulf between them, really, in terms of their actual elevation, even though they're both on the same mountain. it might not look very much if we look on our GPS tracker for the two women, but we both know the difference between being 2/3 the way up Needle Hill and being only 1/3 of the way up. You know which one you'd rather be at this stage in a 100K trail race. So there's a lot more between them than perhaps the map suggests. But the crucial thing, and I think the only thing that matters at this stage in a mountain trail race, is that they're both just moving. As soon as one of them stops moving, or as soon as one of them takes a backward step, I think that's the decisive factor. But so far, there's no suggestion either of them are slowing down. I think the only hope perhaps for Veronica at this stage is that on the downhill sections that follow this climb, somehow she's still got both the legs and the confidence and the clarity of mind to attack those downhills, even though they're technical and even though they're tricky. If she can really just give it everything she's got, take a few risks indeed, then of course she might still be able to claw back a few vital minutes before the final climb to Tamau Shan. And then of course, over the top of Tamau Shan, we've got this long, fast descent. If it does end up being a foot race and a sprint race down the back of the mountain, then who knows? But it's a tall order for Veronica at this stage when she's still got half a mountain to climb. And Samaya, as you can see from the angle of the sunset right now, is almost now at the top. She's still looking behind her, as anybody might if they're in the lead of this highly prestigious race, knowing that it's the opportunity that it is to give yourself the platform that you want to present yourself to the world as a top-level athlete. We're just getting word that the male leader, Meng Guanfu, is just approaching the summit of Tamau Shan. Surely, if he can do that in the next 5 minutes or so, he's on course for a record. But on board now with women's race leader, Samaya Buddha, pointing at the summit, telling her legs to keep pushing to the summit, and knowing that the city is now far behind her, as you can see with this fantastic angle, capturing the drama of what it means to take on the Hong Kong trails in this way. Makes the city look like Lego.
Doing so well, jogging.
We can take a look at a perfect angle there, still of Samaya coming over the top of Needle Hill. Amazing to be able to switch cameras to capture Samaya as the light is slowly fading over the top of Needle Hill. Over the top she comes, around this contour ridgeline. Our female race leader showing us what mountain trail running is all about. Almost there, Charmaine. She really is almost there. You can literally now see the pinnacle of the Needle Hill summit as these last few fiendish stairs just stand in her way before she can hop down the other side.
My heart keeps pumping.
Yeah, she's so close, isn't she? Just that feeling that we all remember about being in this situation where you've just got that one big push to go until you get to the top. And I suppose the only challenge for her, as we both know, is that after this one, she still has yet one more big mountain push to go before she's truly on the way home. But there she goes, still looking behind her, still worried as she may well be after 9.5 hours of mountain cranking, still worried that she might somehow be losing ground. But yeah, beautiful shot here as we capture this final ascent over Needle Hill. Lots of comments coming in on the live stream now to support Sumaya. Sisters for the clean sweep, says one of our commenters, as they are no doubt very aware of her sister Ramaya's victory yesterday. What a story this would be if the two sisters can take the two victories in the 50 and the 100 kilometers. Just so great to be able to capture Sumaya's ascent in all its glory, just as we managed to with Meng Guanfu in the men's race, and make sure that we get both of these on camera. Yeah, we're sticking with this shot as long as we can before we have to switch as the signal starts cutting out at the top of the mountain. It's some 500 or 600 meters of climbing since they left the reservoir.
Very close, very close.
Solid effort by our cameraman as ever to get to the top of this mountain with the race leader. We see the race summit from the drone shot approaching fast. The iconic trigonometry point, we call it a trig point in English, those little posts we see on top of the mountains. Really so close as we watch them edge their way to the top of this mountain. What a shot. You just see the scale of human versus mountain in this way, and celebrate the tenacity and perseverance of these mountain running athletes to compete in these circumstances when it's so different to going out for a jog around your local park.
Have you ever joined or heard of the race just 10 times up the Needle Hill? Have you done that before?
Ah, the famous 10 times up Needle Hill race, where the clue is in the name.
Yes.
How does that race work, Charmaine?
So you basically go up, up and down the same hill 5 times.
That sounds like a great idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like my idea of fun. Yeah, 10 times Needle Hill. That's a great race. There's so many little events like this that crack me up in the local running community. Whose idea was that one?
I don't know, but to be honest, I would not do that. Would you?
Yeah, I think I've tried doing something like that a couple of times. I'm not, maybe I've not done Needle Hill, but the whole 10 times something hill concept is, yeah, it's always good fun. Until about the 6th or the 7th or the 8th one, and then you start wondering whose idea this was. But at least 10 times Needle Hill you can probably get done in half a day, perhaps. It's not one of those crazy all day, all night jobs that we've perhaps done before. But here we see Samaya. She's doing 2 times Needle Hill, and that's plenty enough. She's up over the top and down she goes. Look at that. What a stunning shot. You just see the sheer gradient of her descent is just as steep as her climb was, as she's basically getting the skis out and grand slaloming her way to the bottom of the mountain, where, of course, as you can see from the wall of trees in the distance there, no sooner will she have got to the bottom of this mountain, but she'll have to start climbing her way back up to the top of Tamau Shan and doing the whole thing all over again. So, really extraordinary place to be taking part in a long distance race that is, of course, lest we forget, 2.5 marathons in distance.
Let's see if we can get a shot of Veronica. If she has managed to close the gap.
Yep, certainly interesting, and great job by Robin here, our cameraman, to be tracking back and seeing exactly where Veronica might be. We'll just cut away for a moment and run with Dang Go Min in the men's race as he approaches the final section of trail before he will climb up and over the backside of Tamau Shan. But let's keep an eye on that drone shot that we just saw a moment ago and try to make sure we keep tabs on how far back Veronica Leng is from Samaya in the lead. Great to have these stats on screen here. Dang Go Min of the People's Republic of China over in Shenzhen in 3rd place. ITRA score 873, pushing on the 900s. Everybody knows 900's the golden ticket, really, in terms of having that high-profile status. It used to be 800, and now 800's becoming kind of normal somehow for so many runners. But yeah, what a warrior Dang Go Min is. Follow him closely in terms of his training schedule. Regularly putting in many, many miles every week in the mountains in order to run at this level. And with 90-odd kilometers in the legs already, he's just approaching the summit you can see in the distance there. Tamau Shan, which will take him all the way down to the finish line, where our camera teams are already preparing for the arrival, of course, of Meng Guangfu. And it'd be fantastic if we can lock in on this shot here. We believe this must, of course, be Veronica Leng on the same ascent up Needle Hill that we just saw Samaya on. And there she is. Let's get her stats up on screen if we can. 2nd place female approaching the summit of Needle Hill. Hands on hips, looking up to the peak that she's been craving ever since she set off from Xingmen. There she is, Veronica Leng. Great job, thanks team. ITRA score just over 700. Women's 2nd place, perfect. Slovakia on screen, representing in Hong Kong, where she's lived for some years now. Been so successful in races over the years. I did a race with her about a year or 2 ago, I believe, and she came first, I came second.
Wow,
so
Richard.
I was happy with that. If I can get somewhere near her in a race in terms of the finishing time, I'll take it. A real honor to be on a podium with Veronica. Fantastic achievement. And look at this, just to show you the sheer gradient of this penultimate climb. And it's penultimate, not ultimate. It's still one more to go as we approach the final chapter almost of this amazing 100-kilometer race. Truly breathtaking shots here of a mountain that we all know very well in the running community, but again, when you see it from this angle, you really realize just how dramatic the scenery is here. And how long, Charmaine, do you think it is since Samaya went over the top of Needle Hill? How many minutes are we talking?
I'd say a very good 5 minutes, maybe.
Probably about right. I think you're right. 5 minutes. Jumping out wide now on this drone shot to pull it back towards Xingmen. You can see the reservoir down below. That's just how far the runners have come to get to the top as we prepare to switch our focus to the finish line for this important moment as we see Meng Guangfu soon to approach and potentially break the course record.
哇，一群猴子来了，一群猴子，天哪！摄影师。
You can hear the atmosphere there down below at the bottom of Tamau Shan, the finish line looking resplendent in all its glory. The clock is ticking. 9 hours 40 coming up. Course record, 10 hours and 17 seconds.
对，一般拿棍子也是这样驱赶，也不是说真正要去打它，因为让猴子感到害怕。而且其实
We can take a very quick look if we have time. We want to risk it at a couple of the finish line course record stats
我在香港生
for
活的
Yo Pei Tuen.
我幸亏没有经历过，听说过，但是没有经历过。
Just to put this all in context, as we excitedly anticipate the arrival
期待你下一次来
of our champion.
来进行那个大对，或者是大满贯，然后非常期待你的再次到访。谢谢。
You can see the finish line banner is already in place there, Charmaine. The volunteers are going to be holding that until the last possible moment. And they've rolled out, I love it when they do this at this race, they roll out the Hong Kong 100 red carpet, I always call it, for that final section of grassy trail. Let's take a quick look, if we can, at the Yo Pei Tuen record stats, just to remind ourselves what his exact timings were for coming through the final sections of this race. And there they are, Yo Pei Tuen, 2020 champion and course record holder. The Rotary Club car park in Daimosan was the finish line then. It's the finish line now at 10 hours and 17 seconds. And as you pointed out earlier, Charmaine, he took just under 1 hour and 10 minutes to do that last section from Lead Mine Pass to the finish line. And I think by our estimation, Meng Guangfu will take at least 10 minutes less than that to do that last section.
I'm just looking at Meng Guangfu's last year's split. He used 10 hours, 16 minutes, as I said earlier. So by the look of his performance today, he's going to break this record as well as his own from last year.
That's right. The cameraman agrees with us.
Yes.
He's nodding his head. You can't help but feel that this record is on.
Hong Kong 100 ultramarathon. So let's see, but it looks as if Meng Guangfu will be with us very, very soon.
You can just hear the voice there of Steve Brammer, the race director, announcing over the tannoy that Meng Guangfu will be here with us very, very soon.
第一名咧，將係我諗1-2分鐘之後咧，就其實落到嚟㗎啦。佢依家係落緊嚟，我哋見電單車追蹤嘅都已經落翻嚟啦。我諗我哋好快咧就會見到我哋今年2025年香港100嘅冠軍，亦都係舊年嘅冠軍。
Maybe we can also take a look at some of the past winners of this race who have been involved today and remind ourselves of their winning times. But no, let's not do that. Let's not step away from this shot, because here we have the champion himself, Meng Guangfu. Take it in, 9 hours and 43 minutes. What a superstar performance from a superstar runner who punches the air, as he always does. to celebrate yet another epic victory in his burgeoning trail running career. There he is, pumped to the max, Charmaine. I told you this is a man who loves winning, and he's proving it right now at the finish line of yet another fantastic victory, his second in a row at the Hong Kong 100. The ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100. Here he is, your men's champion, Meng Guanfu.
9 hours 43 minutes. What a record. What a new record. Managed to shave more than half an hour. It's like 3 minutes.
Well, I think probably 50, it's just 16, isn't it? It was just 10 hours and 17 seconds, wasn't it, in the end? Just 17
oh, yeah,
seconds.
Sorry, yes, I was looking at her.
Yeah.
His,
but what a performance. Maybe we can try and listen in a little to his comments at the finish line.
理论上是具备这个打破10个小时的能力，但是呢，其实也不确定，因为比赛嘛，尤其是越野赛100公里，就是可能不确定的因素会很多。然后呢，今天还是就是在前面顶住了压力，然后最后一直可能是按照自己的节奏在跑，最后从城门水塘过去以后，其实很累。 然后一个人在前面领跑，其实压力很大，就是会想着后面的人可能会随时追上我，所以说我跑得很认真，我很认真的在往终点跑，然后呢，我很开心，最后能这么快能回到终点，谢谢。恭喜恭喜！
So he was just saying how happy he is winning the race. He was saying that like at checkpoint 8, Shengmun checkpoint, he was feeling so tired. That's why we saw him sitting down, taking all the nutrients he needs. And then he was saying like he felt the pressure running and leading the whole time. And what a performance. We're all very happy for him.
That's right, it almost sounded like you couldn't believe it. So Makwai, you know, he couldn't quite believe how fast he'd managed to go. Wow, gong hei, gong hei. We should say in Cantonese, gong si in Putonghua. What a fantastic performance.
Yeah, I believe his girlfriend.
Yeah, fantastic. We saw her on the course a few times, didn't we, today? She was doing a great job at the checkpoints, doing basically whatever he needed to keep him going. I think we saw her throwing cans of Coke down his throat. We saw her packing ice around his neck and stuffing his bag full of water. There was a moment earlier, I recall, where he had to do the mandatory gear check.
Yes, yeah.
And she was basically pulling the stuff out of his bag to show the race official and make sure that he could get cleared to continue, since, of course, the runners have to carry certain items to make sure they're safe, and that has to be checked on the course. But, yeah, a stellar performance from his support crew, a stellar performance, of course, from him. But what a team effort this has been, and what a team effort this always is, frankly, these long-distance races. Amazing that these runners these days have a whole sort of miniature army around them, helping them get to the finish line and making sure that they do so in style, and in this case, of course, in victory. Another fantastic result for Meng Guanfu after what has already been a fantastic couple of years or more, I would say, in his running career since I first sort of became aware of him being on the scene. I've seen him find success, not just here in Hong Kong, of course, but he's done so well in China and indeed overseas in Thailand. And we see coming down the road now, Qingguidu, another extremely proficient performance as we track him down on our motorbike camera here towards the finish line. Not far behind, although I always find it's a little bit misleading with the first, second place at these events, because the celebration and the interview and so on that takes place with the lead winner always makes you feel like they only just arrived, when actually, to be fair to Guanfu, he's actually already been at the finish for 5 minutes already. It just feels like he only arrived 30 seconds ago. But
just to remind everybody, Chen Guidu, he actually came 4th from last year during the Hong Kong 100. Time.
Yeah, it's a great detail, Charmaine. He's no stranger to this course either, and he might not have the profile, if you like, of Meng Guanfu or Yo Pei Tuen here in Hong Kong. Perhaps not even the profile of Deng Guomin or Yan Longfei or any of these runners who either come here a lot or they've won the race previously, and certainly probably doesn't have the international profile of Shan Jiasheng, but clearly a super talented runner, and here he comes again, crushing this course. He'll be delighted, I'm sure, to just elevate himself from 4th to 2nd in the overall standings. And as we should remember, of course, as well, he's almost certainly going to come in under course record time himself, which would be an amazing achievement. If you were to offer a runner the chance to beat the course record beforehand, most of them would take it, even if they didn't know what their position would be.
Look at the ITRA score. He's actually still doing very well. Like he's just a few off the 900 marks, as you say, which is now becoming sort of normal now for the top runners. So it'll be within minutes now before Chen Guidu passing the finish line, or arriving the finish line, should I say.
Incredible. He looks so smooth, even his running form. Here, look, his heel kicks are basically hitting his hitting the back of his bum here, which is a highly impressive thing for any runner to achieve at any point in any training session or race if you're really trying to improve your running form. And he's doing it on a steep downhill with 100 kilometers in his legs, and it looks like he's just going out for an easy track session. Very impressive, very smooth.
It's just 200 meters to the finish line now. He just passed the tour center. There he is.
Yeah,
Arriving
really
at
not
the
far
finish
behind.
line.
Here we come, 2nd place. Male, tip of the hat here too. Chen Guidu, he takes his bag off.
Whoa! Congratulations.
He punches the air. He stops his watch. He waves to the crowd. He may not be able to believe his time when he checks it tomorrow morning. Another course record for Chen Guidu. A high five and a hug for Meng Guanfu. Superb performance from another superb athlete finding their feet on the international stage here at the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100. A worthy celebration for him at the finish line as he takes the banner. Quick glance over the shoulder, perhaps, just to check he's not in the way of a 3rd place runner. And let's take a listen to Chen Guidu, 2nd place at the Hong Kong 100 2025.
已经是有这个准备，是穿12个小时。说实话，我是没有这个准备的，因为我比赛从来不敢给自己做那个计划，完赛时间，因为我觉得这样压力很大。因为今天能够破这个记录呢，首先就是天时地利人和。感谢我们主办方办赛道，让我们有破纪录的机会。首先呢，还是要感谢我们香港这个天气，我觉得这是很难得的这样的一个天气，确实，所有的工作人员也确实也辛苦。首先还是感谢我的品牌Autopia在赛道上给我们做了很多帮助。然后我也感谢一下我们重庆运动学院领导对我的一个比赛的一个支持，谢谢大家，谢谢，恭喜恭喜。
So as he was saying, Janet, the race director, she was asking if Chen Guangdu was planning to break the records just under 10 hours. And in fact, Chen Guangdu replied saying he had never planned anything because he finds like it pressures him if he have this in his plan. So he was so thankful with the weather today and every supporters along the way. Yeah, so very happy.
Yeah, incredible performance from both him and Meng Guanfu, who, to be honest, when they got to the finish line, looked still like they could carry on for a while longer. They didn't look particularly broken, did they? But
no.
Let's get back to the race action immediately and not miss a beat as we continue to devote as much coverage as possible to the female race as well, as we see our race leader, Sumaya Buddha, charging up the road that will lead her to her own potential victory if she can hold off the challenge of Veronica Leng, who we saw cresting Needle Hill not far behind her just before we had to switch focus to capture the men crossing the finish line.
That's right, and she's, I believe, on the tarmac road leading to the grassy hill. So,
another look over the shoulder, Charmaine. You can tell this is proper racecraft, yes. Proper race time. These ladies are not messing around. They know that they've got a proper race on. And I just wonder, has at any point in the last hour, has she caught sight of Veronica? Does she know that Veronica's really not that far behind? Perhaps at the top of Needle Hill, did she catch a glimpse of Veronica coming up? Perhaps at the bottom of Needle Hill, on the other side, she glanced up and saw Veronica cresting the summit. We're just losing a little bit of signal there with Sumaya as she comes around the back of Grassy Hill towards Daimosan. Of course, we'll bring you those shots immediately as soon as we can get that connection back around the back of Hong Kong's biggest mountain. For the time being, we'll just soak up some of the celebrations at the finish line with Ting Guidu probably still having to check the clock and pinch himself that he's gone sub-10 in what may become a new normal for this race, Charmaine, potentially. Sub-10 may now become the standard for anybody wishing to get a podium in perhaps the men's and eventually, I'm sure, the women's division too. It used to be the holy grail of this race, with the most recent course having been set in stone for some years, but now I can see that 10 hours is no longer going to be deemed worthy of much praise, which is extraordinary, considering especially the back half of this race just having so much elevation. One of the comments here on the live chat, it's insane. He looks even relaxed at the finish line, and I completely understand. It's incredible to see athletes like this do so much and then somehow still seem so at ease when they cross the line.
you can see some comments online cheering Hao as well.
Yeah, certainly a lot of interest still in the women's race, of course. I can actually show some stats about the men's performance on my laptop in a moment for our viewers on YouTube. We can do a bit more of a deep dive into just how fast they were operating throughout this race. Yeah, let's have a proper look at exactly what we've just witnessed in terms of the stats here. I can talk you through them if the text is a little hard for you to see, but we've just seen the whole race unfold from start to finish on the blue line here, of course, weaving its way from the start line in Pak Tam Chung in the Sai Kung Country Park, all the way around the mountains of Sai Kung, across the Marn San Country Park, across the Lion Rock and Sha Tin Pass Country Park, through Kam San Country Park, Shin Mun Country Park, and up here towards the finish in Tamau San. And then looking at the split times here, just to get a sense of how efficient the runners are. For Meng Guanfu's course record, 50 minutes to the first water point at the end of the dam, and then roughly speaking the same amount of time for the next chunk to checkpoint 1. Then keeping it down in the 3-4-5 fast section of the race course around the northeastern part of Sai Kung and the Kowloon New Territories, 40, 42 and 35 minutes before the big climb, the epic climb that I'm just going to highlight here, 1.5 hours out of checkpoint 5 at Kaling Ha in order to get them to Gilwell Camp, where they then have another fairly consistent 50, 40, 55 minute chunks climbing over consecutive mountains before the sub 1 hour up and over from Lead Mine Pass to the end of the race at the Tamau Shan finish line. Be interesting just to try and remember, if we can, that 40, 55 and 57 stat there from Meng Guanfu, and we can just compare it with, so we had 40, 55 and 57. If we just take a look at those three final splits, it's interesting, isn't it, to see that we had Ting Guidu pretty much on par with Meng Guanfu in that last section, but then he got time back in both of those last sections. He made up time between CP8 and CP9, and he made up time between CP9 and the finish. So almost 4 minutes by my very rough back-of-the-envelope calculation that Ting Guidu managed to catch up with Meng Guanfu in the lead during those final two stages. And that's a really incredible achievement if you put that in perspective of a 100-kilometer race where it was unlikely he was going to catch Meng Guanfu, but he was still doing his utmost to make it happen.
Yes.
And making up 4 minutes in this way across these last two sections is, I would suggest, really highly commendable. It shows a real competitive spirit when actually his second place has never really been under threat, so he could easily have sat back and taken his foot off the gas at this point just to secure that silver medal, as it were. But let's jump back onto the race course action. That looks to me like Dang Guo Min, who we've been following for some time now. He also has a very impressive time out of Xingmen. If I just dive into the data here, I can see it's 40 minutes from Xingmen.
$40 minutes from Xingmen, and then 57 minutes to Lead Mine Pass.
Yeah. So some serious running still taking place among the male elites at the end of the race. We'll see if we can bring back those shots of Dang Guo Min shortly as he approaches his own up and over towards the finish line down here, while at the very same time our teams are hard at work trying to line up getting a more in-depth interview with our race champions. At the finish line, and here it is, just as promised, third placed runner Dang Guo Min coming down the road. Great job, team. Yeah, that's true. Some good analytics coming into my headphones here from our director, who's been assiduously analysing the running form of many of these elites all day. Himself a fine runner, our director, of course. And he's rightly pointing out that Deng Guomin does look a little tired coming down this hill relative to Qin Guidu, who we just saw flying down, really, with very impressive running form. Genuinely looked like he was out doing some kind of track session. Deng Guomin quite reasonably looks a little more like he's just run 102 kilometers through the mountains and is making his way down to the end in order to collect a very well-deserved third place. Deng Guomin getting ever closer to the finish line. We'll make sure we capture this important moment for his third-placed arrival. And of course, for the overall event, so exciting to be able to film this off the back of our motorbike camera here, coming down the side of Hong Kong's biggest mountain. As we see the sun begin to set. Almost time to get the headlamps out, Charmaine.
Yes.
But yeah, quite right. Good observation there from our team here. He's certainly not racing to the finish line, is he, at this point? Perhaps safe in the knowledge that his third place is fairly secure. But what a solid performance from Deng Guomin. As we mentioned before, he lives just across the border from Hong Kong in Shenzhen, Shenzhen, and trains in somewhat similar trails just over the border. Have you done much running, Charmaine, in the trails around Shenzhen?
Speaking of which, I was back in Shenzhen hiking 2 weeks back. And actually, that is the first time that I've ever hiked in China, like anywhere in China. And I was at this place called Shan. I don't know if you heard of it. It's actually named as one of, it's the most dangerous mountain in Shenzhen. Because partly is you have to use your hands to climb. It's just not about, you know, using your legs to hike. And it's quite steep as well. And Shan, as the name suggests, is actually the teeth, as you say, because at the ridge of this mountain, the rocks, it looks like the teeth. So yeah, that's hence the name. So it was really good. It was very, very nice weather. I enjoyed it. And I intend to go back and do some more hiking.
Yeah, sounds like an excellent place to do some training. Of course, Deng Guomin been living there for many years, as far as I remember, and training there is really for a long time. And living proof, I suppose, that it's also a very strong place for trail runners, because he manages to get a lot of elevation there. He also, I think, can do a lot of flat running there. There's options and plenty of them, because when we follow his routes, some of us here in Hong Kong who aspire to run like he does, it's quite clear that he's certainly well positioned to be world class by living there. So another sort of hidden gem, really, perhaps, in the trail running world that doesn't get enough attention. The options around Shenzhen, around Shenzhen. So great to have him doing so well here on trails that he obviously knows so well. He said in his interview with us before the race that coming to do Hong Kong 100 almost feels like running outside his home, because he can see the trails across the water. And here he comes into the finish line, really not far behind Qin Guidu to take third place. And round of applause for our third placed runner at the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100, Deng Guomin.
Whoa, congratulations. I don't really see what this
Something about ancient Greece. I can't.
Yeah, he's still sharing a joke with everybody. People coming to wish him well, brought little banners for him to hold. Great to have so many fans at the finish line. Of course, they're happy to see him, a well-known figure in Hong Kong trail running.
Can't really see what the Chinese character said on the banner, but there he is, 3rd place.
Let's take a listen to his thoughts after he's crossed the line in 3rd place.
不過呢個競爭一年比一年激烈。我唔知後面啲人跑成點啊！我跑得好鬼辛苦後面，係一路都咁辛苦。係啊，不過都跑得幾好啊，比我預期要快啲，係啊，快咗可能10幾分鐘。我覺得第8年參加 HK100。 終於重新翻到前3個位置，幾好啊！大家新年快樂！
我面太棒了，太棒了！
國文，你覺得國文啊？咁你今年亦都係唔使攞膠嘅獎品。阿思華問你係咪好開心？
係啊，第3同第4嘅區別咧，其實爭1名啫，但係第4名就要攞個膠嘅金人。個紫荊花杯係比個金人有質感好多。
Right, what he was just saying. He was so happy. He was saying that it's getting very competitive year after year. It's his 8th time running Hong Kong 100, and he said he was tired all the way, like for the whole day, whilst he was racing. And he's actually glad that he was faster than he expected actually, and then at the very end, Janet was asking if he was happy that he no longer getting a plastic trophy instead of a real trophy, and he was saying yes, he was so happy, just 1 place off, for the top 3 winners, they will get the real trophies, but whereas like just 1 place off, I believe he came 4th last year, then he got a plastic trophy instead. So this time he's very happy for himself that he can get a real trophy.
Yeah, congratulations to him, and of course to the 2 men on his left. All superheroes at this ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100. On the left of camera, Deng Guomin, the 3rd place runner in today's race. On the far right of camera, you have Ting Guidu taking 2nd in today's Hong Kong 100 ultramarathon. And of course, the man in the middle of them both, Meng Guanfu, our champion, our overall champion, and men's winner in the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 Ultra Marathon. We'll be trying to speak to all 3 of them for our own live stream interviews in just a moment, once we can line them all up to come to our camera and get a little bit more insight than perhaps the finish line interviews afforded us to understand their race. Great to get some of the fun and the festivities at the finish line. There's Meng Guanfu posing for more photos. I'm sure if I just won this race, I'd really just love to lie down, Charmaine.
And get a shower as well.
Maybe take a shower.
Yeah.
Maybe have some food.
Looks like he can run another 100K.
It does, doesn't it? Look at that. Bounding with energy, big smile. Look at that, Mengguan Fu, our men's winner today in a sub 10-hour time. Can you believe it? 9 hours 43 minutes in this marginally amended race course that gave a little bit of an edge perhaps to the runners. 10 minutes, possibly 15 minutes at a push, but ultimately fantastic weather conditions at today's race, Charmaine, for anybody looking to put in a fast time. It's been cool temperatures, it's been breezy temperatures. You can see the windbreakers are going on now to keep the runners warm after a long day out in the mountains, but still pretty pleasant climbs today for anybody on the race course. And a lot of attention, of course, now on the men's winner, as everybody wants to try and congratulate him and no doubt get the secret to his success after what has been an immense display of mountain running.
And as you said, Richard, there are so many things that you can control in a race in terms of, training, getting the right training, getting the right nutrition, getting the right amount of fluids in your body. But you cannot ask for nice weather. And today it's just the perfect weather, setting the perfect trails for a new time record.
Yeah, great to have these split camera options right now so we can see the finish line. Make sure we don't miss a beat with anybody coming through, of course, particularly we're still focused on the women's race. And in the meantime, capture all the fun and the excitement of the finish line for the men's winners and try and line them up for our own exclusive interviews and get to the real heart of their success stories as athletes.
I think I can see another runner arriving the finish line.
This looks very much like Cristian Manole, the Spanish runner who's come all the way here to take part in this race. Very impressive performance for him. Cristian Manole, what a performance from Spain. His ITRA score, of course, highly impressive at 890. Be nice to listen in to what he has to say at the finish. Holding his son. Another incredible race time.
Christian, amazing race. You absolutely murdered it. Fantastic, fantastic performance. How are you feeling?
I'm great. Yeah, it was a hard race. It was good until kilometer 40. Then I start cramping very badly, so I was thinking maybe I can't manage to get to the finish. I did some mistakes. I started with very little water. I have to pay. Then in kilometer 86 I take the pulse finally, and it was very good for me. And I managed to get here, but I suffered a lot.
Do you blame the race director for telling you the conditions would be perfect?
The conditions were hot for me. Was hot because in Spain the winter is very hard right now where I live. So I tried to come here 15 days to try to acclimate. But yeah, I think, it was the climate was good enough today.
And you've been in Hong Kong for a few days then, and your family's here. What's your little boy's name?
His name is Luca.
Would Luca like to say a few words, do you think, or is he shy?
I think he's very shy.
And when do you go back? What are you going to do in Hong Kong? Have you had a good time in Hong Kong?
Yeah, we had very good vacations. So we got back Monday, and day after I have to go to work. So finish vacations.
So back to reality. Well, we would love to see you again racing at Hong Kong 100. You'll always be welcome. Congratulations on a great performance, and I hope you have a really safe trip back.
Thank you very much.
Yana, Christian, Manole, everybody. Thanks, Christian. Congratulations.
Wow, there's a future trail star in the making in the form of his son there, racing back up the racecourse from the finish line, perhaps to go and meet his mummy, who knows, but just running around the racecourse there with lots of energy. Hopefully he'll give his dad a rest tomorrow. But yeah, fantastic always to see any European-based runner come here and do well, because for understandable reasons this race has been dominated in recent years by locally based runners or runners from the Chinese mainland, who of course have more opportunity to come to Hong Kong and train and race and get familiar with the race course.
That's right. And for the people who couldn't quite catch the conversation between the race director Steve and Iono just now, Iono was just saying that he was feeling very tired. I believe he was saying that he got cramps starting from like towards 1/3 of the race. You can see, quite tired as he arrived at the finish line. And even though he lives in Spain, which sometimes, you get really hot weather in Spain as well, but he was saying that he actually feel quite hot today in Hong Kong as well, as he was trying to get used to the weather and everything. He came actually 15 days ago before the race. So yeah, he was preparing himself for this race, and yeah, there he is now finishing at in the fourth position.
Yeah, incredible effort, really, like you say, to have to come so far and deal with these conditions against runners who are locally based here. Very cool temperatures ultimately today by Hong Kong standards, but still a good 60% humidity or thereabouts, according to the weather gurus. And that's 60% more humidity than you might be used to in large parts of Western Europe. So always impressive to see runners come all the way over here and do so well. the whole experience of traveling, I'm sure you've done it yourself, Charmaine, multiple times, but the whole experience of traveling long distances to then race is certainly taxing on the body, isn't it?
Yes, definitely, definitely. Especially I find, you know, if you were to go on a race in Europe from Asia, that's, you know, it's not just about the traveling time, but also the time difference between the two zones that you have to get used to. Yeah. So certainly for Iono, he was preparing very well for himself running this race.
Yeah, really tremendous performance by him. I mean, when people send you off in running challenges and tell you, you know, go and run around the field. I mean, the whole field. I want you to do the whole experience. Go and do the whole mountain, not just part of it. This is what they really mean when they send people off on these trips to go and race overseas. And it's a massive achievement to travel halfway around the world with a family as well. Let's not forget. And then basically be in a position to then come and finish in the top 5, in this case 4th, against a whole host of names. I mean, I could look at the leaderboard here and read you 10 names of people who, on paper, should easily beat a Spanish runner, however strong that runner is, but, you know, who should beat a Spanish runner flying halfway around the world in those circumstances, simply because they know the course inside out. They've got an armies of local support who can help them. They're incredibly strong runners themselves. And yet, you know, really hats off to him, because the list of super strong runners that I've got in this race that have not managed to keep up with his kind of pacing is really incredible. And we're going to see a few of them come across the line in the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. And I mean, in some ways, just based on the location of this race, they'd be disappointed not to be beating somebody even with his pedigree, but on home turf, you know? A really tremendous achievement. So I salute him for that, because I know that whenever I've traveled anywhere for a race, mentally it's always exhausting, even if it's not physically exhausting. You worry about everything. You worry about the ability to eat the food you're used to eating, to have the routine you're used to having, to sleep as well as you would do at home in your own bed, and so on and so on. So 15 days is interesting, of course. I mean, we do see now more and more of these top-level athletes having the ability, through perhaps sponsorship or time or being professional athletes, to come and devote that kind of preparation that, you know, many of us don't have before races. But again, if you're coming with a family, that's never easy. So
that's right, that's right.
Really impressive, and yeah, really bravo to him and to all of the supporters we've seen messaging on the leaderboards, telling us how much they're impressed with any overseas runner coming to Hong Kong and doing so well, just as it would be the other way around when we see Hong Kong runners heading to Europe and doing as well as we've seen Wong Chung and many of our other top Hong Kong runners do when they've gone to race in those big events overseas.
And talking about Wong Chung, actually, I just saw some comments. I don't know whether it's right or not, but then apparently Wong Chung just led my pass, and he's going up to say Shan now.
Fantastic. We're just going to hand over to our interview team at the finish line and try and get some insight from the winners before we head back to the women's race.
Hello everyone, we are at the finish line. We are 我们在终点，我们有我们今天的冠军。We have a champions here. So 门光夫，首先恭喜你，因为不单止你赢了冠军，还破了纪录。可以分享你现在的感受吗？
我现在很开心，很激动，因为我获得了冠军。对。
还破了纪录啊！
对，其实破了纪录，但是能快这么多时间，这是我没有想到的。可能当时赛前可能说刚好快个几分钟这样子，但是没想到能快这么多时间。对。
你觉得是什么因素，又这么快的时间呢？
我觉得首先是可能赛前的备战，可能我做得比较充分，然后呢，再到比赛中的话。一开始比赛中我并没有很着急，就是先是按着自己的节奏在跑，可能先
没有很着急，也很快呀。 也是非常非常的快啊。
其实前30公里大家都还跑在一起嘛，我也是跟着大家一起在跑，所以说这也算是不着急的，对。
如果着急的话，还是不是会更快一点啊？
也说不准，因为其实因为是100公里的比赛嘛，距离比较长，然后呢前面也不能跑得太快，但是我们前30公里的那个速度其实已经不慢了，已经蛮快了的，对，是的。
因为你之前已经参过几次了，有没有什么路段你觉得是特别的美丽呢？
路段的话，其实就是旗岭下那一段出去以后，到马鞍山山顶的奔跑在那里，然后能看到香港的海景，然后有海有山，我觉得特别的不错。当然，其实比赛中我是没有时间去看的，但是赛前我来适应赛道的时候，我到那里的时候，我会特意的停下来去欣赏那么几十秒，拍个照片，对，那里令我印象深刻。
哪里觉得最是辛苦的路段呢？最深刻、最没有想放弃，但是就是觉得很苦的路段呢？
我觉得是从旗岭下，就是57公里。到
这是最美丽的路段呢，对不对？
对，就是57公里到70公里这一段13公里，然后呢爬升可能有一个800多的爬升，但是当时正好是中午最热的时候，因为今天其实太阳很大，在爬坡的时候太阳很大，其实那一段我跑得很难受，我觉得很难，然后跑得很累。但是我是没有想到过放弃，还是坚持一下，就是坚持过那一段最难的以后，可能再往后的话，温度逐渐降下来的话，或者说熬过那一段最困难的时刻以后，整个身体的状态会慢慢的好转，然后呢又继续的往终点跑，对。
你最近的比赛的表现都非常不错，这几年的都是非常的不错，有什么目标吗？
目标的话，其实我觉得目标就是以每一场比赛就是作为目标，就是最近的一场比赛，可能说1个月以前我的目标赛事就是港100，那么我就会为了这一场比赛去训练，去备战，然后呢来适应赛道，做一些针对性的训练。那么现在比完了港100以后，我可能稍微做一些调整休息，然后我又接着瞄准了下一场比赛，那么我又接着为下一场比赛去训练去备战，就是一直是这样反复循环着，对。
非常好啊，还有就是，你觉得最近我们中国的越野跑运动员的表现得非常不错，这一方面你有什么看法吗？
对，我觉得其实这1年以来，中国越野跑就是大家的水平都提升的蛮多的。其实能从港100这个比赛的完赛时间，或者说其他一些比赛，例如像去年10月份宁海的完赛时间来看，都相比于去年都大幅度的提升了赛道记录，所以说大家都在变强。但是我觉得这是一个好事，然后大家在比赛中相互竞争，然后呢去推动这个赛道记录往前，那么也说明是我们这一个中国越野跑可能的一个进步，对。
那么明年你还会来参加港100吗？
明年我应该还会继续来参加港100，但是接下来我首先可能要做的先是，身体需要稍微休息恢复一下，先回家过年，对。
我最后一个问题，你会留在香港去看看其他的地方，或者是去做什么特别的事情吗？
其实香港赛前来适应赛道的时候，我已经来过香港很多次了，然后也会跟香港的朋友 约一约去玩一玩、吃饭啊什么的。然后呢，可能明天我就先不在香港停留了，就先明天就直接先回老家，也先过年嘛。我已经有很久没有回家了，我想回家。对，
我明白，就恭喜你，还有就是新年快乐。
好的，谢谢。
Going back to the studio now. Thank you so much. 谢谢。
Okay, thank you, Natalie, and thank you, our winner of the male winner of the race. Just a quick recap of all the interviews from Natalie. So, Meng Guangfu. Yeah, Meng Guangfu, he was just saying like he was really happy. He wasn't planning to break his record, and then he wasn't so nervous while he was doing the race. Actually, throughout the race, even at the beginning when he was racing against the first pack or the first pack. He said he was not feeling so nervous at all. He knows how to pace himself well. And then Natalie then went on and asked which is the favorite parts of the course he likes. And then he said actually the most difficult part, which is the Mount Shan, overseeing the site of Sai Kung and everything. But then when Natalie asked him which is the toughest part again, Meng Guangfu, he said, this is the most beautiful part, Mount Shan. He likes that, but then it's also the most difficult part because it's the longest of the race, and then longest section, and then the highest climb he has to do in terms of elevation profile. And then actually when he was climbing Mount Shan, it's getting midday, afternoon, and he was feeling very hot, but he wasn't giving up. He keep on racing, keep on running. So asking on for what his goal for the year, he was actually saying that he would focus on each race rather than have a whole plan throughout the year. He would focus and train on every single race that he signed up. And then just after Hong Kong 100, he said he will take a rest first, celebrating the Chinese New Year, which is coming up in 2 weeks, right? And then Natalie was asking, what he feels or how he feels about the Chinese runners now doing so well in the trail running races. He said over the past year or so, he can really see a lot of the Chinese runners. They made really good improvements. They keep on breaking records in the races in China. So he's very happy that he's in a good position competing with these top performers in China. So he was saying that he will come back next year and race again for the Hong Kong 100. And he won't be staying in Hong Kong. He'll be going back home tomorrow, as he said he had been in Hong Kong so many times before the race. He was training a lot with his friends, and also having the food in Hong Kong as well. So this time he's going to go back home tomorrow, celebrating his victory with his families at home.
Yeah, so fantastic. We'll get back to the finish line now and see as many more runners coming through as we can. I just want to very quickly show you the latest in the women's race, of course, as we wait for our motorbike to catch up with the ladies as they come over the top of the mountain. But just to get back on course, amazing to hear all of Meng Guangfu's celebrations there. But let's just get back and check in on Samaya Buddha here. You can see her just beginning to approach the summit of Tamau Shan, where my cursor is displaying right now. I'll just zoom in a little bit so it's clearer. There she is, Samaya Buddha, coming around the back of Tamau Shan. We know there's that long road climb up the back of the mountain that she'll soon be taking before she crests the summit up here, and we have our motorbike camera getting ready to collect her and film her all the way down to the finish line. It's obviously getting dark now on the back of the mountain, so slightly harder to find all the runners. Behind her, by now, what is going to be a kilometre or less of distance. We have Veronica Leng, who's been chasing her all day long, and we're excited to see just how much of a gap might exist between these two ladies as they come towards the finish of the race. I'm going to zoom out a little bit and just check in on how Ho Ha Thi, our top Vietnamese runner, is doing, who's been in third place for much of the second half of today. She's now going to be approaching Lead Mine Pass checkpoint 9, probably in the next 15 or 20 minutes. So the gap then between Ho Ha Thi and Veronica Leng in second has stretched throughout the last couple of hours. I would now estimate that to be around the 30-minute mark at the very least, where we know that we're going to get probably a 1, 2 and a 3 in this order between Samaya Buddha, Veronica Leng and Ho Ha Thi. Amazing to see how the first two of these runners arrive and just how big a gap there is. We'll just jump back to the finish line now for more action as runners cross the line, and an opportunity, of course, to get a little bit more insight from some of the other top runners who have crossed already.
大家好，现在我们有亚军跟我们在终点做一个采访。首先恭喜你呀！你现在的心情如何？
我现在的心情很高兴。我在今年的2025年在香港100比赛当中获得了第2名。在与这么多高手的较量当中，我觉得比赛确实不容易，所以这个第2名我很开心。
可以说说今天比赛的经过吗？有什么特别深刻，或者是觉得特别漂亮的路段？
我觉得特别漂亮的路段就是经过沙滩的时候吧。最开始的时候我状态并不是特别好，因为我觉得我大腿特别酸，然后爬坡我爬不动。然后遇到沙滩的时候，那恰巧也是我最困难的时候，因为跑不起来。但是呢，恰巧是我跑不起来，我看到了海边那个沙滩，就是特别的漂亮，有很多有就是游客啊，或者我们工作人员用那个木棍在沙滩上画了一个很大很大的一个我们香港100的一个 logo 在那上面。我觉得从上面跑过的话，如果有个镜头，我觉得非常的 nice。
还有没有就是特别辛苦的地方呢？
有啊，特别辛苦，我就最后上到这个大帽山跟尖山的时候，因为后面随着体能的消耗。
male runners, and his favorite part is of the course is actually running through these beaches.
所以我觉得对身体啊，对意志力都是一个很大的一个提升，需要很强的人才能够战胜这样的一个。
是不是之前你加速了？有没有原因呢？因为你过了几个跑手嘛。
我印象当中我没有刻意去加速。
He was saying that he didn't actually speed up during the course, even though he was overtaking a few male runners. So he was just taking his own pace.
那么你明年还会过来参加吗？
还会来的，香港是我们每个月跑者的一个。
So he was saying that he's gonna come back next year to race.
每个人都有一个冠军梦，就是来到香港拿一个冠军。对。
然后希望你下一年能够拿冠军。还有就是最后一个问题，你有什么目标吗？大的目标？
我大的目标就是希望能在香港拿个冠军，也希望全世界的精英运动员跟越野跑爱好者来到香港100跑比赛。
So he was saying that he wishes to come back again and win the race.
Fantastic to chat to Qing Guidu there as well, of course, the second place male runner, as we start roaming around the finish line, looking for some more action and await the arrival at the top of Tamau Shan of our two female elites in first and second place. We'll try and capture as many finish line arrivals as we can, while also capturing the women as they come over the top of the mountain, as more of our camera teams relocate to the finish line from different parts of the race course where they've been chasing down the action all day long. You can see Stingray sat down over here. We'll surely line up an opportunity to talk to him for all of our fans watching in the Philippines and get his take on what's been an epic day of racing for him. We'll certainly also, of course, try and capture some of the other top locally based Hong Kong runners as they approach the finish line and capture their moment of glory as they come over the top. But Stingray, what a performance from him the first half of the day. He was even leading for chunks of that and looked very much like he wanted to push the pace all day, but inevitably the course began to take its toll in the second half of the race, as it so often does with so many of the top athletes in this race, and it became harder and harder to keep up with some of the athletes who had been perhaps a little more measured in their first half running. And so often, as we hear in this Hong Kong 100 event, if you can somehow conserve your energy in the first relatively easier section of this 100 kilometers, it usually pays dividends, but easier said than done when you're in the midst of a tussle for the medals and the podiums in the first half. Many runners before Stingray have been through the same process, and if only we could all run as fast as him anyway, we'd probably all do the same thing. So spectacular effort nevertheless from him, and many fans in the Philippines messaging all day long, wishing him the very best. But good to see him safe and well at the finish line and warm enough to still be wearing his T8 tank top and not even a warm jacket or a panda suit, indeed, as some of the other finish line celebrants seem to be doing. But the atmosphere building here at the finish. We've already had the top 3 men come through and many of the rest of the top 10 after that, as we look forward to talking to Deng Guomin, a well-known figure in the Hong Kong running scene. He, of course, came third. It'd be great to catch up with him at the finish line. And we look forward to the chance to see more runners crossing the finish and celebrating, interviewing as many of them as we can as we await our primary targets now, which are, of course, the first, second and third placed females in the elite standings. We know that Samaya Buddha of Nepal is really not far away from the top of Tamau Shan, and so too Veronica Leng, not far behind her. Still a possibility, and we're somewhat holding out hope for a dramatic end to the female race. If somehow perhaps Samaya struggles in the evening and Veronica finds an extra gear over the top of Tamau Shan, there could still be a battle royale among the female race, but certainly a deserved victory for Samaya if she can hold on and maintain the lead that she established really over the past 3 or 4 hours, but been incredibly impressive.
I think actually towards the second half of the course, Samaya was actually taking the lead, maybe, the whole time. Whereas Veronica, she's trying very hard to close the gap.
And here we go, back to the finish line. We'll hear from Deng Guomin, our third placed elite male runner.
Hello, 我們有鄧國敏跟我們在一起。其實我好想講廣東話，因為鄧國敏係我哋廣東人咧，我又會講得順啲啦。但是因為我們中國的觀眾，所以就要用那個普通話，所以不好意思啦，我的普通話不太好，但是我試試看。鄧國敏，恭喜你！你現在的感受怎樣？
我覺得還是很開心、很興奮的，因為我覺得今天這個比賽，我賽前採訪的時候也說了。其實我比較看重的是我自己做的這個個人，這個目標計劃，就我覺得名次很重要，但是完成了自己的目標時間更重要。今天比我自己目標時間可能要稍微快一點，所以挺開心的。
So Guomin was saying that he was very happy that he's in third position. In fact, like he may be a little bit disappointed that he come in third, but then again he was racing for against his own record. So he was actually very happy that he broke his personal best.
大家都很快，而且有的选手可能很激进，然后。 我也一开始的时候有一些优势的路段，我也曾经领先，但是这个基本上就也没有说领先可以吧，大家基本上都跑在一起，然后中间在爬鸡公山到 CP5之前，可能我这个身体可能有一点点不舒服，就腿稍微有一点点想抽筋，然后我就缓了一下，然后。 这个排名一下就不知道掉到第几了，但我觉得今天到后半程，其实我对我后半程跑的可能更加满意吧，因为我觉得无论是我在第5也好、第6也好、第4也好，其实我始终都没有很着急。
So Guomin Furless was saying that he was very happy with his performance today, even though he was behind in some part of the course. He was in the lead, he was in the lead for some sections of the course, and then as he was ascending to Kai Kong San CP4 to CP5, he was actually feeling a bit unwell. But then he was happy how he ran the second part of the course.
这个成绩就稳了，所以。 还是很开心的，
非常好。我想问一下，因为之前你在访问中就是说过你是住在深圳嘛，所以就是香港的山径你都比较熟悉的，所以就是你觉得在香港跑山跟一些国内的山河有什么特别的分别吗？因为你就像是半个本地人吧。
对，其实我女朋友就住在大帽山脚下，她就住大窝口那边。然後對於我來說，其實西貢的最東邊其實就是大鵬灣嘛。我其實是住在深圳的大梅沙，其實就在大鵬灣。當我上山的時候，其實就能看到西貢的這片群山。當然，在香港比賽，我覺得更親切的，就是因為作為一個土生土長的廣東人，然後在香港比賽很多年，所以認識的跑友很多，然後加上有很多廣深的這些跑者會到香港100這邊來做義工，然後都會用這種粵語跟你打招呼吧，所以我就覺得每次在香港比賽都特別有親切感吧，然後我覺得可能我也是為數不多跑在前面能夠用粵語跟路人或者是跟志願者交流的，所以這種感覺可能在國內很多地方比賽是沒有的，所以我就特別享受，特別放鬆，整個人特別鬆弛。
So Guomin was being asked what's the difference between running in Hong Kong and compared to running in China, and he was saying that he is very familiar with Guangdong area and he comes to Hong Kong a lot, so he's happy to run in Hong Kong, very familiar with especially the Sai Kung area, and he's especially happy that he can actually speak Cantonese along the way, with the all the supporters cheering him along, so he's actually very, very happy. 认真去对待吧。
那么你下一年还会来吗？
会来哦。我觉得今年差一点破10，我觉得明年就按着破10的计划来吧。
下一年冠军？
争取吧。
好，非常。我希望你下一年能
So
够
Guomin
更
was
进步。
just saying again
谢谢
that
你，
he's
恭
going
喜
to come
你。
back next year. He's going to break that 10 hours record, trying to get a win.
Yeah,
on the podium.
fantastic. It'd be lovely to see him racing here again. We'll get straight back to the mountain action now. We are hunting down the women on the race course. For anybody who's wondering, of course we are. That's exactly what we want to do, to try and capture the finale of this women's leadership. Of course, it's getting very dark on the mountain. We'll go and have a look just to show you what our cameras are seeing up on the mountain there as we're waiting for the women to arrive at the top of Tamau Shan, and also trying to find Hao Ha-Ti in the third-placed female position just behind Tamau Shan. We'll get some lights on at the top of Tamau Shan with our motorbike as soon as the ladies arrive on the top of there, and we'll soon be hopefully finding Hao Ha-Ti as we're lying in wait for all three ladies to capture their race down the side of the mountain and see how dramatic that can be. It's been a fantastic race. There's a headlamp there in the distance. We'll keep our eyes peeled. We've got our GPS trackers on the leading females to know exactly where they're positioned. And once the stars are aligned, we'll be able to capture the entire end of the female podium race as well, while at the same time celebrating, of course, some of the athletes who have already crossed the line, and hunt out some more interviews from some famous faces in the running community here, including, hopefully, of course, John Onifa himself, who's been the subject of a lot of fanfare and fan talk online all day long, with so much affection and love for both himself and the other runners from the Philippines. We know that Larry Apolinario is also over here representing the Philippines as part of the Philippine Trail Running Association team, and Elizabeth Dangadang in the female race, all representing what is a very popular and strong trail running team and trail running nation that we often see turning up at races around Asia and putting in a very strong show. The GPS data looking like Samaya will very soon be at the summit of Tamau Shan, so standing by to try and bring you her epic descent off the mountain towards the finish line for her potential victory in this race, which would be a true celebration for her, but of course for the Buddha family, if I can put it like that, because her sister Ramaya, of course, was the victor in the 50-kilometer race yesterday, the half, so amazing back-to-back wins for Samaya and her sister if Samaya can just finish the job that she started about 6 hours ago when she took the lead. And indeed, we're back on the trail, slowly picking off the runners as they come down. This figure in the darkness is Wong Ho-Chung, the legend that is Wong Ho-Chung, coming down the mountain there. He is the white shorts, the green shirt, the headlamp on. It's great to be catching him cresting the summit of the mountain. Our little intel here from our spotters on the course tell us that Samaya is just a couple of runners behind Chung. So we'll track Wong Ho-Chung down towards the finish line, but perhaps not come all the way, and try and make sure we spin around and get back up the mountain in enough time to do the whole run with Samaya to capture the full extent of her victory, or victory lap as I could call it, coming down the mountain. But great to see Chung coming down so smoothly. He's of course finished under 11 hours 4 times in this race. He might just miss that target, I would say, based on the clock that we've got up there right now. But fingers crossed for him to just smoothly get down to the finish in what will surely be another very respectable time that is always worth celebrating as the top-placed Hong Kong local runner finisher in the event. And certainly something we should give him all credit for coming back to this race after not really, Charmaine, having a particularly busy schedule as far as his normal racing calendar would go, because he's been spending so much more time focused on developing youth running here.
That's right. So that's why in the interviews that we saw earlier that he was saying that, you know, he may not be in his best shape or best shape, but he's still racing, and he's proud to be one of the Hong Kong runners racing this Hong Kong 100. And it's certainly one of his favorite race in Hong Kong. as you can see from the camera now, that he is running down as he made the top of Tamau Shan. He's running down this last 5 kilometers to the finish line. Just as our camera froze, I can see from the tracker actually John Ray Onifa, he finished as well.
That's right, Stingray's been at the finish line for a little while now. We're just seeing now the arrival in the dark. Perhaps one of the generators is down at the finish line. We're just seeing in the dark there, Mankamau Rokamagar. I think I made out the bright neon T-shirt of the Nepalese runner Rokamagar at the finish line. He's had a very solid race. I think they might be losing a bit of power at the finish line, which is making it even harder to keep track of everybody coming over the mountain. But we're not giving up. We're certainly sticking with Chung, and we're going to be sending the bike back around any moment to head back up and find Sumaya as she crests the summit of the mountain.
Congratulations，恭喜你完成了第8名跑手，恭喜恭喜恭喜
The dark.
Yeah, it's getting interesting now at the finish line. Let's hope at least as we approach the top of Tamau Shan to catch the ladies, there's more light up there than there might be down at the bottom. But I hear there's lots going on to try and get those generators back up and get the lights on. We can just about make out the figure of the panda anyway, so. That's the main thing. Maybe if everybody turns their headlamps on at once, we can illuminate the entire finish line.
That's actually a very smart suggestion. You should ask them.
That's good to hear. We're starting to get news that Sumaya is just cresting the top of Tamau Shan. The motorbike is in position as we'll try and follow her down. And indeed, just as I say that, here we go. just rearranging a few things at the finish here to try and make all of this work. The lights are back on, that's the main thing. The finish line is illuminated again. And the motorbike is still tracking her. Here we go. The signals popping in and out over the top of the mountain here as we approach darkness, but with the headlamp of the bike.
She's still sprinting down, very strong in her legs.
We'll do our best to celebrate her enormous achievement today in what has been ultimately a pretty dominant display, where she's sat just off the lead for the first 2 or 3 hours of the race, and then gradually herself, Veronica Lane, and there's Ludwig Vriens. What a performance, 11 hours and 3. Fantastic achievement for him to come across in yet another great victory. We'll get back to Samaya now as soon as the signal is stable, and certainly get a chance to catch up with Ludo. What an amazing job by him. So solid. We really want to just celebrate the efforts of Samaya, though, such a dominant performance in the second half of this race.
It looks like she's going to break the record.
That's right. We still need to do some calculations, but at 11 hours and 3 versus Xiang Fujiao's female record,
11 hours 28.
she's surely in a very strong position to try and dip under the women's record. And we know, of course, the course has been slightly amended this year for landslide reasons and to try and make it a bit more of an exciting, enjoyable experience for runners, many of whom, of course, now are coming down in the dark. In fact, the majority of runners will be coming down in the dark. So having this road descent is ultimately something that perhaps more runners will enjoy than having to navigate those little trails off the side of the road. But nevertheless, even bearing in mind those amendments to the course, a record-breaking time from Samaya Buddha, just as was the case for Meng Guanfu, is really something to be proud of as we see Mankumar Rokamagar crossed the finish line. He's been solid all day long for Team Nepal. And of course, his Nepalese compatriot, Samaya Buddha, about to break records. We'll jump back onto that motorbike camera as soon as we possibly can and follow her down, hopefully perhaps helping her get down safely too, if there's a motorbike light helping to illuminate her way on this dark road. We're estimating currently about a 4-minute gap to Veronica Leng in second place. And just a reminder of that women's record from Xiang Fujiao, it was 11 hours and 38 minutes, if I recall.
28.
Beg your pardon, thanks Charmaine, 28 minutes, 11 hours, 28 minutes. So 12 minutes remaining, call it 11 minutes for Samaya to come and sweep the record in the process of also claiming victory. And in so doing, I think, potentially secure a top 10 overall placement if she can squeeze in ahead of a couple of the men who are still approaching the finish line. We'll see if that's possible.
Driving the finish line.
Zhang Jie there of China. Zhang Jie, ITRA score 799, a very strong and impressive, solid performance from him in this race. Just under the 800 mark. I'm sure he'll tip over to 800 after this performance. A top 10 finish for him in the Hong Kong 100. Certainly a victory of sorts to remember amongst such a competitive field. We're doing our best to get that motorbike back for you as we see Sumaya get ever closer to the final stretch. And we'll be straight up the mountain, of course, to find Veronica and check just how far behind she is. Here we are, back on cue. Sumaya Buddha, our female race leader. Look at this again, flying down the mountain just as Qin Guidu was in the men's race. Our women's race leader, there she is, Sumaya. Still checking her watch. Perhaps she knows she's on for course record time. Running right in the middle of the road there, perhaps using the white line as her guide in the darkness. She's been racing smart all day, and here's our second place female Veronica. It's been an effort to try and track down these ladies in the dark, but we really want to try and capture the drama of this denouement in the female race. We just need the signal around the top of Tamau Shan to do us a favor as we try and follow them all the way down. Veronica's been so impressive all day long. She was, of course, leading the race at one point ahead of Sumaya Buddha at the arrival into checkpoint 4, only to have that lead snatched away from her really at the checkpoint itself by just a matter of seconds as Sumaya set off so determinedly from that checkpoint.
At checkpoint 4, if I remembered it right, just before heading to checkpoint 5, Kailang Ha.
It was a very dramatic checkpoint to watch, wasn't it? Because they were basically running side by side along with Hohati for a good chunk of the section between checkpoint 2 and checkpoint 4. It's a relatively flat, fast section of trail. The three of them could barely be separated. Even on the GPX tracker, it looked like one dot rather than 3. And then at that checkpoint 4, as we remember, they both arrived at the same time. Veronica had the luxury, if you can call it that, I suppose, of having a support person at the checkpoint who really didn't sort of waste any time with her, but at least just set her up on a stool with some fruit. Sumaya straight into the checkpoint, straight out the other side, bang. Almost a statement of intent, it felt like at that moment, to try and establish some form of superiority early on in the race. And to her great credit, she managed to hold on to that, but also to Veronica's great credit, the gap between them barely changed for much of the next 4 or 5 or 6 hours. And there were many, many moments, weren't there, when we were watching and really started to wonder if Veronica could catch up and overtake. Even as late as halfway up Needle Hill, we were still starting to wonder if that was possible, because neither of these ladies, oh, watch out, Sumaya, be careful, don't trip at the last section as she starts to increase the pace. But we were even starting to wonder if on the descent off Needle Hill, especially as it got dark, we might see a potential overtake happen. But Sumaya, as you can see here, still running fairly freely, fairly easily. She's got high heel kicks coming down this mountain. Her arms look fairly relaxed. Incredible performance. We saw her dragging herself up the mountain, didn't we, up Needle Hill with the amazing drone shots after coming through Xingmun. And as we switch to the finish line, just to capture Wong Chung coming through in 11:11. There are a few people on the race course who might think 11:11 is slow, but he might be one of them. But an incredible performance by him as he receives the applause of all of the local supporters here at the finish. And very soon behind him, of course, here comes Sumaya, our female champion, right behind him. Take a bow. What a finish. Our champion, and it must be said, of course, our new female record holder, Sumaya Buddha. She stops her watch. She'll have to pinch herself tomorrow to realize she's also broken the record. A shake of the hand from Janet, the race director. And let's hear what Sumaya has to say after her amazing day out in the mountains.
Congratulations. Thank you. First time in Hong Kong doing Hong Kong 100 and a great win, course record. How are you feeling? I feel very happy. That's it. I need to relax. I think everybody is very excited to see you coming in. And how does it feel being the winner of the first stage of the World Trail Majors and with your little sister winning the short series as well? This is a historic moment.
We are very happy, and I have a big support, and thank you so much, guys, and Shan and my sister. And I in checkpoint 20
and it was a fierce battle, wasn't it? The top three ladies.
Yes, we are so battle, almost 50 kilometers. I almost died.
Well, I'll let you rest. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, what an achievement. Samaya crossing the line in just under 11 hours and 13 minutes. Marginally behind Wong Ho-chung. Just to put this in perspective, of course, in terms of the strength of female elite running, some of the top runners in the men's division still haven't even got to the finish line, and Samaya and indeed Veronica both about to cross ahead of many of them. But what a performance from Samaya, as we talked about before. She really set out her stall at checkpoint 4 and never really looked back.
If I counted correctly, Wong Ho-chung arrived in the 9th position, and that means Samaya finished in the top 10. So
yeah, great spot, Charmaine. Thank you. That's really a great achievement. I mean, maybe some people might say that's arbitrary, but really we're seeing this happen more and more, and it's inspiring for so many runners coming through the ranks in the female division to see top 10 finishes at international races, in some cases top 5, in some cases top 3, and of course some outright victories. And just quickly, a big bravo, of course, to our friend there, Alex Neerink, just crossing the line also in just over 11 hours and 15 minutes. Fantastic run from him. He, of course, just minutes behind his teammate from the Oxfam Trail Walker, Ludovic Vriens, who we saw crossing the line just before Wong Ho-chung and before Samaya. The two of them together are the course record holders, along with Jeff Campbell and Ryan Whelan, both of whom are also in the race today for the Oxfam Trail Worker course record, which is, of course, largely on this exact same Maclehose trail. This time they're running individually, of course, but great to see them all cross the line so close together. We're expecting Jeff will arrive any moment also. While in the meantime, we'll do our best to line up Samaya for a victory line interview. And of course, stand by to continue to follow Veronica down the mountain and celebrate what must surely be a second place for her, with Ho-Ha-Ti some distance behind now. Lots of celebrations on our live chat from supporters in Nepal. Congratulations, Samaya, we're so proud of you. Her first race in Hong Kong, the first time she's raced against Ho-Ha-Ti and some of the other female elites in this race. Samaya's had some great successes racing over on the Chinese mainland in big ticket events there in the last year or so, but has not had the opportunity to come and replicate that success here in Hong Kong. So super for her to be able to do that here in the first World Trail Majors race of the year here at the ANTA GUANJUN Hong Kong 100 surely sets her up for a spectacular rest of the year, whatever she chooses to do and wherever she chooses to race. No doubt, the more experience she gains from races like this, the more opportunities will come her way, and many more Nepalese runners, particularly female runners, will likely follow in her footsteps, just like they have done with other well-known figures here, Mira Rai. Priya Rai, of course, we're seeing doing so well as well here in Hong Kong and internationally. Really exciting to have so many of them coming to Hong Kong to race. The Nepalese team had a very strong showing at the Asia Pacific Trail Running Championships in Korea back in October. Great for them to have the backing and the resources and the support to go and represent on a professional level at that international competition. Certainly a popular team at the event. And incredible strength in depth among their runners. Standing by then for Veronica Leng to get close enough down the mountain for us to pick her up on our motorbike with hopefully some solid video streaming signal and bring home another second place. Of course, Veronica has been second here before. And the fact that she's come back after a little time off to have a baby and displayed today that she's surely getting close to replicating that level of success. It'd be interesting to do a quick time comparison. We can actually, I think, go back and check her time from her second place before, if we have that graphic available from when she came second a few years ago, and see how she's actually doing, because she did say to us a couple of days ago that her main goal was, of course, just to try and improve on.
I just checked. He came second place.
There we go.
Yeah, Hong Kong 100.
Great job, team. So
yep.
Hong Kong 100 2020, 11 hours 47.
Yep.
So she's surely on course to beat that, since she's already on the way down the road. So amazing if she can do it, having probably not had a solid 2 or 3 years of training to the standard that she would like.
Yep.
As you can see there were 4 returning podium athletes in the race today. But today, which is even more exciting perhaps for next year's race, we have 2 new podium athletes, most likely in the form of course, Samaya Buddha, who has already become 1 new podium athlete, and then Ho Ha Ti as well. So it's great that the breadth of talent in the women's elite field is just getting wider and wider and harder to pick a victor. Today, I think we all knew it was likely to be a battle between Samaya and Ho Ha Ti. Veronica's always been in the picture as well, but with relatively less time perhaps to prepare than some of her rivals. It's especially impressive that she's ended up managing to split those 2 and take a second place in the midst of what's been a very competitive race. Any moment now we'll be welcoming in Veronica. We'll also be welcoming to our studio, which I'm very pleased about, Bonnie Lee, top Hong Kong runner who came 3rd in the 3rd back on Thursday. Really impressive run from her. Be great to get her perspective on this women's race, of course, as one of Hong Kong's top runners. I'm sure, Charmaine, you've got plenty of questions to ask Bonnie to help us get the inside story on just how much the women's racing scene here is improving year on year. And that looks to me like Danny Young of Italy. He looks exhausted, but as always, loving being here in Hong Kong. We had great fun talking to him a couple of days ago as he explained how much he loves racing here. And any moment now, looking forward to some huge cheers and rounds of applause for our second placed female. And rest assured, as soon as Veronica has crossed the line and we have some breathing space, we'll be lining up some more interviews with the likes of Stingray and some of the other top finishes. We just want to make sure we don't miss Veronica in her moment of glory, so that's why we're not cutting away right now to any other interviews with finishers. $11:24 coming up on the clock. We have 11 hours and 28 to beat for Veronica to also dip under the course record
and her
of
personal
Zhang
record.
Fuzhou.
Yes.
Her personal record 11:47, and if she can dip under 11:28,
yes.
that's just 3 minutes from now. Veronica will also do what happened in the men's race, which will have a 1-2 course record in both the men and the women, which would be extraordinary to basically get 4 course records in one race. So we'll do our best to will Veronica on down this final stretch of mountain and see if she can possibly dip under that course record as well, just to really set this competition alight. I'm getting word she's just a couple of turns away on the road now, so really excited to welcome her in, and that sounds like a big enough cheer to warrant her arrival, and indeed it is. Veronica Leng, hands on head, 11:25. Perhaps she can't believe it. What a day for her in the mountains. And there's Matt, her husband, who's been supporting her at multiple checkpoints throughout the day. In some cases, Charmaine, we couldn't even quite figure out how he got between one checkpoint and another. Perhaps he was running on shortcuts of his own devising. Very impressive teamwork all day long. Fantastic job, Veronica. Big hug from Janet. And Samaya, of course. Beg your pardon, big hug from Samaya there, and Janet, no doubt, in a moment. Let's listen into Veronica's experience of the race.
Great competition to perform well. So this year was really an amazing field of women. So I'm really extremely happy to be here and just to be part of this event again. Thank you, Janet. So lovely to have you back. Congratulations, Veronica.
There is Veronica winning in the second position. She beat her own record as well as the course record for the run-up. Very happy for her.
Yeah, fantastic race. I mean, not much to separate the two women at the end of the day, but I think perhaps the most satisfying thing for Veronica, based on what she told me a couple of days ago, is the fact that she knows she's back. With a time like that and an improvement like that on her time from 4 years ago, there must be a huge sense of confidence that across distances this long, she's really still in the game and at the very top level. So really happy for her, really excited for her future plans this year and beyond, and to have more incredibly strong runners in Hong Kong that we can all look up to and be excited by whenever they go and take part in internationally elite competitions. Because for all of us who train here, whether male, female, doesn't matter, to know that there are top level performances taking place from runners who we know and train alongside or sometimes race against in local races, it's so exciting.
And it is very hard actually to get back into shape after you had a baby and, you know, being a mother, looking after your newborn, and then come back to race and in a better shape than ever before. She broke her own record and set a new record for runner-up of Hong Kong 100 this year. It's a very amazing.
Yeah, it truly is a fantastic achievement, really. Just to let all the viewers know who might be excited to know that there's an opportunity to hear from John Ray Onifa, Stingray. We're lining that up now for you, and not only that, we're lining up an interview with him in Tagalog so that all of our fans and runners of Philippines trail running on the YouTube feed who have been sending messages of support all day long, we'll try and do that interview in Tagalog for you with a translation, of course, for our non-Tagalog speaking viewers. But one of our camera team who we've selected specifically to help us today is, fortunately for us, a Filipino Tagalog runner. So we'll try and bring this story to you as best we can and hear in his own words, in his own language, how he felt today.
Hi everyone, we are at the finish line and we have here one of the fan favorites of this race, John Ray Onifa, or aka Stingray. So he placed 6th. So what do you feel about your performance today?
I feel so happy because I finished strong. I don't have a free injury.
Nice, yeah, you really, I watched it firsthand and it's really, you were really strong. What was your favorite part and what was the hardest part of the race for you?
My favorite part is going in the beach, in the tree beach, and then my hardest part in the last 15 km in Middle Hill and in the Tamau Shan.
Oh, okay, yeah. Nice. Last question before I make you rest. Do you have any message to the Filipino trail community? Yeah.
To all the Filipino supporters, thank you so much for watching the live stream in the Hong Kong 100. And then I'm so happy you support me. And then mabuhay.
As a Filipino, thank you, Stingray. Salamat, and yeah, congratulations again. Back to the studio.
Wow, great to hear Stingray's experience and hear him thanking, of course, all of the fans who have been tuning in to support him all day long. Certainly, as Bon Jovi, our friend there, Jose, mentioned on the interview there, a fan favorite, shall we say, among many people watching, and so exciting always to see him at events, since his speed and his technical running ability always sets races alight, and you always know that he's potentially going to win everything he competes in unless somehow the mountain gets in the way. So really exciting to have him at the finish line as we await the arrival of Hohati to round out the female podium. She's just approaching the backside of Tamau Shan. Of course, we've sent our motorbike back up to try and find her. We'll see if we can get as stable a signal as possible with our live streaming kit to bring that to you, even though it's obviously very dark up there. We've got big lights on the motorbike to try and make sure that we can get her and the camera crew safely to the finish line. In the meantime, lining up as many interviews as we can with the other fan favorites who have crossed the line. We've seen a few of those come across who we'd love to hear from and get their experiences of what's been an amazing day out in the mountains. Hoping to hear from Samaya soon, of course, to tell us her story, and then Veronica straight after that to hear how they've been battling one another all day long. They've not had huge amounts of opportunities to race each other. Samaya, of course, has raced in Hong Kong a few times, but not at the Hong Kong 100, I don't believe. So fantastic chance for her to showcase her skills at this World Trail Majors event, and I'm sure there'll be interest from other World Trail Majors events to have her race in all of them, frankly, just to raise the profile of the events in the process, because there's so much demand now for top-level athletes to go and take part in these races. It raises the bar for everybody.
That's right.
And just to get some perspective on all of the female elite running scene, just a reminder, in a moment we'll be able to bring into our own English studio here Bonnie Lee, who came third in the third. I keep saying that, sounds funny, but she came third in the third. It was the top-ranked female and indeed a top-ranked Hong Kong, I think, performance in the third or the half from a local Hong Kong runner. So excited to have her come and sit in the studio with Charmaine here, learn a little bit more about her experience of racing at the third and the whole Hong Kong 100 experience from her point of view, and of course get a little bit more information if we can about what we've been watching today from the front end of the elite level female racing pack. So great to get a bit more insight from her on that. That'll be coming to you just shortly. I can just help put some more details onto the leaderboard stats if I can pull up my GPX and GPS tracker data on my screen here. I can talk you through who else is on the race course of interest. So there's the finish line, of course, on the left of screen. I'll zoom in here and we'll see Hohati number 19 just approaching the backside of Tamau Shan right now. Nobody at the moment between her and the finish line, so a perfect run-in for her. And then just behind her, somebody we should really commend as well today, and that is Tang Jingyan. We saw her earlier on in the race in a pretty commanding position, looking very strong, and she's held her fourth place all day long and really not lost much ground against Hohati. At one point we even wondered if she might end up taking third place.
That's right.
And then Jeff Campbell sitting right on the shoulder of Tang Jingyan all day long. I gather he's had a few stomach problems. But he's still pushing on through that pain, and he'll soon be at the finish line, and we'll obviously be happy to see him cross, and his many supporters and fans will be too. Behind him, just a couple of other athletes to mention. Ling Jieqi, she's been in a strong position all day too. Another solid performance, because she's barely lost any ground on the runners around her. And then Kazufumi Osei, a very well-known Japanese runner who often turns up at big ticket events in Asia, pushing on through to the finish line as well. One last mention for all the fans in the Philippines who have been staying up to watch Stingray, and also Larry Apolinario, and of course Arnie Macaneras of Team Philippines from the Filtra crew. He's also approaching Lead Mine Pass. We'll probably see all of these cross as we await Hohati. I'm going to jump out of the chair for a moment and hand over to Charmaine as we introduce Bonnie Lee to our feed and celebrate her efforts in the third and take some time to really reflect and focus on the achievements of the elite females at today's race.
Thank you, Richard. So now